Colonialism in the Congo Basin. 1880 to 1940. By Samuel H. Nelson. Contents. Maps. 7. Tables. 9. Acknowledgements. 11. Chapter page 1. In Search of the Mongo Past. L. Of Traditional Mongo Society. 1L2. Life in the Equatorial Forest, the Dynamics. 3 Slaves and Ivory, the Development and Impact of Long-Distance Trade in the Congo Basin 1650 to 1891. 42. For Red Rubber, Forced Labor, Violence and the Struggle for Survival 1891 to 1910. 79. 5 Copal and Palm Kernels, The Opportunities and Demands of Colonial Collaboration 1908 to 29. 113. 6 Compulsory Labor and Plantation Society in the 1930s, The Destruction of Mongo Traditional Society. 152. 7. Adaptation, Innovation, and Change, The Colonial Experience in Perspective. 194. In Search of the Mongo Past. Going up that river was like traveling back to the earliest beginnings of the world, when vegetation rioted on the earth and the big trees were kings. An empty stream, a great silence, an impenetrable forest. You lost your way on that river as you would in a desert, till you thought yourself cut half forever from everything you had known once somewhere, far away, in another existence perhaps. Joseph Conrad, crewman on a Congo steamboat, 1897-19001. 600 miles from the Atlantic, up the broad and dark rivers of Central Africa, lie the remote inner regions of the Congo Basin. Bisected by the equator, the basin is blanketed by an immense and evergreen tropical rainforest that shelters an enormous diversity of flora and fauna. In the heart of the forest live the Mongo, who reside in small-scale societies organized into villages of approximately 1 to 400 people. The equatorial forest region of the Congo Basin has long fascinated and intrigued the outside world. The perceived primitive, untamed, and lost world quality of the forest and its inhabitants has made it a favorite among Western authors seeking an exotic setting or symbolic metaphor for their work. As a result of decades of popular literature, film, and folklore, the word Congo tends to evoke vivid images of primeval darkness, unfathomable mystery, and dreadful savagery. In the Western mind, perhaps no other region in the continent more fully embodies the myth and magic of Africa. In reality, little is known about the people and history of the 1. Inner Congo Basin. The forest regions of present-day Zaire have never been the subject of a comprehensive historical study. Compared to other areas in Africa, recent research in the Central Basin largely has been neglected and ignored. Knowledge about the Mongo past is fragmentary and incomplete. Ironically, the equatorial forest has remained, in both fact and fiction, a region of darkness, a lost corner of the world. 3 Our ignorance, however, cannot be blamed on the indifference of the Belgian colonizers, who ruled the Congo from 1885 to 1960. On the contrary, European administrators and missionaries produced numerous historical and ethnographic studies during their period of occupation. But in general, these works actually have clouded and distorted our understanding of the African past. Colonial-era histories, for example, tend to spotlight the actions and achievements of the European colonizers. In these accounts, Central African history begins only in the late 15th century with the discovery of the Congo River by the Portuguese. Subsequent chapters in these colonial histories are largely devoted to a retelling of the white man's burden, the difficult and altruistic efforts of Europeans to introduce Christianity and civilization into the heart of Africa. The Mongo and other indigenous inhabitants of the Congo are generally treated as secondary historical actors, passive recipients of superior European initiative and enterprise. 4 A similar ethnocentric bias is embedded within many colonial ethnographic studies as well. Although intended to provide accurate models of African customary society, Many ethnographic studies were shaped more by European theoretical preconceptions and assumptions about the psychology of primitive peoples than they were by careful empirical field research. In the case of the Mongo, Europeans believed that their decentralized society was organized according to two basic principles, kinship and seniority. Social relations within the village, they argued, operated within a familial equilibrium that was predictable, harmonious, and essentially non-changing. Kinship groups grew, split, and grew again for centuries without any significant institutional development at all. Consequently, the Mongo, along with other primitives, were a people without a history. Colonial ethnography thus served to reinforce the fanciful notion that change and development were innovations introduced by European. Colonialism in the Congo Basin challenges the misconceptions and addresses the deficiencies of colonial accounts by focusing on the African past in the Congo Basin. It highlights the experiences and initiatives of the Mongo as they adapted to changing demands and opportunities associated with international commerce and colonial rule from the 1880s to 1940. It gives a voice to the previously silenced African by utilizing oral literature and collected life histories, while simultaneously exploring dimensions of Mongo social change at the local level. And it reconceptualizes colonial history as a dynamic and dialectical process of interaction between Europeans and Africans. In contrast to previous historical interpretations, the Mongo were not merely passive recipients nor victims of Belgian colonial rule, rather, they demonstrated a remarkable capacity to remain the primary shapers of their own destiny. This reconstruction of the Mongo past is based on a historical analysis of changing African work patterns and relations at the local level during the first 6 decades of colonial rule. This study defines and explores work in 3 interrelated dimensions. First, it identifies dominant work activities at any given moment and analyzes their basic material and social characteristics. To understand the Mongo's fundamental patterns of subsistence production, it is necessary to explore the character and distribution of local natural resources. As will be made clear later, the dynamic relationship between the equatorial forest environment and Mongo social organization significantly constrained and shaped human activity in the Congo Basin. To fully comprehend the actual process of work requires additional investigation into Mongo tools and techniques, labor time and effort, seasonal and regional variations, and an assessment of the importance of each form of work to the individual and society. These dimensions of daily labor provide important insights into the size, composition, and organization of the local community. A second dimension of work centers on the social identity of the worker. Work is differentiated by specialization and degrees of difficulty, and a person's position in the productive process may shape and be shaped by one's wealth, status, and power. Workers 3. Must therefore be identified on various levels: who performed what kind of labor, how did work activities correlate to gender, seniority, and other gradations in social stratification, who were the primary economic producers and who were the main consumers in society, and how was the unequal distribution of work and its rewards expressed and maintained. Lastly, a complete understanding of work and its social significance must attempt to examine dimensions of worker consciousness. The manner in which the Mongo thought of their work activities and their relative roles in the productive process profoundly shaped daily behavior and social norms. This level of analysis probes beneath static conceptions of kinship and seniority to provide a more efficacious interpretation of Mongo cultural values and group ideologies by exploring the ways in which inequality was justified and reproduced while competition and conflict were minimized and contained. Defined and conceptualized in this manner, a history of work and workers yields a methodological framework that is both descriptive and analytical. It provides a means to reconstruct the individual and daily experiences of the Mongo as they secured the provisions necessary for survival, changed residences, moved into different occupations, and lived through cycles of prosperity and poverty. In addition, this approach allows a means to explore the linkages between material culture, its producers and consumers, and the relations that mediate the appropriation and distribution of products, prestige, and power. A history of work may, therefore, yield new insights into social change which are linked to specific factors rather than to general causation. Point 6. A history of work is also essential in understanding and assessing colonial rule in Africa. Beneath their expressed humanitarian goals, the underlying motive of the Belgians in the Congo was the accumulation of profits earned from the extraction and export of African resources, which in turn, depended upon the work of Africans like the Mongo. The gathering of ivory, rubber, and fossilized copal from the forests, portering and the construction of roads, and the creation of palm plantations in the Congo basin were all based on the manual labor of local villagers. Moreover, with basic technology and limited capital investment. 4. Colonial profit maximization was directly linked to the European ability to mobilize large numbers of African workers at minimal cost. Consequently, the manner in which Europeans obtained, used, and rewarded African laborers such as the Mongo provides a fresh and revealing perspective on the actions and roles of the colonial state in the former Belgian Congo. However, historical methodology alone cannot substitute for historical sources. The issue of sources is particularly relevant for this study because of the paucity of documents typically used in conventional histories. Written records are quite rare before the arrival of Europeans in the late 19th century, and many colonial documents in the Equator region have been lost or were destroyed during Zaire's civil unrest in the 1960s. Yet even if colonial records existed in prime condition, they alone might not provide the data needed to reconstruct the history of the Mongo because of the record's skewed ethnocentric focus and bias. A history of African work and workers, however, has allowed the innovative use of previously ignored or untapped written and oral sources. Travel diaries, ethnographic surveys, and numerous missionary studies all provide piecemeal insights into Mongo work patterns and social dynamics. They constitute an important source of descriptive information, even if the colonial interpretation of this detail is erroneous. Moreover, by comparing various European observations over time and place, certain patterns of change within Mongo society become apparent. Official colonial documents, such as territorial reports, agricultural studies, and economic records, also yield important information concerning work patterns and labor relations. Agricultural reports printed in the Bulletin Agricola du Congo Biziga, for example, are particularly valuable for their information on Mongo subsistence and cash crop work, while records from the Société Anonyme Belge Poutle Commune du Haut-Congo, a major Belgian trading company which operated in the Congo basin throughout the colonial era, contain important insights into their changing economic strategies and relations with the Mongo. A history QF Mongo work also provides the opportunity to employ neglected forms of African source material. Mongo poems, proverbs, and songs contain interesting and insightful information. 5. About local work patterns, social roles, and cultural values. Even more revealing evidence was obtained through the collection of numerous life histories during fieldwork in the Chihuahua region in 1982. Wide-ranging interviews from a cross-section of the local population yielded numerous oral histories and personal accounts of the colonial era. While certain recollections about the past were very generalized or lacking in specific chronology, many aspects about an individual's unique work experiences during the colonial period were vividly remembered and recounted in detail. Moreover, when a comparison with archival material was possible, most oral testimonies proved to be quite accurate. These richly textured and detailed personalized accounts of the past helped to fill in the gaps left by written material, while they also provided an important interpretation of history from an African perspective. The geographical focus of this study is the Inner Congo Basin, defined loosely as the area bordered by the Lalonga-Moringa rivers to the north, the Zaire River to the west, the upper reaches of the Momboyo, Salonga, and Lomla rivers to the south, and the Lomami River to the east. The main focus of the study is situated along the east-west axis of the Ruki-Bizura-Chihuahua rivers. Fieldwork and the collection of life histories took place in a smaller, self-designated Chihuahua region, the area contained within an approximate 60-mile radius around the town of Boend. It should be noted that neither the Chihuahua region nor the Mongo people conform strictly to precise political or ethnic units. The appellation Mongo, for example, is a relatively modern social identity that is more often utilized by outsiders than it is by the residents of the basin, who generally continue to identify and think of themselves in more localized terms. Despite these reservations, however, there is a justifiable integrity to this study's geographic and ethnic focus. When contrasted with the outside world, Mongo settlements in the inner Congo basin share a common language, traditional social structures, and historical experiences. The root of these commonalities is the Mongo's distinctive way of making a living, the techniques, knowledge, and organization of work, both before and during the colonial period. Colonialism in the Congo Basin examines the evolution of Mongo work patterns from the eve of Western contact in the late 19th century to 1940, the high water mark of the colonial period. To trace aspects of social change during this period, the second chapter begins with a reconstruction of traditional patterns of work, society, and culture in the Chihuahua region. It first discusses the features and misinterpretations of colonial ethnographic accounts that have dominated and distorted our understanding of the Mongo and other decentralized societies of the Congo Basin. A revised interpretation of traditional society begins by examining the significant role played by the forest environment in shaping local work patterns, social structures, and cultural values. Indeed, this chapter argues that patterns and relations of daily subsistence work had as great if not greater impact on social organization than the previously accepted notions of kinship and seniority. Subsequent chapters are organized chronologically and 7. Defined by major shifts in local patterns of work in the inner basin. Chapter 3 focuses on the development and impact of international trade in the Congo Basin. Beginning in the 18th century, European influences reached the equatorial forest region via the trade in slaves and ivory. In response to lucrative commercial opportunities, many Africans turned to professional trading, cresting a long-distance commercial network that linked goods and peoples of the Congo Basin to European traders at the Atlantic coast. The slave and ivory trades created new forms of work and wealth for some groups and transformed distinctions in social stratification and group identity. Although Mongo residents of the Chihuahua region were only marginally involved and affected by this trade, they later were affected directly as the success of this trade lured outsiders into the interior for the first time, ultimately resulting in conquest and foreign rule. 8. Chapter 4 examines the era of the rubber trade in the Congo, one of the most infamous periods in African history. At the Conference of Berlin in 1885, a large portion of Central Africa was granted to King Leopold of Belgium in the form of the Congo Free State. Leopold had promised to respect the free trade of all nations in Central Africa and eliminate the trade in slaves, but he quickly broke both of these vows. From 1891 to 1910, the people of the Congo Basin suffered under the terrific regime of red rubber, a bloody, inhumane system designed to maximize the production of wild rubber at any cost. The abuses and atrocities associated with this rubber trade have been well documented, but the economy of violence and the social effects of forced labor at the local level have not been explored sufficiently. Chapter 5 explores Mongo history during the first 2 decades of Belgian colonial rule. When news of the Congo rubber crimes created an international uproar, King Leopold was forced to cede the Congo Free State to Belgium. Following colonial annexation in 1908, copal collection replaced rubber, taxation substituted for forced labor, and higher prices and free trade renewed local initiative, at least for a time. Among the Mongo, new opportunities associated with trade inspired adaptations in political and social organizations. However, while the emergence of free trade was welcomed by the Mongo, it created tensions between competing interests over the control of African labor. Despite the assertions that Africans were lazy and needed a Western-style work ethic, free trade by Africans ultimately was restricted by the colonial state because of the inability of European enterprises to compete with Mongo entrepreneurs. Chapter 6 explores how the Great Depression of the 1930s provided the final incentive to restrict Mongo participation in the colonial economy to the role of cheap labor. In order to maintain profits in the face of falling international prices, the colonial administration embarked on a vast expansion of compulsory work requirements. In the testimony of elderly Chihuahua residents, this was the era in which the youth fled from the hard work and limited opportunities in Mongo villages, creating the foundations of rural impoverishment that continues today in the Congo Basin. Another major decision made by European interests during this decade was 9. The vast extension of palm and rubber plantations in the Chihuahua region. New patterns of work and labor emerged in certain locales, initiating the development of a plantation society that fundamentally transformed traditional Mongo social roles and institutions. Colonialism in the Congo Basin does not claim to be a complete colonial history of the Congo Basin. Lack of reliable evidence has created large gaps of information and required making broad generalizations on a variety of topics. Mongo life histories, while very revealing and insightful, were collected in a comparatively small region of the basin. Moreover, a history of work does not adequately provide for a comprehensive appreciation of Mongo culture. Many significant features of daily life were regrettably not included in this study. And finally, as a colonial study it is somewhat lacking, since it does not include the final 20 years of Belgian rule. Despite these acknowledged limitations, this historical study seeks to make a substantive contribution to the understanding of an area that has long been neglected. It departs from the trends and themes of Belgian colonial histories by focusing on a African social change at the local level. By examining the changing process of work in the equatorial forest, this study provides a detailed reconstruction of daily life and experience in all of its variety and complexity. In doing so, it effectively counters the image of Mongo passivity or helplessness during the decades of European colonial rule. If history is a vision of the past, then that vision will remain imperfect until it comes to recognize and include the contributions of all men and women in molding their own futures. It is hoped that this study marks only the beginning of the recovery of the African past in the equatorial forest regions of Central Africa. 10. 2. Life in the equatorial forest, the dynamics of traditional Mongo society. The extended family is the base of Mongo society. It is a small group whose members have descended from a common ancestor. Relations between individuals are governed by kinship bonds. George van der Kerken, colonial administrator and ethnographer. Beginning in the 1920s, Belgian colonial agents set out to implement a new native policy for the Mongo people of the Inner Congo Basin. Their goal was to institute an orderly process of vesting official authority in traditional African chiefs, who would then act as spokesmen and intermediaries between their local communities and the colonial state. This practice of indirect rule was advantageous for the colonial administration because it eliminated the considerable burden and expense of posting European agents throughout the vast Congo Basin. At the same time, however, the Belgians justified and perceived indirect rule as a beneficent effort to revive and support customary authority structures. Indeed, according to the major proponent of the initiative, Colonial Minister Louis Franck, the policy's primary objective was a humanitarian reconstruction of traditional African social structures, which had been inadvertently disrupted during the chaotic years of King Leopold's Congo Free State *. The Belgian effort to restore customary Mongo society was based on contemporary European ethnographic studies, particularly the work of George van der Kerken. As District Commissioner of the Equator region and Professor of Congo Ethnog. L1. Rafi at the Colonial University at Antwerp, van der Kerken was widely regarded as the leading colonial expert on the Mongo. His studies culminated in a massive 2-volume work entitled El Ethnie Mongo, which shaped the parameters of colonial native policy in much of the Congo Basin and, until recently, had a powerful influence on Western conceptions of Mongo history, society, and culture. 3. Van der Kerken's interpretation of traditional Mongo society was a variation of what anthropologists now call the segmentary lineage model. 4. According to this model, the Mongo were organized into small-scale villages composed of segmented lineages, in which kinship and seniority were perceived to be the main operating features. The extended kin-related family was seen as the basis of social organization, while villages were thought to be comprised of several extended families of common descent. Furthermore, social stratification was perceived as minimal and determined chiefly by one's position in the common group genealogy. Traditional chiefs were therefore the eldest men of the eldest resident families, and upon their death, political succession passed to the next kin-related senior members. Consequently, van der Kerken judged the distribution of authority, wealth, access to resources, and prestige to be defined in an orderly and predictable manner according to relative seniority. Manifestations of conflict, competition, or inequality which were not directly related to these principles of kinship or seniority he deemed minimal or blamed on the corrupting influence of European. Van der Kerken's theoretical model of Mongo traditional society was in part shaped by contemporary trends in European ethnography. In other areas of colonial Africa, remarkably similar segmentary lineage models were employed to describe other decentralized groups such as the Igbo, the Nuer, and the Kambo. 6 Van der Kerken explicitly acknowledged his intellectual debt to previous segmentary lineage models, particularly those developed for other groups in the Congo. In a broad comparison, European ethnographic methods stressed conformity rather than ingenuity, reflecting an uncritical acceptance of what Vanzina has aptly called the same mental schemes, the same models. While the kinship model was shaped by accepted European 12. Intellectual concepts and precedents, it was also reinforced by evidence from Mongo sources. Upon questioning, Mongo elders explained their political system to Europeans by recounting lineage genealogies that invariably ended with their own generation, revealing their senior position within society. Colonial agents also found that interpersonal relations within and between villages were expressed in familial terms. Youths referred to their seniors as father or mother, while neighboring communities often referred to each other as brother villages, seemingly indicative of a common clan membership. Mongo oral literature also emphasized the themes of kinship and seniority. Popular proverbs such as "glory is found in the family" and "the older one is the greater the respect reserved for him" reinforced the European view of the Mongo. Taken together, van der Kerken's prestige, his use of prevailing European theory, and the collaborative evidence from Mongo sources lent the kinship model a seemingly irrefutable validity. Subsequent colonial ethnographies of the Mongo that employed the conceptual framework of kinship only strengthened the model's perceived accuracy and uncritical acceptance. Moreover, by emphasizing social equilibrium and continuity in a formulaic manner, these ethnographic interpretations implied that groups such as the Mongo lacked an historical tradition. As village populations outgrew local resources, the lineages simply segmented in order to find fresh game and land elsewhere. Social change was orderly, predictable, and minimal. Unlike the European historical experience, the Mongo had remained a primitive stateless society, one that had failed to develop and change for centuries. Upon closer examination, however, van der Kerken's interpretation is oversimplified and misleading. There is a diverse body of evidence indicating that Mongo society was far more complex, competitive, and dynamic than his static kinship model. While kinship and seniority did serve to shape social behavior and attitudes, they were not the only organizational determinants at play. Social composition and stratification also reflected real variances in power, ability, and wealth, which were based on attributes of personal achievement as well as ascription. Historical change in the Congo Basin was continuous and unpredictable. 13. In stark contrast to van der Kerken's work, this chapter provides a revisionist interpretation of traditional Mongo society during the latter half of the 19th century. Although traditional historical records for this area and period are relatively scant, a combination of other sources contributes to a new understanding of the Mongo past. European travelers' accounts before 1900 contain valuable observations on local society, although these are somewhat few in number and concentrate on the western regions of the basin. Ethnographic studies by colonial administrators and missionaries are equally useful for their detailed ethnographic observations, even though some of their interpretive conclusions may be misguided. Another revealing source is Mongo oral literature that was recorded and translated by missionaries. Proverbs, poems, songs, and folklore provide insights into idealized social behavior and cultural values. Consequently, The following presentation is based on an amalgamation of archival, oral, and recent historical studies. 1 degree. The analysis is divided into two sections. The first section argues that the history of traditional Mongo society cannot be fully understood without an appreciation of the physical environment in the Congo basin. Patterns of subsistence production, shaped by the equatorial forest, directly influenced lifestyles, daily activities, social mobility, and historical change. The second section examines the influence of daily work on the operation and structure of the community, focusing specifically on the composition, identity, and roles of village members. This chapter ends with a reconsideration of the roles of kinship and seniority in Mongo society, particularly as expressed in oral literature, judicial deliberations, and Mongo cosmology. Land and labor, local patterns of subsistence production. In general, the Mongo are expansive, friendly, appreciate the joy of living, and insouciant, living from day to day in a tropical climate that generously offers life's necessities without much effort. G. van der Kerken, El ethnie Mung. Throughout human history, human adaptation to local environment has significantly shaped daily activities, social organization, 14. And cultural values. Nature has provided the foodstuffs and other necessities for survival which have influenced labor patterns, population densities, and social composition. Geography has limited or facilitated patterns of mobility and trade, while the distribution of local resources has served to define a people's material culture. Human dependence on water and land has spawned competition and conflict and has shaped cosmological beliefs and rituals. It would be erroneous, however, to conclude that the environment determines human history. On the contrary, people frequently have transformed nature to serve their specific needs. It is best to envision the environment as a natural laboratory in which humans conduct social experiments. The laboratory does not determine a people's fate, but it does present specific constraints or opportunities. The unique tropical environment of the Congo Basin and its dynamic relationship to African history and culture, however, has long been overlooked or misinterpreted by Westerners. Colonial-era studies generally portrayed the forest ecology and its inhabitants as uniform, ignoring significant regional variations that encouraged economic specialization and trade. The perceived impenetrable nature of the forest also was cited as a cause of Mongo isolation and non-development. In many cases, the universally significant relationship between people and their environment was largely ignored. The colonial-era ethnographic preoccupation with kinship patterns skewed research and inhibited serious inquiry into the demands and limitations imposed by nature on human activity and settlement. Many Europeans developed mythical and exotic images of the equatorial forest which led to fanciful interpretations of the Mongo past. Some viewed the forest environment as dark, mysterious, and savage, a place, in the words of Conrad, of lurking death and hidden evil that was capable of eliciting primitive and violent instincts. Others, like van der Kerken, described the forest as an unspoiled and beneficent Garden of Eden that provided its inhabitants with food, shelter, and other necessities without much work. 2 Ironically, these contrasting interpretations arrived at a common conclusion: the tropical environment of the Congo Basin had 15. Stunted African social development. Europeans who viewed the forest as hostile and savage concluded that the sheer struggle to survive in such a forbidding and harsh environment had thwarted normal intellectual and social evolution. As in the case of Conrad's Kuru, the Mongo had assimilated their character and culture to their savage surroundings. Those who believed in the beneficent forest theory argued that the free gifts of this timeless African Eden had discouraged human ingenuity and created an inherited indolence in its place. As explained by Edmund Lepley, director of colonial agriculture in 1920, the African has not our notions of work. His ideal is a lazy existence typical of inhabitants of tropical countries. The lure of wealth does not exist for him, for he is content merely to live. The more gains by working, the faster he will rest. I3 These colonial interpretations of the Central African environment were erroneous and their conclusions biased. The equatorial forest was neither uniformly savage nor beneficent, nor were the Mongo mere passive inhabitants of an unconquerable forest. Life in the Congo Basin demanded human adaptation and ingenuity. A closer examination of the Central African forest will correct these misguided and mythical images and highlight the significant ways that the environment shaped Mongo history, society, and culture. The Congo Basin is Central Africa's most distinguishing geographical feature. Estimated at nearly 1.5 million square miles, the basin straddles the equator and is mostly covered by tropical rainforests. Flowing from the eastern elevations towards the Atlantic in a large arc, the Zaire River bisects and drains the entire basin. The river and its many tributaries provide over 8,000 miles of navigable waterways into the interior, more than any other river system in Africa. 14 Despite the abundance of evergreen vegetation, soils in the Congo Basin generally are poor. A substantial portion of the basin is swamp, and still more is a mixture of marshy and firm land. 15 The climate of the basin has gained notoriety for its abundant rainfall, high heat, and oppressive humidity, which are all related to the geography of the basin and its location astride the equator. In the inner regions of the basin, annual precipitation averages more than 80 inches, rains tend to be heaviest in July, August, and September, and least during a comparatively dry season from the end of January through the beginning of March. Rain frequently arrives in short, violent, late afternoon thunderstorms. The heavy rainfall can quickly flood homes and erode cultivated fields. Temperature and humidity in the basin are generally high with little seasonal variation. Temperatures usually range between 74–83 degrees F. Whilk humidity averages around 80%. The tropical climate has produced ideal conditions for Sen. 17. Tral Africa's great equatorial forest, which covers more than 400,000 square miles. Contrary to early Western conceptions, the forest is not uniform throughout the basin. The distribution of flora and fauna, as well as fertile soils, is uneven, creating local habitats which have led to variations in human lifestyles. The beneficent forest theory is equally illusionary. Wild food sources, while seemingly abundant and varied, are in fact widely dispersed in the forest, making hunting and gathering time-consuming activities. Agriculture has been constrained by the heavy rains that have leached the soil of nutrients. Clothing and homes, made out of natural materials, decayed quickly in the warm, humid climate and demanded frequent replacement. Even today, Mongo residences constructed of earthen walls and thatched roofs must be reconstructed every 5 to 7 years. 17 The equatorial climate also has provided a prime environment for many human maladies, including malaria, sleeping sickness, and numerous other illnesses caused by bacteria, parasites, and viruses. While the precise scope and impact of these diseases on Central African history remains open to debate, they may contribute to Zaire's high infant mortality rate. A less visible consequence of disease is the loss of energy and vitality that a society suffers through illness, even non-fatal diseases. Malaria, for example, is a great killer, but it also causes periodic fevers and general sickness among such high percentages of the population that the efficient utilization of human resources is seriously impaired. Human history has been shaped significantly by the environment of the equatorial forest. The people now known collectively as the Mongo began to enter the central part of the Congo Basin around the 1st century AD. While the history of their early settlement lies outside the focus of this study, the early African adaptation to nature contradicts colonial-era accounts of the forest and its relationship to human society. According to Vanzana's linguistic research, the first migrants probably settled in the most favorable ecological niches, mainly along rivers, where fishing became a major productive activity. Other groups moved inland to engage in hunting and yam farming. Over time, economic specialization led to trade and to a socially defined distinction between the water people and the land people. The introduction of bananas sometime before 1000 AD revolutionized life in the forest. The Mongo and other forest peoples discovered that in comparison to their yams, bananas were more ideally adapted to the basin's environment and produced larger food harvests that required less overall labor. As more groups adopted the banana as their main staple crop, New areas of the forest were opened up for settlement, populations increased, and surplus labor was freed to engage in additional forms of economic specialization. Despite this agricultural revolution, however, Mongo communities continued to depend primarily on foodstuffs produced from trapping, collecting, and hunting. Moreover, population density in the Congo basin remained relatively low, around 4 to 6 persons per square kilometer. 20 by the 19th century, food production and its related activities continued to shape the daily life of the Mongo. While many villages engaged in specialized craft production such as pottery making, iron smelting, and the construction of dugout canoes, subsistence work dominated local labor patterns and strategies for survival. The Mongo engaged in 4 major food-producing activities: gathering, trapping and hunting, fishing, and agriculture. The dominance of one activity over another was shaped by regional habitats, seasonal opportunities, fluctuations in the supply of land and labor, and local preferences. In most communities, however, these 4 activities formed an integrated and flexible system designed to maximize the efficient use of natural resources, time, and labor. Moreover, the critical importance of subsistence production profoundly defined the fabric of Mongo life, influencing the basic organization and operation of village society. 21. Gathering natural resources and foodstuffs was an important subsistence activity. The Mongo harvested a wide range of products from the equatorial forest: wild fruits, vegetables, palm kernels, mushrooms, caterpillars, snails, termites, and other edible insects, as well as roots and vegetation used for beverages, spices, and medicines. Gathering also provided firewood and many of the materials used for housing, clothing, tools, and craft production. This activity required not only an 19. abundant resource base but also a profound knowledge of the nutritional and medicinal properties of naturally growing plants. Children, therefore, received botanical instruction at a very early age. Gathering activities also required seasonal adaptation. Although some forms of collecting were practiced year-round, other food-producing activities were oriented around the fruiting season of specific trees and plants. During the 8-week dry season, when agriculture was at its ebb, gathered foodstuffs provided the main source of nutrition. But despite the importance which gathering activity played in providing the necessities of life, the actual work was generally considered monotonous and delegated to women and children. Men did collect certain prestige items, such as medicinal plants, as well as palm kernels, honey, and heavy timber for housing, which required greater physical strength. 22 Products harvested from the easy Yas oil palm deserve special attention because of their unique importance to the Mongo way of life. Palm fruits, hacked down from the tops of trees by men, were cooked, pounded, and strained by women to produce a thick, orange palm oil that served a variety of needs, from cooking sauces to cosmetic ointments for the skin and hair. Palm fronds, also collected by men, were essential materials for housing and craft production. Palm wine, a sweet, mildly intoxicating drink obtained by tapping the trunks of palms, was a beverage shared at significant meetings, weddings, and other village festivities. Contrary to colonial perceptions, palm groves were not simply gifts of nature, rather, the tree demands a partially cleared terrain for propagation and growth. In this sense, palm groves are more correctly defined as orchards, for they were originally planted in prepared plots near residential sites or in fallow fields. Over time, large groves of trees multiplied as seeds fell and germinated naturally in the cleared areas. As villages moved to nearby areas in search of better farmland or more plentiful game, the palm orchards became more distant but were not abandoned. Men continued to travel to these trees to collect the fruit and fronds for their community needs. During the colonial period, however, many Belgian colonists mistakenly believed that Ilois palm groves were wild and largely unexploited. The colonial administration 20. Therefore, felt justified in granting monopoly rights on these palms to European concessionary companies, an act that led to conflict with Mongo communities in the 1920s. 23 A second major food-producing activity was trapping and hunting, prestigious forms of work reserved for men. Trapping was a collective enterprise, practiced at any time of the year. One Mongo technique, known as Zakombo, involved the construction of a small fence that enclosed cultivated fields or ran up through portions of the forest. At regularly spaced intervals, openings were left in the fence and rigged with a noose attached to a pulled-down branch. As small animals attempted to pass through, they sprung the trap and were either trapped or killed. Monkeys were also trapped by various nooses placed around holes in trees that contained a bait of fruit or nuts. As the animal put its hand in the hole, a hunter hidden on a nearby branch pulled the noose tight, trapping the animal until it was knifed or speared. 24 Larger forest animals such as antelopes, boars, and even elephants were tracked and hunted by groups of men with nets, bows and arrows, and long stabbing spears. Success demanded collaboration and access to large areas of forest. Small hunting expeditions were practiced year-round by groups of young men, while special celebrations or feasts were often marked by village-wide hunts. Cooperation reinforced group camaraderie while also providing opportunities for some individuals to demonstrate strength, cunning, and courage. The prestige associated with trapping and hunting was reflected in Mongo culture. These activities were regulated by more rituals and ceremonies than other subsistence activities. Hunting and trapping were also predominantly featured in Mongo folklore. Many local proverbs and fables, for example, were expressed within the context of a hunting or trapping expedition, illustrating that local communities held these activities in great esteem. 25 Mongo communities also engaged in seasonal fishing, but this activity held neither the subsistence importance nor the social prestige of trapping and hunting. Mongo fishers were generally women who fished collectively were at their lowest. Women during the dry season when streams dammed streams by building mud. 21. Dikes around pools, allowing fresh water from upstream to penetrate only slowly. After 2 days, they emptied out some of the water with calabashes, exposing the small fish at the bottom that were scooped up with wicker baskets. In some cases, women made a poison derived from the fruit of the bololo tree to suffocate the fish in the pool, making them rise to the surface for easy collection. Fish were either eaten immediately or were preserved through smoking, which allowed for more flexible use. 26 Some Mongo villages in the Chihuahua region obtained fish through exchange with the Ilongot, fishermen who lived along the banks of the Bizura and Chihuahua rivers. Unlike the Mongo, the Ilongot specialized in fishing. It was a year-round activity, practiced by collective parties of men who employed a variety of traps and nets. In exchange for Mongo agricultural products, the Ilongot traded smoked fish, pottery made from riverbank clay, and salt. As professional fishers, the Ilongot also were proficient navigators and makers of in the 19th century. As international commerce expanded into the inner basin, riverine groups like the Ilongot devoted increasing amounts of time and labor to long-distance trade. The final major food-producing activity was agriculture. Farm crops and techniques were not uniform throughout the Congo basin. Regional variations emerged that were correlated with environmental habitats, local demographic patterns, and unique cultural preferences for one staple crop over another. By the 19th century, however, agriculture was becoming increasingly significant in its contribution to Mongo subsistence food production. A principal factor behind the rise in farming was the introduction and spread of new food crops into the inner Congo basin. Maize, ground nuts, and beans, introduced to Central Africa by the Portuguese in the 16th century, spread inland from the Atlantic coast and augmented the established staples of yams, bananas, oil palms, and other crops. The Mongo employed flexible agricultural strategies and techniques to maximize production of different crops and to make the most efficient use of foodstuffs and medicinal their land, labor, and technology. Some plants, such as sweet bananas, hot pep. 22. Purse, indigenous greens, and lemongrass, were grown in small homesite gardens established near residences. These gardens tended to be intensely cultivated and fertilized with compost, They may also have served as experimental plots for new crops. 29 Major crops such as yams and bananas typically were cultivated in larger fields more distant from the homestead. Like many other African societies, the Mongo practiced shifting agriculture by rotating fields in order to allow for the natural restoration of the soil's fertility. After 3 to 5 years of cultivation, new fields were cleared for cultivation while the old were left to be reclaimed by the tropical vegetation. Optimal agricultural production, therefore, required both adequate land resources for field rotations and labor for preparing new fields from the forest. 30 The agricultural cycle generally began during the short dry season from the end of January to the beginning of March, when fields were prepared for planting. New areas for cultivation were first tested for their soil fertility by examining the types and distribution of natural vegetation. Once a suitable site was chosen, work parties of 20 to 25 men cleared the terrain of trees and heavy vegetation using regionally produced iron knives, machetes, and axes. Desirable trees, such as oil palms or other fruiting varieties, were left undisturbed. After a period of drying, the cleared brush was burned in place. At this point, agricultural work became the primary responsibility of women. With the onset of heavy rains in March and April, women planted and tended the crops until their harvest. Farming in the inner Congo basin was and remains a time-consuming and labor-intensive activity. Recent field research in the Chihuahua region discovered that Mongo women went to their fields daily to weed, repair eroded soil, and harvest vegetables for meals. They typically departed for the farms early in the morning and did not return to their homes until late afternoon. As agriculture has become an increasingly important subsistence activity in the 20th century, the relative workload of women has undoubtedly increased. While food production dominated daily work patterns, survival demanded additional forms of subsistence labor. In most instances, this work also was divided and defined by gender. In 23. Addition to their hunting and trapping activities, men constructed homes, made assorted tools, weapons, and utensils, and managed the affairs of their households. Apart from their farming and gathering, women were the keepers of the hearth and home. They gathered firewood, prepared meals, made baskets and pots, and cared for the children. 32 This analysis of the Mongo's predominant subsistence activities contradicts many of the colonial myths regarding the forest environment and its relationship to the local inhabitants. Clearly, the Mongo were not held hostage to a savage environment, nor were they passive recipients of nature's plentiful bounty. In contrast, the Mongo developed flexible and creative productive strategies that accounted for both environmental and social constraints and potentials. Gathering, trapping and hunting, fishing, and agriculture formed an integrated system that was sensitive to ecological conditions and seasonal variations. Collectively practiced, these activities provided a well-balanced diet, a steady supply of foodstuffs, and spread out labor demands. Shifting agriculture, for example, was an ideal system that conformed to the region's poor soils, the lack of fertilizers and labor-saving technology, and the relative abundance of land in relation to workers. 33 These same productive strategies, in turn, profoundly shaped Mongo social structure. Food production dominated daily activities, affected seasonal work patterns, and inspired an uneven gender division of labor. Men engaged in work that was both more dangerous and more prestigious, while women were assigned such tasks as weeding and hoeing that men considered lowly and monotonous. More importantly, patterns of subsistence work required a critical ratio of labor to land that influenced population density and mobility. In their use of shifting agriculture, the Mongo generally allowed fields to remain fallow for a period of 3 to 5 years in order to restore soil fertility. As a result, local communities needed at least 4 to 5 times the amount of land actually under cultivation at any given time. Additional land resources were needed for hunting and gathering. Consequently, Mongo villages were separated from one another by sizable tracts of forest. When nearby land became depleted or too far from 24. Established residences, or if population growth strained local resources and undermined health, households or entire villages moved in search of fresh land. Traditional Mongo society was therefore semi-nomadic, because it required periodic relocations and regular social mobilities for while overpopulation strained local resources, insufficient labor also threatened survival. Once again, a critical ratio of workers to land had to be met. Lacking labor-saving machines or beasts of burden, subsistence work was labor-intensive and required a collaborative group effort for survival and maximum efficiency. As described earlier, gathering, hunting, fishing, and farming were all characterized by collective work parties. Individual efforts were either insufficient or produced lower yields. According to some estimates, groups with fewer than 30 members were hard-pressed to meet subsistence needs over an extended period in the Congo Basin. 35 The desire for a unified and collective workforce found expression in Mongo cultural values. Notions of land tenure, for example, placed common ownership of the land over individual property. In theory, if not always in practice, all members of the community were entitled to use ancestral land. The forest is a relic of the ancestors, explained one proverb. It stays with the family. 36 The virtues of collaboration were also expressed in work songs. Sung to break the monotony of daily labor, songs such as the women's fishing chant cited below tended to criticize divisive individualism while praising the benefits of group labor. 37 If you speak a lot, return home. If you insult people, return home. If you criticize people, return home. If you are cowardly, return home. If you aren't happy, return home. If you are lazy, return home. The collaborative work critical for subsistence production, however, was sometimes not met through the reproductive capabilities of the family alone. Oral traditions contain many stories of 25 groups in search of new members in order to stave off extinct Ione. 3 Many households responded to this need by adopting outsiders into their community or by migrating and making alliances with more sizable households. While fulfilling labor needs, social mobility also created a heterogeneous village population that was not defined solely by kinship. The assimilation of outsiders created new distinctions of personal identity, social stratification, and inequality that were ignored in the colonial segmentary lineage model. Work, society, and culture in the 1880s. Mongo society is egalitarian, democratic, and totalitarian, all at the same time. G. van der Kerken, Ethnie Monk. The Mongo have had a long historical tradition of political decentralization and social mobility. Vanzina has recently argued that these twin features were common to most groups living in the Congo Basin by at least AD 1000 and were the result of a preserved cultural heritage. They were also the products of man's adaptation to the Central African environment. Observations made by late 19th century European travelers in the western regions of the inner basin reaffirm a continuity of these traditions. The Mongo lived in small-scale societies organized into village clusters whose size generally ranged from 100 to 300 people. In some cases, several villages formed districts to provide for common defense against external threats. Within the village, people resided in distinct household compounds. While their relative importance varied according to specific needs and conditions, the household, village, and district were the three principal territorial units of Mongo. The household compound, commonly called Eton in the Chihuahua region, was the primary residence in which people carried out their lives. It was the main unit of economic production and socialization. The average size of the Etuka varied considerably, but the range generally fell between 20 to 40 members, an optimal size for collective labor requirements. Each compound was largely autonomous in its internal affairs and was led by a senior elder, who was commonly referred to as Tata or Father. 4 The village was generally an agglomeration of several compounds. As a cohesive unit, the village undertook certain large productive activities such as the clearing of forests and acted in unison for defense against outside attacks. Community affairs were administered by a council of compound elders and the Bokuzaka, an elder who had received the council's recognition as group leader. Given the need for land for hunting, gathering, and shifting agriculture, villages were seemingly isolated, separated from each other by expanses of forest that ranged from 1/2 mile to several miles. 43 In times of war and instability, dispersed Mongo villages often formed districts, which were essentially territorial alliances intended to provide for a stronger common defense. Unlike the village, the district had no institutionalized political structure. Decisions were made by a loose collection of village bokulaka, other prominent male seniors, and medicine men respected for their war magic and divination skills. The authority of the district over villages and compounds was generally minimal and temporary. Over time, however, defensive alliances and intermarriage created a sense of district identity that overlapped with compound and village. According to the colonial segmentary lineage model, the compound, village, and district were portrayed as timeless, unchanging structures, which operated in state of orderly equilibrium and were organized and defined by common kinship and relative seniority. Vanderkerken portrayed the Atuka as a blood-related extended family or lineage, whose members were arranged hierarchically along the lines of relative seniority. In a similar manner, villages were considered collections of related lineages, while districts were deemed clans that could trace their descent to a common ancestor. In keeping with this colonial theoretical perception, local authority figures, the elders and chiefs, owed their positions and prestige to right of birth. Moreover, their rule was described as essentially paternal. Other historical evidence, however, clearly contradicts the 27 central premises of the colonial kinship model. A careful investigation of recorded Mongo genealogies, for example, revealed that villages were composed of a heterogeneous mixture of people, core kin-related families, groups of matrilineal kin and wives, and an assortment of non-related friends, clients, and slaves. In some cases, the number of non-related residents was much larger than kin-related family members. 46 This demographic evidence underscores serious flaws in the colonial portrayal of Mongo society. First, the inclusion of outsiders into an established compound or village was a response to the needs of subsistence production, which in turn were dictated by the unique environmental constraints of the equatorial forest. Second, the heterogeneous composition of Mongo society suggests that interpersonal relations were not solely defined by principles of kinship and seniority. Although generally ignored by colonial ethnographers, the Mongo did distinguish gradations in social status in three broad categories: those with authority, those who were inferior, and those with no voice in local matters. These indigenous and non-kinship distinctions provide a framework for social analysis that yields additional insights into the structure of Mongo society. 47 At the top of village society, invested with authority and special status, the leaders of compounds were the dominant big men of they administered the internal affairs of their compound, delegated tasks, and managed food production, acted as arbitrators of disputes, and represented the compound to the outside world. Within the village, they formed a council of elders that governed according to ancestral laws and regulated external relations. Village leaders held special signs of office, consumed the best portions of the hunt, had the most wives, and received respect and deference from the entire Sirunranunity. Oral histories still affirm the special rank and status of pre-colonial elders and chiefs. In the village of Ntamba, for example, the life history of Chief Lifek has remained vivid in the memory of the people. Lifek was a great Bokulaka who protected village from its enemies. Chiefs in those days had the best houses and many wives, and they did not need to hunt or fish because others would do it for them. 50. 28. The authority and prestige of big men was expressed and justified by cultural values that emphasized the importance of the leader's family ties and relative seniority. Mongo proverbs stressed that one ruled by right of birth. Special privileges of elders were reinforced in various poetic codes of consumption, such as for each beast that is killed, there is a man to eat its liver. 51 All of our ancestors' laws, explained another informant, distinguished between an elder's share and that of a junior. 5 Social titles also defined and reinforced the rule of seniors. Among the Mongo, leaders were often addressed as Ese or Ensani Ese, signifying the leader's status as the eldest living member of the lineage. Such a revered position was perceived to impart superior wisdom and responsibility for the administration of ancestral law and the allocation of ancestral land. As recounted in a proverb, elders have the experience of life, they know its difficulties. It is wise to listen to their advice and counsel. 53 early European observations from the 1880s and 1890s, however, suggest alternative explanations of African authority in the Congo basin. In the 1880s, missionary George Grenfell described a typical chief as the strongest and bravest man of the community, the boldest hunter, the fiercest fighter. Another missionary added that big men gained their prominence because of intelligence, eloquence, bravery, wealth, and great influence. Based on his experiences in the interior, the English trader E.J. Glave concluded that the so-called chiefs rank according to the number of their warriors. The title is not hereditary but gained by one member proving his superiority to his fellows. The most influential chief in a village has necessarily the greatest number of men. 954 Glave's description is reinforced by African testimony. Lifek, the famous headman of Ntamba, was described by Mongo elders as a great warrior possessing superior strength, charisma, and influence. Moreover, the storytellers stressed that leadership was an achieved and not inherited position. Before the Belgians, explained one old man, we had no chiefs as they later became. Our villages used to be led by famous Wari 01s. Linguistics lends support to this interpretation. In the local language of Lamongo. 29. The title Bokulaka meant patriarch and was used as a title of respect for the village leader. But the title was also used to honor a man with a large family, significant influence, or great wealth. 56 Carafblu consideration of this evidence suggests that the ranking of village members by kinship and seniority was tentative, irregular, and was determined as much by personal achievement as it was by relative seniority. The critical determinant for a leader's position and authority in society was the size of his compound, which may be viewed politically as his loyal following. In an environment where land was abundant but labor comparatively scarce, the ability to command a large group of dependents had significant economic, political, and social implications. A large compound, comprising sufficient workers to ensure subsistence needs, made it possible to engage in forms of specialized production that could generate new forms of wealth through trade. A big man's surplus labor could also be loaned to other compounds in return for future political support or economic tribute. Finally, a large following generated social prestige. In traditional Mongo society, wealth, influence, and power was measured by the number of family members and dependents within a compound. As expressed in a proverb, the health of a banana is found in the number of its leaves. 57 The maintenance of a loyal following, however, was not as static as the colonial model implied. Rather, it required big men to skillfully use their personal influence, position, and wealth to control and reward their Ituka members while simultaneously attracting new members to the compound. Leadership was therefore highly competitive and subject to change. Mongo villages exhibit different degrees of political centralization at any moment. Some men, like the renowned Lifek, were able to manipulate their wealth in order to become quite powerful and even feared. In most other cases, however, villages contained several compounds of near equal strength in numbers. In this instance, the power of any one big man over the others was limited. Authority over land and dependence was generally more collective in this case, operating through the village council of elders. In either case, authority patterns in traditional Mongo society were far more competitive and susceptible to change than envy. 30. C. Zion in the models constructed by colonial ethnographers. Seniors certainly used their privileged positions to create and command loyalty, but age alone was not a guarantee of power and influence. Most Europeans, however, tended to attribute personal achievement and fluctuations in power to the disruptive influence of Western contact. 58 George van der Kerken more accurately noted that Mongo society was egalitarian, democratic, and totalitarian, all at the same time, but his model was unable to account for these apparent contradictions. The explanation clearly lies in the dynamic nature of Mongo authority. Village leaders were truly big men, for their position and authority was directly linked to their ability to win and maintain the allegiance of others. As expressed in a local saying, "Wealth is not eternal, it is able to be lost." 59. The competitive nature of Mongo authority helps to explain the identity and roles of those of inferior status. The largest group of this status were women. As previously discussed, women played several roles in local society. First and foremost, women were housewives and mothers. A wife was the person who attended to the satisfaction of her husband's daily needs, nourishment, compound cleaning, and bearing and raising the children. As farmers and gatherers, women significantly contributed to daily food production and the subsistence needs of the group. As mothers, they increased the size of the following and ensured the continuation of the lineage. To bachelors, the taking of wives symbolized the coming of age and increased their independence from their parents. Despite their productive and reproductive contributions to the Atuka, women clearly occupied a lower social rung than men. Although economically incorporated into her husband's family, the wife politically remained a member of her own Propel family and had little say in the larger issues concerning the community. Moreover, with rare exceptions, women did not possess individual property and could not dispose of the fruits of their labor without the consent of their husbands. They also received harsher penalties than men for social infractions such as adultery. A wife's infidelity could result in her banishment or possible death, while that of the husband was often blamed on the inadequacies of his. 31. Wife. The overall subservient role of women was succinctly expressed in the following Mongo proverb: "Those who are wives belong to their husbands, those who are single belong to their fathers." Marriage, the process through which most women became assimilated into the compound, provides additional insights into the competitive character of Mongo society. All wives came from exogamous groups, usually from other villages in the district. According to local stories, wives used to be taken from their parents' home by men who left behind an arrow to mark their identity and acceptance of responsibility. In some instances, such kidnapping, if not agreeable to the woman's family, was a cause for war. Additional forms of pairing evolved over time, including the exchange of sisters and a delayed exchange, whereby a woman was given to a man who would replace her with one from his own Atuka at a later date. Marriage by bride price developed from marriage by exchange, particularly after the growth of long-distance trade in the late 18th century. By the 1880s, at least 6 different forms of marriage coexisted, reflecting the creative adaptability of Mongo society. 61 Marriage with bride price exchange involved several stages, each with its own items, discussions, and ceremonial practices. According to Mongo sources in the Chihuahua region, the major items of exchange went from the man's group to the woman's and included iron knives, axes, and chains, bead necklaces, leopard's teeth, and in the case of a particularly significant union, a slave. The man's household also provided the housing materials and cooking utensils for the new woman, for she left her village without possessions. The exchange of foodstuffs and other presents, however, was mutual and continued through the life of the marriage. 62 As in other regions of Africa, the circulation of women was commonly manipulated by the big men to reinforce their authority. G3 This was particularly evident in the case of bride price forms of marriage. The key to the elders' control lay in the nature of the Mongo inheritance system. Property that was passed down from one generation to another was deemed familial and was managed by seniors. Bride price items were perceived as collectively owned by the family, yet the right of individual members to this property, 32, was ultimately decided by the elders. Not surprisingly, big men saw to their own interests first and they became the principal polygamists in the community. 64 Village elders also used their control over bride price distribution to maintain the obedience of unmarried sons, clients, and slaves. Bachelors failing in their duties of work, submission, or respect could be publicly cursed and demoted from their genealogical position within the Atuka. Dispossession was a serious threat, because it inhibited the ability to acquire a wife and damaged the prospects for future higher status and authority. Obedience was reinforced through Mongo proverbs: a well-educated youth needs only one order. Consequently, a man's search for a wife seldom began before he was 30, until then, he lived in his parents' compound and under their supervision. Most youths remained subservient to their elders' wishes and cultivated their favor, waiting for their own turn to advance through generational succession. Dispossessed or disgruntled youths, however, did have some options. One was through warfare, which offered the opportunity for juniors to capture their own women or bride price items from conquered groups. War always posed a potential threat to established authority, as expressed in Mongo folklore: it is the young who want war and the old who yearn for peace. 66 Outside of conflict, youths could also seek aid and shelter from matrilineal kin. According to local evidence and proverbs, it was rare for a maternal uncle to refuse to help, for he had been enriched by the bride price received in exchange for the nephew's mother. In return, however, the young man had to fulfill certain work obligations that benefited the uncle and his etuka, which often required a lengthy stay in the uncle's village. A local proverb warned, "Haste will not dig up rings in a foreign country." 67 A big man's control over bride price was also instrumental in maintaining a loyal following of clients. A man who provided clients with bride price became the social father of the subsequent offspring, with rights to bride wealth which might eventually be paid for daughters and rights of paternity over sons who would then be counted among junior kin. In cases where women and 33 male clients cohabitated without an exchange of bride price, the elders of the etuka retained control over children born from this union. Matrimonial exchanges also allowed for the formation of alliances with neighboring groups, creating kin ties that promoted increased cooperation, particularly for trade and defensive needs. As summarily related in folklore, a rich man gains from his generosity. 68 While women were manipulated to attract outsiders, make alliances, and control youth, their exploitation and inferior status was not absolute. As one popular proverb warned, a mistreated woman will drown her husband in tears. 69 Women could exercise their power within the hierarchy and, if necessary, they could exert their independence. In polygamous households, wives competed for the affection of their husband. One woman explained that even though she was the second wife, she was the favorite and was consequently granted the closest and most fertile fields for her work. Moreover, when a third wife was taken, the second was able to dominate the newcomer and order her about. Women also competed for the affection of children, and it was expected that a son would protect and provide for his mother if her husband died or mistreated her. In the event that a wife had no recourse to these options and felt exploited or badly treated, she could return to her home village. The importance of women maintaining kin ties is reflected in the Mongo saying, "If you are married, don't lose touch with your own family." 70 A final class of Mongo social distinction was reserved for non-kin clients or those with no voice in affairs. In the Chihuahua region, clients were further divided according to three main groups: refugees, maternal kin, and slaves. While each subgroup had its own unique role and status in society, they all were theoretically inferior to the resident kingrope and were dependent upon the reigning big men. The Bokola or refugees, according to local sources, were groups of people, often comprising one or two etuka, who fled their home areas because of war, famine, or epidemics. Resettlement generally provoked conflict with resident groups, since most of the equatorial forest was claimed as ancestral land by 34. One village or another. Either the Bokola were chased away by a threat of force or a pact was made between the big men of each group. The nature of the pact varied and probably was shaped by the relative size and strength of the refugee group. Those groups of refugees who had enough members to form their own etuka maintained their own autonomous residences and identity. However, as strangers living off the land of others, they were expected to pay tribute to the resident big men, the guardians of ancestral territory, and participate in common defense. According to available evidence, the tribute items most often included leopard's teeth, antelope horns, copper, and slaves. Although the payment of tribute was largely a symbolic expression of fealty to their patron, It also strengthened the position of the elders. The goods were used for their own personal enjoyment, particularly in acquiring new wives, or they were redistributed to Atuka members to reinforce their loyalty. At the same time, clients were not exploited too greatly, for they would choose a new guardian. Over time, distinctions between the refugee and host groups often blurred or were forgotten. Common undertakings, such as the clearing of village sites and defending the village, reinforced ties that were further strengthened through intermarriage. The Latanga were groups or individuals leaving their home Atuka to find refuge with their maternal kin. Local sources cite numerous reasons for their flight from home, but among these, two primary motives emerge. Either they chose to leave, such as the case of disgruntled youth who were denied bride price, or they were obliged to leave following a serious social infraction such as murder. Maternal uncles generally welcomed their nephews and often provided them with the means to obtain wives and become socially independent. In return, nephews acknowledged their indebtedness through their loyalty and work. Like the Bokola clients, their forms of labor and marriage patterns did not significantly differ from other full members of the Atuka, which reveals that they were generally economically and socially integrated with the others. The existence of Latanga also highlights another weakness of the colonial kinship model. Van der Kerken had argued that African societies had strict rules of descent, either exclusively patrilineal or matrilineal. But actual Mongo behavior indicates the practice of a bilateral kinship structure that provided additional flexibility for productive and political purposes. 73 The final group of inferior status were slaves. Although indigenous forms of servitude in the Congo basin predated the international trade in slaves, it is doubtful that slavery was practiced to any large extent in the Chihuahua region. Ethnographic surveys found that most slaves were captured as a consequence of small-scale warfare. During battle, victorious warriors chased the vanquished through their village and into the forest, profiting from the confusion by capturing as many men, women, and children as possible. While some captives were immediately killed to avenge the death of warriors, most prisoners were ransomed back to their home communities. Others were taken away and traded to communities more distant. Goods which were received from ransom and trade generally were appropriated by the big men, who in turn commonly redistributed these goods to maintain or increase their loyal following. 74 Some slaves were obtained in repayment for serious crimes such as murder. If the guilty party could not reimburse the victim's family with his own slave, he himself was enslaved. In this case, it was likely that the condemned man would seek the protection of his maternal kin as a Latanga. Additional slaves came from marriage relations. According to traditions, the final payment of the bride price, the bosango, used to include a slave. This was a sign of prestige and wealth, and also a convenient means of getting rid of troublemakers or those who consistently sought to escape. 75 In theory, slaves were the most exploited people of the Atuka. Separated from their kin and the protection that it had afforded, slaves had no rights. Politically, economically, and socially, the slave depended on his patron. In some instances, male slaves were forced to undertake women's work, a demeaning task that differentiated them from other men in the community. In most instances, however, slaves were well treated even if they remained socially inferior. Loyalty was ensured not through intimidation or deprivation, but through controlled assimilation by the master, who provided their slaves with wives and land. Masters also 36. Protected their slaves from the abuse and exploitation of others. The rather benign character of Mongo slavery was revealed after the Belgian colonial administration announced the abolishment of slavery in 1913. To the surprise of the colonialists, many slaves refused to leave their masters. 76 In a broad perspective, the composition, roles, and status of village members demonstrate that traditional Mongo society was far more stratified and irregular than the colonial model anticipated. Village life was also highly dynamic and susceptible to change. Hunting, gathering, and farming encouraged social mobility, which provided an opportune occasion for residents to re-evaluate their allegiances and interests. Leaders died or became feeble, offering opportunities to ambitious competitors or junior members of the household. Compounds competed for the patronage of clients while wives and dependents ran away if poorly treated. At any moment, warfare could upset social stability through the loss of land or people. The static, ahistorical interpretation of the Mongo past that was implied in the segmentary lineage model was clearly illusionary. Yet the colonial emphasis on kinship and seniority was not totally without merit, for both played important roles in shaping social behavior, attitudes, and values. In the face of life's uncertainties, kinship principles explained social stratification while it served to perpetuate it. Although political authority was based on one's wealth in goods and followers, it was commonly legitimized according to genealogical descent. Once established, big men maintained or increased their power through land allocation, matrimonial exchange, and rights of appropriation, which were all expressed in terms of kinship and seniority. The flexibility of the kinship system allowed villages and houses to adapt to change yet maintain a coherent internal organization. Lineage ideology also preserved a measure of internal cohesion and stability. Matrimonial alliances with clients and the gradual assimilation of outsiders into the family prevented the formation of separate and unequal class consciousness. Junior members of society were encouraged to accept the direction of the elders because they too would eventually inherit positions of power. 37. And prestige. In this way, ideology sought to provide unity, security, and stability. Both ideological principle and social reality were mirrored in the culture of the Mongo. One of the more interesting forms of this dialectical relationship is found in Mongo oral literature, which includes histories, folk tales, proverbs, poems, songs, and greetings called zosak. 3 proverbs and folk tales played a particularly significant role in the expression of normative rules of social behavior. Folk tales were an essential part of a child's education, for the entertaining stories frequently were centered on a moral or piece of wisdom. Proverbial themes dealt with all aspects of life, although as shown below, the ideals of mutual obligation, respect for authority, and the importance of the family were particularly stressed. 78. A rich man gains from generosity. Help received today is returned tomorrow. The older one is, the greater the respect. The young cannot teach tradition to the old. The health of a banana is measured in its leaves as. The fish does not reject its water, man must follow that of the family is in its members. Family. Other proverbs extol virtuous behavior and criticize actions detrimental to social harmony. These sayings found common usage in the judicial deliberations and pronouncements of the Council of Elders. In the absence of codified laws, proverbs such as the following often acted as the legal precedents on which decisions were based. 79 An action repeated has a motive of interest. Before judging others, judge yourself. Firewood burns as long as it is not wet, a good man. It is better to hunger than to steal. You hoard food while the child of your mother dies. Triumphs only when he is just. In some instances, proverbs seem to be contradictory or 38. Expressive of two or more different values, as seen in those focusing on war and peace. 0 Peace is preferable to war. Peace is preferable to the rich. To keep the peace, prevent arguments. To keep the peace, one must sometimes do battle. The contradictory themes expressed in the preceding examples were not atypical. Proverbs that deal with appropriate behavior toward authority figures stress loyalty, confidence, respect, and submission, while others criticize leaders who manipulate loyalty to their own personal advantage. The seemingly antagonistic themes commonly found in Mongo oral literature reflect two important features of social dynamics. First, society was not uniformly shaped by the ideological norms of behavior, actual events and practices often widely departed from the ideal. Second, oral codes of behavior were remarkably flexible and responsive to historical change. While elders engaged in judicial deliberations looked to long-established rules of behavior expressed in proverbs for guidance, their final solutions reflected contemporary needs, values, and social relationships. The tension between the ideal and actual world was also manifested in Mongo cosmological beliefs and rituals. In its most basic form, A religion is a system of beliefs and attitudes about a person's place in the universe and one's relationship with supernatural forces. Central to Mongo cosmology was the conception and worship of the ancestors. People believed in a number of different deities and spirits, including a supreme being, but these were approachable only through the intervention of deceased elders and relatives. Prayers for healthy children, success in battle, or safe journey were therefore addressed to the ancestors. In the process of ancestral worship, however, local villagers were expressing an ideology of common descent that reinforced group solidarity. As succinctly expressed in a proverb, all are equal in the eyes of the ancestors. E1 In contrast to the solidarity inherent in ancestral worship, the magic performed by the fetishist provided striking evidence that 39. People did not live without competition and conflict. According to Vanzina, witchcraft was an admission of social inequality. Villagers attributed most types of misfortune, such as illness, infertility, bad luck, or extreme poverty, to spells or charms in operation against them. These, in turn, were most often attributed to a competitor's greed, ambition, or hatred. At the same time, significant good fortune or success was perceived to be linked to the possession of beneficial charms. The fetishist himself inherited his position originally through the show of superior skills. Magic therefore provided a means for people to explain social inequality without undermining the basic structure of society. The preceding overview of traditional Mongo society is clearly not a complete reconstruction of their past. Large gaps of information and missing detail about people's livelihoods and experiences remain. But despite its brevity, this analysis has challenged the most significant factual and conceptual inaccuracies of a colonial model that has distorted African history in the Congo Basin. Two specific misconceptions deserve further emphasis. First, Mongo society cannot be understood without reference to its patterns of subsistence production, which in turn, requires a reassessment of the Mongo's historical relationship to nature. In contrast to European perceptions, the Mongo were not passive inhabitants of the equatorial forest. Optimal survival demanded mobility and a collaborative group effort, which profoundly shaped the composition and organization of the compound, village, and district. Second, Mongo society was highly competitive and manifested more forms of inequality than most Europeans recognized. Competition also inspired types of social change that were neither uniform nor predictable. Although leadership was legitimized by notions of kinship and seniority, it was in fact rooted in an individual's ability to attract and maintain a loyal following. Personal achievement, as well as seniority and kinship, served to shape Mongo society. Belgian colonialists, however, misunderstood or ignored 40. These significant features of Mongo society. Through various means, they alienated what they perceived to be underutilized African land and labor for their own profit-making purposes, which upset the delicate balance of local food production. At the same time, the colonial state implemented a native policy based on their colonial kinship model, eliminating traditional forms of competition, prestige, and social mobility. By appointing chiefs on the basis of seniority and kinship, the Belgians attempted to make Mongo society conform to their model and expectations. These changes took place in the Chihuahua region after 1910, once Belgian forces in the Congo Basin had acquired sufficient strength to impose their will on Africans. Before the 20th century, however, Europeans in Central Africa had been constrained to deal with the local populations on a more equal footing. For nearly 3 centuries, the character of relations between whites and blacks was shaped by trade, particularly in slaves and ivory. International commerce initiated a period of profound change in the Congo Basin, enriching some individuals while enslaving others. It also set the stage and tone for future African-European relations in the Congo. 41. 3. Slaves and ivory, the development n. Congo Basin 1650 to 1891. Impact of long-distance trade in the white man has come to us in his house that walks on the water. What has he come here to do? Does he come as a friend or to make war? Let the white man reply. An African chief to a European explorer, 18,871. For centuries, the equatorial forest region of Zaire remained largely free of external influences and events. Then, beginning in the 17th century, the inner basin became increasingly incorporated into an international commercial system which linked its products and producers to markets and consumers thousands of miles away. The original impetus for the development of this system came from the Atlantic slave trade. Responding to new opportunities for enrichment from the trade in human cargo, African river dwellers created a vast trading network up the Congo River and its main tributaries. By the late 18th century, an estimated 15,000 slaves were exported annually from the Congo coast by European slavers who received their cargo from African middlemen. In the mid-19th century, the export of slaves was replaced by a new demand for African ivory. Commercial networks expanded even further into the inner basin as African traders sought out fresh and cheap sources of elephant tusks. By the 1890s, the Congo became a major source of the world's ivory, exporting nearly 1,000 tons a year to major European market. 42. L. THC lucrative ivory trade all racked worldwide attention and led to THC first Lauren intrusions into THC Congo Basin. Iager 10 and their reliance on Rican middlemen in order to increase their profit margins, the foreigners sought direct access to ivory sources deep in the interior. From THC caste, Islamic traders from THC island of Zanzibar pushed their caravan routes deep into the equatorial forest, reaching THC eastern limits of the inner basin in the 1890s. At the same time, European merchant traders arrived from the west, launching steamboats, establishing trading posts, and purchasing ivory from African traders along the Congo River. For the entry of European traders into the Congo interior ultimately resulted in the loss of African sovereignty. In August of 1885, the Congo Free State was created at the Berlin Conference, an act that marked the beginning of the colonial era. Although many Africans, particularly the long-distance traders, tried to resist these foreign incursions, the military superiority of the foreigners won out. But while conquest proved possible, both the Europeans and the Zanzibari recognized the need to establish friendly and cooperative relations with African traders and ivory hunters. They had neither the knowledge, manpower, nor skill to exploit the forest's resources on their own. Consequently, this first phase of foreign intrusion into the inner basin was not entirely one-sided. The outsiders were forced to come to terms with Africans and arrange mutually beneficial commercial relationships. The indigenous development of a long-distance commercial network from the 16th to 19th centuries had a great, though highly uneven, impact on African work patterns and social dynamics in the Congo Basin. The magnitude of change was greatest in those communities along the main river trading routes. In some areas, fishermen abandoned their traditional ways of life to become professional slave and ivory traders. Many small villages grew into larger commercial centers populated by large numbers of slaves and led by wealthy, self-made entrepreneurs. In areas further removed from the main river systems, the impact of international commerce was not as profound. Most Mongo communites in the Chihuahua region were only marginally affected by the rise of long-distance trade. But in some areas, particularly in the western 43 regions of the inner basin, opportunities arising from participation in trade created new sources of wealth and prestige for local big men, which ultimately served to transform patterns of social identity, stratification, and mobility. This chapter explores the introduction and evolution of international commerce in the inner Congo Basin, a process which initiated important social changes and shaped the future direction of Belgian colonialism. The first section of the chapter traces the development of the trading network from its beginnings along the Atlantic coast in the 16th century to the arrival of competing European traders in the late 19th century. The second section examines long-distance trade in greater detail, focusing on patterns of production, exchange, and the resulting social impact on Africans. The final section explores more deeply the character of early African-European relations in the inner basin, Many of the attitudes and perceptions developed during this formative period were to shape cross-cultural relations throughout the colonial era. The evolution of a long-distance trading network in the Congo Basin. Before the arrival of the whites, our fathers made many trading expeditions, called baluka by us. They went to buy goods and guns from Etlacola. Then they traveled up the Bizura as far as Mkuas. They had 100 men in a canoe. Arriving at their destination, they bought slaves and ivory. Account from a descendant of a Bolaki trader 5. During his unprecedented trip across Central Africa in the mid-1870s, Henry Morton Stanley was amazed at the amount of commercial activity that he found on the Congo River. As he voyaged downstream, he encountered large trading expeditions comprising scores of dug-out canoes, each capable of holding 100 men as well as cargoes of ivory tusks, slaves, and other goods. 6. Unbeknownst to Stanley, this vast trading network, which linked the inner Congo Basin to markets along the coast, had actually 44. Ally begun centuries earlier as a response to the Atlantic slave trade. The evolution of long-distance trade, from its initial confines along the Atlantic to its expansion hundreds of miles into the interior, can be divided analytically into 3 periods that highlight the main motives and characteristics of this indigenous commercial system. The first phase, from the 16th to the late 17th centuries, had a minimal impact on the inner basin, yet these early developments foreshadowed the future. Following their discovery of the Congo River in 1482, Portuguese traders established diplomatic and commercial relations with the Congo Kingdom, a large and prosperous empire located along the coast of Central Africa. Missionaries established churches and schools while merchants traded European cloth, metals, and glassware for ivory, peppercorns, gum, and wax. It was not long, however, before the more lucrative slave trade eventually dominated all other items of exchange. By the first half of the 16th century, an estimated 5,000 to 7,000 slaves were exported annually from the area, causing the Congo king to complain to the Portuguese crown in 1526 that the slave trade was becoming ruinous. The Portuguese, however, did nothing to halt the trade since economic profits outweighed humanitarian considerations. As a result, the fears and predictions of the Congo king proved correct. Civil war broke out when formerly submissive client states, fueled by Portuguese intrigue and firearms, revolted against the central authority. In 1567–68, the kingdom was overwhelmed further by invasions from the neighboring Tio and Jaga. By the mid-17th century, the Congo kingdom was torn apart, destroyed as a consequence of slave commerce, and it never regained its earlier strength and unity. The Portuguese strategy ultimately backfired, however, for civil unrest in the Congo kingdom threatened their own safety. By the late 16th century, slave merchants relocated their primary markets to Longo in the north and Luanda in the south. Both markets were linked by overland caravan trade to Malbo Pool on the Congo River, which now became the main source of slaves for export. 8. 45. The second phase in the evolution of long-distance trade saw its expansion up the Congo River into the central regions of the basin. By the 1790s, European records indicate that slaves were arriving at the coast from the lower Ubangi region, a distance of over 700 miles. The dramatic increase in slave prices in the 18th century was the critical determinant in the enlargement of this trade. The need for slave labor in the Americas grew steadily in the 18th century, reaching a peak in the 1780s. Although data for the Congo coast are incomplete, the magnitude of the increase may be inferred from the situation in Senegambia, where there was a 500% increase in purchasing prices between 1730 and 1780. Higher prices, caused by higher demand, provided the stimulus for long-distance trade which had been lacking in earlier times, dispelling a later colonial myth that the Congolese were immune to economic incentive. Many Africans, lured by the opportunity to acquire guns, cloth, and other European manufactured goods, increasingly abandoned their traditional productive activities to become full-time professional traders. River-dwelling groups organized and controlled most of the long-distance trade, for they were the most skilled in navigation and transport. The most successful and dominant long-distance slave traders on the Congo River in the 18th century were the Bobangi.io, formerly fishermen residing in small, kin-based villages. The Bobangi became specialized traders and developed a vast and lasting commercial network that extended far into the inner basin, causing Stanley to call them the Lords of the River. The Bobangi obtained most of their slave cargoes from other middlemen at emerging market centers located along the basin's main rivers. Along the Ruki, Bizira, and Chwapa rivers, trade was dominated by the Bolaki, who lived in the area where the Ruki enters the Congo. 12 The Bolaki, formerly fishermen like the Bobangi, increasingly became involved in trade during the late 19th century. Although the exact scope of Bolaki slave expeditions in the Chwapa region are unknown, oral sources cite specific raids on the Bizira, Momboyo, Salonga, and Lamla rivers in the 19th century. 1. Once slaves were purchased or seized by middlemen, they were loaded into canoes to begin the descent down the Congo to Malbo Pool, where the cargo was then traded with other groups who delivered it to European slave merchants along the coast. The river trade was often marked by conflict between competing groups attempting to enlarge or defend their spheres of influence on the rivers. Traders built fortifications at key points along the river and seldom ventured far without armed warriors. Overall, however, the dramatic increase in slave exports from the Congo suggests that the trading network was efficient and productive. In the last half of the 18th century, an estimated 500,000 slaves were exported from the main Central African coastal markets. 14 In the mid-19th century, the international slave trade began to diminish as the commerce was abolished by European nations and the United States. Although slaves continued to be smuggled out of the Congo to areas such as Brazil up to the 1870s, the decline in demand brought about an overall decline in prices and potential profits. By mid-century, the purchase price for a slave at Luanda had dropped 85%, from $80 to a mere $12. As in West Africa, however, European and African traders responded by turning to trade in so-called legitimate products such as palm kernels, palm oil, rubber, and peanuts. In the Congo, the most profitable replacement for slaves was ivory. 15 Elephant tusks had been a Congo export dating from the first Portuguese contacts, but they remained insignificant compared to slaves. The material culture of 19th-century Victorian society, however, created an unprecedented new demand. Ivory became a staple of fashion and status, and was used for the crafting of piano keys, billiard balls, jewelry, snuff boxes, and little trinkets that embellished the parlors and dressing tables of the wealthy. African ivory from the Congo was particularly esteemed, for artisans found it softer and easier to carve than tusks from India. As with the slave trade, increased demand brought an increase in prices, and African traders were quick to respond. Following a 300% increase in prices, ivory exports rose from 1.5 tons in 1832 to over 80 tons in 1859. In 1885, Europeans recorded that one African expedition arrived at the Malbo Pool with 386 tusks, each weighing an average of 55 pounds. 16 The growth of the ivory trade provided a new outlet in Africa for slave cargoes. As river traders such as the Bobangi devoted ever-increasing amounts of time to long-distance trade. 48. Additional labor was needed to perform basic subsistence work. Slaves also served as porters, paddlers, and exchangeable commodities to acquire ivory tusks. The relationship between successful ivory commerce and domestic slavery was noted often by early European explorers. One missionary concluded that so long as the slave trade flourished, the Bobangi were prosperous. But since its abolition encountered at Wangata the first white, Akaka. He asked Nkake, the leader of the expedition, "Where did you get your ivory?" Nkake answered, "We bought it at Bizira." A short time afterwards, Akaka arrived at our village of Bokal and remained with us while sending 6 of his men to Bizira to buy ivory. Upon their return, Akaka had Nkake and his men follow him to his post at Wangata, where he gave him 6,000 mitakos and told him, "You are the chief of an expedition, go and buy me ivory." 3 SAB agents, working on commission, made similar arrangements with traders. According to company records, ivory was commonly traded for European cloth, beads, metal bars, alcohol, and other imported goods. C39 By utilizing existing middlemen and by discovering their best sources of ivory, trade quickly proved remarkably profitable. One company official, E.J. Glave, reported during an exploratory voyage in 1886 that in all of these villages, we were able to buy ivory, most of it very cheap. Many people had no idea of its value at all. A tusk weighing 75 pounds was bought for beads and shells worth about $1. He later claimed that in one afternoon and evening he was able to buy 4,000 pounds of ivory at an average of 2 cents a pound. 40 The commercial successes of agents like Glave encouraged SAB officials to increase their activities and capital investment. 2 years after its creation, the company doubled its working capital, established 10 permanent trading posts, and had 5 steamers plying the Congo and its tributary. Other European commercial interests followed SAB's lead. By 1891, over 50 trading posts had been established within the Free State, representing Belgian, French, Dutch, English, and Portuguese concerns. 42 Between 1885 and 1895, ivory accounted for more than half of the Free State's exports, reaching a peak of 76,000 kilos with a value of nearly 5 million Belgian francs in 1890. 55. Table 3.1. Ivory exports. Congo Free State 1888 to 92. Year value percent of exports weight 1888 1,096,240 42 5,824 1,889 2,270,640 52 45,252 I8 94,668,887 56 76,448 1,891 2,835,508 53 59,686 1,892 3,730,420.67 L 18,739 Source, see Note 43. By 1890, the future of the Free State and its fledgling economic concerns appeared very promising. European outposts were advancing into the interior, steamboats were charting new waterways for future trade, ivory exports were on the rise, and companies such as SAB had been successful in establishing profitable relationships with African traders and villagers. As summed up in SAB's annual report of 1889, the future looked rosy. Our agents have received a peaceful and warm welcome that is a good sign for the future, for their desire for European goods is great, and, outside of ivory, there are many other products that will benefit our operations here. 44 A major consequence of the growth in European trade and power was the decision to challenge the Zanzibari presence in the eastern regions of the Free State. For 5 years following the Berlin Conference, Europeans and Zanzibari had accepted each other's spheres of influence in Central Africa. Indeed, on numerous occasions, Europeans had sought to ally themselves with Tipo-Tip for their own political and economic ends. By 1891, however, the balance of power was shifting in favor of the Free State. European pressure to end the Arab slave trade led to Leopold's successful plea for the establishment of import duties in order to raise money for the needed armies. Fueled by this increased revenue and eager to win the ivory trade all for himself, Leopold's forces went on the attack. By 1895, the state's forces were successful in defeating the major Zanzibari resistance and Tipo-Tip retreated back to Zanzibar. D5. 56. The European victory, however, came at a great cost. Despite the introduction of import taxes, the Free State faced a serious financial crisis by 1892. King Leopold's royal treasury was rapidly being depleted in support of his African dream. As a solution to this dilemma, the king declared in 1891 an exclusive monopoly over most of the state's natural resources, and European agents began to demand the forced delivery of goods by Africans. The era of free trade and mutually beneficial commercial relationships had passed, the Mongo were about to enter the infamous and horrific age of red rubber. The production and exchange of slaves 8C ivory, the impact of long-distance trade in the Congo basin. Equatorville has become a most important center. An extensive commercial trade was already carried on by the natives themselves, and it would be an interesting study to discover what developments trading would assume when stimulated by the introduction of the white man's manufactures. SAE-3 trader operating in the Congo basin, 188,646. International commerce and the development of a long-distance trading network inspired a wide range of changes within the Congo interior. Trade and the interchange of products, ideas, and people had previously existed, but they were comparatively localized and limited. The slave and ivory trades built upon these pre-existing networks and altered them, introducing new patterns and relations of work and commerce, transforming forms of social identity and stratification, and ultimately increasing contacts between the Mongo and outsiders. Measuring the exact impact of 18th and 19th century long-distance trade in the interior portions of the Congo basin is a difficult endeavor. Historical sources are fragmentary and often imprecise with regard to dates and places. Moreover, the impact of the trade on African communities was quite uneven. Populations living along the main river trading routes in the western regions of the basin were much more affected than those 57. Residing in the more remote interior. Perhaps the minimal historical evidence concerning the Mongo of the Chihuahua region during this time period is a reflection of their limited involvement in the slave and ivory trades. Nonetheless, this era was important to their future, for the evolution of long-distance trade initiated important regional changes that eventually filtered deeper into the interior. The trade in slaves, which provided the initial stimulus for the expansion of international commerce into the equatorial forest, was also the first international commerce to have a major impact on African societies. Before the onset of the Atlantic slave trade, indigenous forms of inferior status and servitude existed in most communities. As discussed in the previous chapter, individuals were reduced to subservient status as a consequence of war, debt, and certain social infractions. The international market for slaves in the 16th through 19th centuries, however, inspired changes in traditional forms and conceptions of servitude. The Bobangi and Bolaki middlemen obtained their human cargoes in three main ways: by conducting raids or kidnapping, by purchasing individuals from village headmen, and by purchasing larger numbers of war prisoners. Raids were most often conducted near waterways that allowed the river-going traders the opportunity to launch surprise attacks and make quick escapes. Large-scale raids were generally rare, although evidence suggests that some did occur, especially in areas where raiding parties possessed firearms and resistance was known to be weak. One missionary, for example, reported sighting war parties of 200 canoes operating in the Maringaloparai area in the 1880s. Such attacks also reportedly occurred in Mongo villages in the Chihuahua region. In his exploration voyage of 1885, missionary George Grenfell sighted a group of 16 large canoes manned with 300 men, armed with lances, shields, arrows, and guns. African accounts suggest that small-scale raids were much more common. At the mouth of the Rookie, Bolaki traders often attacked inland villages and passing canoes. Armed with guns and slave warriors, they asserted their dominance as far east as Ingent. In areas further from their home, the Bolaki kidnapped individuals. As one source recalled, the Basango came 58. With glass beads and cloth, saying bye. If you went to see these objects, they left with you for good. They did not land on the shores, they stayed in their canoes. 48. This manner of acquiring slaves was limited, it could only succeed in the capture of a few slaves at a time, and it required an element of surprise that could not be easily duplicated in the same area. Raids also occurred in the eastern limits of the region. According to contemporary European accounts, African allies of the Zanzibari raided the upper regions of the Chihuahua in the early 1890s. According to one SAB agent traveling in the area in 1893, the Arabs destroyed everything. There are no fields left. The unhappy inhabitants now live in the forest. They are expecting renewed attacks at any time. 49. This agent's account, however, may not be wholly accurate. Other evidence suggests that at least in some areas, the Zanzibari established friendly relations with the Mongo and purchased their goods from willing sellers. The destruction witnessed by the SAB agent, claims another, was actually the result of European raids. 50. The Bolaki and Bobangi also purchased slaves. At Kaka, Mongo sources recounted how the Bolaki arrived twice before the era of the Europeans, each time armed with guns. But violence did not take place. Instead, slaves were sold after a lengthy discussion of their value. Men were bought for 10 bars of copper and a knife, while a woman commanded a price of 20 copper bars. At another village, the Bolaki obtained both slaves and ivory in exchange for glassware, white iron plates, colored beads, and 10 links of copper. Once the negotiations were completed, the slaves were bound and loaded into the traders' canoes along with tusks and food provisions and were transported to Wangata or Lukola, the sites of major slave markets. 51. Europeans also purchased slaves. Agents of the Association Internationale du Congo and the Free State obtained captives from middlemen or liberated orphans who became soldiers in the state's force public or workers at state posts. As early as 1884, the chief of the Free State's Equator Station had suggested that slaves be bought and settled around posts in order to provide a friendly belt around each European center. Technically free, these 59 individuals were in fact required to remain in the service of the state for a certain number of years. 52. Did the demand and market value for slaves result in a corresponding increase in the enslavement and sale of kinsmen among the Mongo? There is little direct evidence to answer this issue conclusively. In some areas, it probably did. Recent research suggests such a change among the Tio of Lower Zaire, where children and adults were sold to traders without having committed any zero offense. 5. Among the Mongo of the Chihuahua region, however, this action would seem to have been the exception rather than the rule. The same African sources that have provided insights into the operation of the trade do not suggest a transformation of this scale. No direct evidence indicates that Mongo headmen acquired the power or authority to dispose of village members without sufficient cause or justification. To do so would undermine their ideological position as father of the group. More likely, individuals sold to the Bolaki or to Zanzibari agents were of traditional inferior status, war captives or outcasts expelled from society. However, the external market did allow headmen the opportunity to dispose of prisoners or troublemakers while profiting from the acquisition of new exchange goods. 54. While raids and individual purchases accounted for some captives, the greatest number of slaves in the inner basin were obtained through war. Conflicts in the Mamboyo River Basin provided the Bolaki with numerous slaves in the mid-19th century, but according to both oral and written sources, most captives obtained from the inner basin in the 19th century came from the Yolonga River region that experienced major social upheavals and widespread conflict in the 1800s. The wars, known locally as the Lufumbe War and the War of the Dog, probably originated from the early 19th century migration of the Ngam southward into Mongo territory. In the ensuing conflicts, many slaves were taken and sold to long-distance traders at the growing market towns on the Lalonga, Moringa, and Loparai rivers. 56. The wars and the enslavement of prisoners continued into the 1890s and were observed and recorded by early European traders such as Sabes E.J. Glave. 60. Nearly all the slaves seen in the markets on the Lalonga were from the branches of the nation. Their small, unprotected villages are constantly attacked by the powerful roving tribes of the Ngam and Lufumbe. These two tribes are voracious cannibals and fierce manhunters, roaming through the land in vast hordes. They surround the villages at night, and at the first signs of dawn pounce down upon the unsuspecting, killing all the men who resist and catching all the rest, of both sexes. They then select the strongest and most robust of their captives, and shackle them hand and foot to prevent escape. As a rule, after such a raid many are killed for cannibal orgies. These freebooters form a small encampment, they light their fires, seize all the bananas in the village, and any other supplies there may be. They then march over to one of the numerous slave markets on the river, where they exchange the captives with the slave traders of the Lalonga River for beads, cloth, brass wire, and other trinkets. The slave traders pack the slaves into their canoes and take them down to the villages on the Lalonga River where the more important markets are held. It is heart-rending to see these inmates. They are huddled together like so many animals, and receive just enough of the commonest food to keep life flickering in their emaciated bodies. 57. It remains unclear whether the market for slaves contributed to regional warfare in the Lalonga area or in the Congo basin in general. Glave and other European accounts suggested that it did, but their conclusions were based on an incomplete observation and comprehension of trade, as illustrated by Glave's belief that many captives were destined for cannibalistic orgies. Recorded Mongo traditions explain these wars differently. Their accounts generally emphasized the competition over land. The capture of slaves, while important and always noted, was usually given secondary importance. 5s most likely, a combination of these two. 61. Interpretations provides the most complete historical reconstruction. The roots of Atumba and Alufumbe probably lay in the competition over land possession and regional dominance. Wars were fought and people captured just as they had always been. But before the 19th century, war captives were generally few and held as hostages to be returned upon payment of reparations. The existence of a slave market and the exchange of slaves for guns undoubtedly caused a greater number of people to be captured and sold than would have occurred otherwise. The impact of the slave trade on regional demographics is another important though inconclusive issue. Data concerning the export of slaves from the Congo are incomplete and imprecise. One recent study has estimated that approximately 1.5 million slaves were taken by Europeans from the major markets at Luanda and Longo, but this figure does not include those who died in the process of capture or during the transport to the nor do these figures pinpoint the interior origin of the captives. Moreover, there is no reliable evidence to approximate the number of slaves destined for domestic use in the 18th and 19th centuries. With these reservations in mind, Vanzina has concluded that under the worst-case scenario, the external slave trade probably did not lead to a great depopulation of the Congo basin, although it might have checked population growth to some extent. 60 Yet regional variances certainly occurred. While the Mongo of the Chihuahua region might have experienced little demographic effect from either Bolaki or Zanzabari raids, the wars and enslavement of prisoners in the Lalonga River basin certainly had a negative impact on Mongo village stability and survival in that area. Without additional evidence, more decisive conclusions cannot be reached, although it seems probable that the acquisition of slaves through raids, kidnapping, and wars increased social insecurity in many regions of the equatorial forest. As the way slaves were obtained and used changed, traditional conceptions of servile status in many regions of the equatorial forest also changed. This transformation was most profound among long-distance traders such as the Bobangi and Bolaki, who 62. Were the major exporters and domestic consumers of slaves in the inner basin during the 18th and 19th centuries. The existence of an external market not only increased the production of captives but also gave masters new options for their slave cargoes. If prices were high, captives were sold to middlemen further downriver. If prices were weak or local labor in short supply, slaves were retained and employed domestically. Distinctions made between those destined for export and those retained for domestic purposes served to increase inequality and to reinforce the slave's overall status as a marketable commodity. 61 Within many trading villages, servile status became more rigid due to the number of slaves employed and the distinct nature of their labor. In some areas, slave populations outnumbered those of the resident king group. Separate residential areas, like the slave streets observed in Bolaki villages, limited the chance for masters to develop the close, almost familial relationship with their slaves which had characterized domestic slavery on a smaller scale. Distinct work patterns also distinguished the slave from the freeman. In some Bobangi and Bolaki villages, slaves took over subsistence production. Male slaves were employed in agricultural work, a departure from traditional notions concerning the division of labor. Not only was this demeaning for the slave, but it served to distinguish him, on a daily basis, from freemen. 62 Slaves were also employed in the trading activities of their masters. Men became paddlers, porters, and were stationed at strategic points to protect trade. Slaves were also used as an exchange commodity to obtain ivory and were left in the villages of neighboring middlemen as hostages to ensure honest trade relations. According to Harm's research on the Bobangi, trading activities provided opportunities for advancement for some slaves. Rich traders might encourage their talented slaves to begin their own trading, perhaps even acquire some canoes and slaves, in order to increase the master's overall trading operation. Additional evidence suggests that some exceptionally talented and enterprising slaves were actually able to inherit the operations of their masters. But most Bobangi slaves never had this opportunity. Moreover, for those that did, Harms discovered that their earned prosperity did 63. Not entirely transform their original inferior social status as persons without roots. Personal achievement did not entirely replace the importance of lineage identity. 63 The rise of the ivory trade in the mid-19th century did not radically alter the organization or operation of the commercial system begun under the stimulus of the slave trade. In contrast, it built upon and expanded the existing trading network. Although American traders had sold ivory to Europeans from the onset of international trade in the 16th century, its overall demand had remained somewhat limited until the mid-1800s. Following the expansion of demand and prices beginning at that time, however, African middlemen were quick to seize the opportunity, purchasing tusks from suppliers and transporting them to the coast. The trade in slaves also continued, although most were destined for domestic consumption, particularly to serve as labor for expanding commercial activities of African traders. The ivory trade, however, did inspire significant transformations in the modes and relations of commodity production. Unlike slaves, ivory could not be obtained by raids, kidnapping, or war. Elephant hunting was a specialized, dangerous activity that required traders, both African and outsiders, to establish direct and mutually beneficial commercial relationship with local suppliers. It also encouraged the expansion of trading networks into new areas of the equatorial forest where both elephant herds and specialized hunters were numerous, which integrated more areas of the Congo basin into a comprehensive economic system. Although elephants were found throughout the forest, they were a mobile and unevenly distributed resource, forcing African and European traders to maintain flexible purchasing strategies. Consequently, records show that the main sources of ivory varied over time. According to European trading records, much of the ivory exported from the inner basin came from various sites along the Maringaloparai rivers. Less is known about ivory production along the Ruki-Bizira rivers before the arrival of Europeans, but African sources indicate that significant amounts of ivory were purchased by Bolaki traders at the village of Bizira, which became a major trading outpost of SAB once this Belgian company penetrated into the interior. 64. Much of the ivory traded by the Mongo was originally obtained from the Batswe, pygmy hunter-gatherers who were specialized elephant hunters. A common Batswe hunting technique was to build platforms in trees above known elephant trails and await the passage of a herd, when they would drive their spears into a beast's neck. Another hunting strategy required a brave Batswe hunter to rub his body with specific odorous herbs to mask his human scent, crawl under a grazing elephant, and sever the motor nerves of one of the animal's legs. Once the elephant was effectively incapacitated, the Batswe attacked from all sides. It reportedly required 300 to 400 spear jabs to finish off a large beast. When successful, the Batswe sent half the meat to their Mongo hosts as tribute for their protection and use of the land. 65 The Mongo of the inner basin also hunted elephants, although they preferred to employ traps. These were generally large pits dug in the forest along elephant tracks and camouflaged with vegetation. When an animal fell into the hole, a group of awaiting hunters charged with their spears. 66 The increased production of ivory for export was paralleled by greater output in regional goods. Although local crafts had been traded within the inner basin long before the arrival of international commerce, regional trade greatly expanded with the introduction of professional middlemen and improved canoe transport. Among the many goods traded within the basin were new foodstuffs such as cassava, tobacco, and maize, and traditional crafts like raffia cloth, pottery, and basketry. Specialized products produced in the Chihuahua region for consumers elsewhere included red camwood powder, knives, iron, salt, and canoes. In exchange for these goods, producers received other regionally produced crafts, pieces of copper or brass, or European manufactured items. With the expansion of trade in both scope and goods, a vast new realm of opportunities existed for groups such as the Mongo. 67 Apart from the commercial middlemen, the big men of Mongo villages were in the position to profit most from the ivory export trade and from the rise in regional trade. First, as managers of their households, they directed and commanded a subordinate workforce. Since elephant hunting required a substantial amount 65 of time and the concerted efforts of a group, those who possessed the largest following could most afford to devote a certain amount of their surplus labor towards the production of ivory. If elephant herds were not nearby, household leaders could direct surplus labor to the production of dug-out canoes, red camwood powder, or other specialized crafts. Second, leaders were able to appropriate certain goods from clients due to their position as guardians of ancestral land and recipients of the special codes of consumption. Indeed, evidence from the Chihuahua region suggests that traditional rights of appropriation were enlarged to take advantage of the new trading opportunities. Prior to the growth of long-distance trade, ivory had little value among the Mongo. Tusks were generally left where an elephant had been killed, or they were used incidentally for fences, doorposts, and implements such as log wedges, hammerheads, and hunting horns. But when village elders learned of the possible rewards that ivory trade could impart, tusks were no longer abandoned. For the first time, big men, invoking ancestral hunting rights, demanded the personal delivery and disposition of ivory. As expressed in a revised Mongo proverb, sounds the horn during the hunt on his land, he receives the tusks, captives, and royal beasts. He is entitled to a tribute from our hunting and farming. 6 A final factor allowing big men control over external trade derived from their position as the representatives of their villages to the outside world. This role clearly predated the expansion of international commerce. In negotiating alliances or treaties between communities, for example, it was the chief of each group, often accompanied by his council of elders, who organized and led the discussions. Long-distance trade built upon this feature and reinforced it. African traders, like the Bolaki, were forced to come to terms with the local chief. Seldom were individuals allowed to undertake transactions independently. In most cases, traders were able to establish mutually beneficial relationships with local headmen. A good deal of bargaining took place, after which tusks and other locally produced goods were exchanged for African specialized crafts, European manufactured goods, and metal bars. Sometimes, relationships with trading leaders and village headmen 66 were solemnized through the exchange of blood, which symbolically made the two partners social brothers. When agents of SAB began their own ivory trade in the interior, many aspects of the pre-existing commercial relationships were continued. It was the resident village big man who greeted the foreigners, negotiated for trade goods, and received special gifts for his cooperation. European accounts also indicate that some white traders became blood brothers with local chiefs in order to solidify long-term commercial relations. Broad conclusions about the social impact of international long-distance trade in the Congo Basin are impossible because there were tremendous regional variances. On the whole, the groups most affected were the African middlemen, who increasingly abandoned their traditional forms of work to engage in full-time trading activities. Harm's study of the Bobangi suggested that the social transformations inspired by trade and changing work patterns were often dramatic. Whereas traditional Bobangi fishing society operated on a small scale and was kin-oriented, the new trading culture that emerged by the mid-19th century was more regional, cosmopolitan, and achievement-oriented. Individual traders loosened their kin ties, purchased more slaves, and developed relationships with individuals outside the lineage. the traditional house became a trading firm in composition, organization, and daily operation. In many villages, rich traders became the new big men. As described by Glave following a visit to a Bobangi village, their ambition was to own as many slaves as possible so that they may insult their neighbors with impunity. Overall, the wealth generated from long-distance trade became prerequisites for power and prestige. Commercial achievement became the best avenue for social mobility. Long-distance trade also inspired larger economic and social transformations. One innovation was the development of a system of credit and the adoption of metal bars as a standardized unit of value and item of exchange. Another development was the growth of market towns where imports and exports were exchanged as they moved up and down the rivers. Some of these towns, like Wangata and Bolabo, were situated in strategic locations that controlled river trade. Others, like Chwimbirai and Irbu, 67, marked the operating limits of trading groups. Several of the most important market towns had populations of over 10,000, in many of these 2/3 or more were slaves. 74 As European officials and traders began their occupation of the interior, they generally chose to establish their own posts nearby these pre-existing commercial centers, for this allowed them to compete directly with middlemen and to control trade to their own benefit. In establishing a post at Wangata in 1886, for example, SAB agents were able to direct Bolaki trade, through enticements and coercion, to their own centers rather than to the Bobangi markets further south on the river. 75 In time, these small European settlements grew to become the major commercial and administrative centers of the colony. The presence of Wangata, for example, led to the establishment of a nearby state post at Equatorville, which later became the regional center of Coquilatville. With independence, the name of the city was changed to Mbandaka, yet it remains the major commercial and administrative center of the Equator region, with a population of over 100,000. The social impact of international trade in the more remote interior regions of the inner Congo basin was not as great as along the main rivers, but certain significant transformations did occur. The ability of local big men to control the production and exchange in their villages reinforced and, in some cases, magnified their dominance over local affairs. The arrival of new imports into the region, for example, led to an increased preference for marriage by bride wealth, which in turn allowed elders greater control over juniors and clients. Leaders also used special goods for their own prestige, creating new elite associations that attracted additional followers and strengthened district unity. Colonial documentation on one particular import item, a glass bead called ngangai by local residents, provides further insights into the ways big men turned the trade to their own advantage. Ngangai beads were imported blue hexagonal glass beads of cylindrical shape, approximately 7 to 9 centimeters long and 1 to 2 centimeters wide, often strung in necklaces. Although the details concerning their introduction into the Congo basin are unclear, the evidence suggests that they were used. 68. As an exchange item by African long-distance traders before Europeans entered the interior. Because of their uniqueness and beauty, ngangai beads and necklaces acquired a great esteem in Mongo villages. In negotiating commercial transactions with traders, Mongo elders sought these beads for themselves, while common trade goods were more likely to be redistributed. Ngangai beads came to be worn only by big men. In some villages, they may have become part of a chief's special sign of office. As indicated, ngangai beads, as well as other comparatively rare goods such as European cloth and metal implements, yielded great prestige to their owner. In addition, they were used in marriage transactions with other wealthy families. To include such rare and esteemed beads in bride wealth, along with other traditional items, was a public announcement of the significance of the union and the superior wealth of the families involved. More importantly, the exchange of beads between heads of prominent families inspired greater cohesion within districts. Although the district had certainly preceded the arrival of long-distance trade, alliances were now more solidified through intermarriage, giving rise to what Europeans would later call a clan identity. 77 The increased status and wealth of big men was further expressed and reinforced through the evolution of elite organizations. One of these was known as Bolumbu. Although it may be impossible to reconstruct the exact origins and spread of this organization, its popularity along the Rookie River seems to have mirrored the growth of trade. Bolumbu, meaning the child set apart, was a ceremony that made the daughter of a big man a debutante. To prepare for the ceremonies, an enormous feast was prepared for the village and for big men invited from neighboring villages. Young men were sent out to hunt for special game and collect palm wine. Women were mobilized to collect vegetables, cook food, and tidy up the village. On the date set for the occasion, a large crowd gathered at the house of the host. The festivities went on day after day. People ate, drank, and danced. On the final day, the daughter was formally presented to the group as a Bolumbu. Her raffia clothes were then replaced with valuable furs to signify that she no longer had to perform tedious labor. 78 The ceremonies surrounding Bolumbu were a powerful 69. Public expression of a man's wealth and importance. He had demonstrated his ability to command sufficient labor in order to prepare a large feast, and he had shown his generosity in sharing food and drink with others. It also served to reinforce the development of an elite class. A child of Bolumbu status generally married late and demanded a particularly high bride price. Therefore, children of Bolumbu status generally circulated among the elite strata of Mongo society, forming the basis of more complex alliance. Although these transformations in wealth and prestige were significant, it is equally important to note the overall continuity of tradition underlying these changes. The resident big men of Mongo society skillfully employed their rank, privileges, and responsibilities as family and village elders in order to profit most from the opportunities of long-distance trade. As the managers of the family workforce, guardians of ancestral land, and senior spokesmen for the group, village leaders dominated commodity production and exchange. Furthermore, the subsequent investment of their trade-generated wealth was equally shaped by tradition. Although European manufactured goods and gangai beads, as well as organizations like Bolumbu might have increased social stratification, they were ultimately manipulated to serve a long-standing aim, the enlargement of one's loyal following. Early cross-cultural attitudes and perceptions. The Negro is a natural trader, and this fact provides the greatest hope for the success of our African enterprise. His commercial sense encourages him to approach the white man, to enter into relations with him, and to become his ally. In this contact between the races we shall not suppress the Negro race but strengthen it, civilize it, and later emancipate it. It is not only a utilitarian work in which our commerce and industry gain an outlet, but it is also a highly philosophical work, because it introduces civilization into the midst of the backward peoples of our immense continent. Albert Thies, Director of CCCI, 1888 70. While economic factors inspired and shaped the context of early African-European relations, they cannot be fully understood in isolation from the broader theme of cross-cultural perceptions and attitudes. Europe and Africa were literally worlds apart in the 19th century, and the meeting of different races, lifestyles, and value systems caused significant amounts of distrust and misunderstanding between whites and blacks. Fears and prejudice on both sides influenced behavior when the two groups met, which in turn often reinforced preconceived stereotypes. Moreover, many of the beliefs and notions formed during this early period of initial contact became lasting judgments that played a major role in shaping the future course of African-European relations throughout the colonial era. Documenting the character of initial cross-cultural views is made difficult by the unevenness of historical sources. While numerous diaries and journals of white explorers, traders, and missionaries recount in vivid detail the perceptions of Europeans, testimony from the Mongo perspective is practically non-existent. Without African written sources, it is necessary to rely largely on contemporary European accounts or on African testimonies recorded by missionaries and ethnographers decades later. In either case, potential distortions and gaps of information demand that the historian proceed with great care. A review of recorded evidence from a wide range of sources and areas in the Congo Basin suggests that the African reaction to the arrival of Europeans went through several stages which varied according to particular local situations. Fear was the typical initial reaction of Africans to the sight of white men on steamships. George Grenfell reported during his exploratory trip up the Chwapa River in 1885 that he was greeted by cries of ghost and demon by the Mongo gathered along the shore. Armed men on the shore threatened his boat if it approached the shore. News of the approach of his steamer was spread quickly by drums from one village to the next, so that by the time he reached the next settlement, the entire village was on hand to watch the strange sight, men in the foreground armed with weapons and women and children either out of sight or arranged behind. Grenville found that he could eventually make peace with some settlements and that news of his harmlessness would travel upriver for a distance, but beyond a certain point, he would once again have to overcome the initial fear and hostility. 81 The initial reaction of fear was replaced by intense curiosity, however, once villagers were able to examine the white man from close quarters. As noted by Stanley, we often were surrounded by hundreds of friendly people, who seemed unable to gaze sufficiently at us. African curiosity about the European stemmed from his clothes, steamboat, straight hair, skin color, and ultimately, the manufactured goods that he offered as gifts and articles for trade. The following selection from Alexander Delcommune's voyage up the Rukibizira-Chwapa rivers in 1889 is representative of early cross-cultural contact. It describes the African transition from fear to curiosity, and D. Common's own attitude towards Africans. 83. The 18th of February, as we were traveling up the river, we saw ahead of us a canoe with a dozen men. They traveled at the same speed as us, being careful to maintain their distance. I ordered the steamer to stop. They stopped as well and did not continue until we had. A few minutes later, we reached a village, much larger than the other we had seen. We stopped. The natives were armed and grouped behind their houses. The men stood in front of their wives and children. We tried to communicate with them and we were relieved when they answered us. The chief, who wore a hat made of monkey skin, gave orders to his men, who soon returned with 2 large goats. I decided to approach the villagers alone so that the natives would not be afraid, but they all fled anyway. But the chief was more courageous and remained in place. I went up to him and took his hand. He hesitated, then shook my hand roughly, saying words that I did not understand. While villagers returned, I called for my interpreter, the other, and surrounded us with mouths. 72. Agape, they studied me from head to toe. Each time that I returned the gaze to someone in the crowd, they would turn their head and take a step backwards. I did not inspire much confidence in these people. The chief gave me his gift of goats and he asked me to stay the day in his village, which was called Bombumba. Before my arrival, he said that he had never seen a steamer nor a white man. That explained the intense curiosity, which was increased when I offered my gifts to the chief: handkerchiefs, beads, coins, spoons, forks, and a knife. Nothing was more comical than the way the natives examined these objects. The chief seemed overcome with surprise. As he inspected each object, his smile became larger and larger and his eyes opened wide in amazement. It is not surprising that the chief in Delcommune's account was pleased by his gifts, for as described previously, rare imported goods would have been used to increase his prestige, wealth, and loyal following. Indeed, throughout much of the Congo Basin, initial African reactions of fear and curiosity were replaced by calculated considerations of the potential benefits from contact with the outsiders. According to SAB records, trade blossomed because desire for European goods is great. For contrary to later European assertions, the Mongo were responsive to trade and profits, and they were more than willing to adapt their subsistence activities accordingly. European traders, officials, and even missionaries recognized the appeal of imported goods and used their wealth to achieve more than mere trade. When Baptist missionaries first wanted to establish a mission at Yakola in 1886, for example, they distributed numerous gifts to the resident big men in exchange for permission to settle. In Bentley's view, their subsequent warm welcome by the local inhabitants was because the natives undoubtedly recognized that their advent opened to them a source of cloth, looking glasses, knives, and brass wire, practically inexhaustible. S5 in other areas where missions were established. 73. The attraction and conversion to Christianity was inspired less by promises of salvation than it was by earthly rewards. Some African chiefs sought to use European military superiority for their own purposes. As Charles Lemaire, the first regional district commissioner, traveled down the Rookie in 1892, numerous chiefs sought an exchange of blood so that Lemaire would be obliged to protect them against Bolaki raids. Similar appeals were made of a Free State agent named New Jesperson when he ascended the Upper Chihuahua 4 years later. In at least one instance, Jesperson responded positively, after establishing a post at Bokungu and making alliances with the local residents. He led an armed contingent of his men against the Topok, whom local residents had accused of complicity in Zanzibari slave and ivory trade. 86 other groups, particularly the African middlemen, soon realized that the arrival of European steamers and personnel represented a threat to their trading monopoly on the main rivers of the Congo basin. In establishing a post at Bolabo, for example, SAB agents were able to redirect Bolaki trade to their own centers rather than to the Bobangi markets further south on the river. In 1889, the Bobangi retaliated by raiding Bolabo and killing 2 SAB employees. Similar attacks were launched by the Bolaki against the SAB center at Wangata. But resistance proved futile as European forces counterattacked and destroyed middlemen villages. By 1892, Lemaire, district commissioner of the Equator region, demanded that the Bolaki commercial terminus near Equatorville be transformed into a public market. Soon afterward he began to impose upon them food impositions to feed the employees at nearby SAB and administrative posts. By the mid-1890s, African middlemen had lost their preeminence over river trade in the Congo basin. 87 Europeans arrived in Africa with many preconceived ideas about Africans and their society. After all, for nearly 4 centuries their nations had been involved in the Atlantic slave trade, in which Africans were seen as mere merchandise to fulfill the labor needs of white-owned plantations. Indeed, numerous studies have convincingly argued that as the commodity value of Africans increased, their value as human beings decreased. The Biblical 74. Story of Ham and the post-Enlightenment theories concerning monogenism and polygenism soothed the Christian consciences of slave merchants and owners by offering proofs for the Africans' innate evilness and inferiority. By the 1880s, little had changed. Although the slave trade was now viewed as abhorrent, few Europeans doubted their own racial and cultural superiority to Africans. European experiences in the Congo basin often served to reinforce their prejudices and biases. Compared to their own societies, Africans were perceived to be technically, socially, and morally deficient. Subsistence production, for example, was labor-intensive. The Mongo possessed no machines, few domesticated animals, and only the simplest of tools. Social and political structures were also judged as primitive. As discussed in the previous chapter, village-based society was perceived as a failure to develop more advanced, centralized forms of polities. Moreover, the Mongo possessed no literary tradition, no great works of art, and no centers of learning. As succinctly expressed by a colonial administrator in 1909, there is nothing that these people remember, nothing in their traditions, their social life, nor in their culture that suggests a better period in their past, a time when they might have possessed a more advanced civilization. If left to himself, surely the Negro would never improve. *G. The perceived lack of Mongo history and civilization was most commonly attributed to 2 causes, the equatorial forest environment and innate racial inferiority. As discussed earlier, many Europeans erroneously believed that nature had provided the Mongo with the necessities of life without requiring much effort or innovation, and they therefore concluded that Africans lacked the drive or motivation to extend themselves beyond their indolent existence. Compounding this believed deficit, social Darwinists argued that the primitive state of African culture was direct proof of their intellectual inferiority. Wrote one observer in 1889, the African disbelief in physical law is doubtlessly inseparable from a low position in the scale of human knowledge, and we laugh at it. 9. Given these perceptions, Africans were routinely condemned by whites for their cruel and savage nature. As expressed by a missionary posted in the Lower Congo, the black race is certainly the race of Ham, the race cursed of God. There is nothing in particular which shows you this, but one can smell it, see it everywhere, and one cannot help feeling both compassion and terror when one sees these poor unfortunates. These black pagans are lazy, greedy, thieves, liars, and given over to all kinds of vice. The picture is not a flattering one, but it does not express the whole truth, and the scanty clothes which these unfortunates wear make them even more savage and worthy of pity. One part of this belief no doubt arose from the physical appearance of many Africans, particularly residents of the Chihuahua region. In 1892, an SAB agent traveling along the Rukuyi-Bizura-Chihuahua rivers consistently noted with evident disgust the local Mongo practices of decorative scarification, the filing of teeth to sharp points, the smearing of bodies with a mixture of red camwood powder and palm oil, and the wearing of animal skins. To this European, these traditional customs could not be reconciled with his Western conceptions of beauty and refinement. 9 At the same time, the close commercial relationships between European traders and Africans led some whites to modify or alter their views somewhat. The recorded evidence of early travelers suggests that some Europeans began to believe that Africans had a dual character. According to one Sci-3 trader, the Mongo are great liars, thieves, and are lazy to the extreme. But they are also polite and respectful. Another trader noted, the natives have a strange combination of character. They are light-hearted, plucky, industrious, and make staunch followers, but they are pitilessly cruel and delight to witness human suffering and the spilling of blood. G3 These seemingly conflicting attitudes about Africans became widely accepted as time went on, no doubt encouraged by 76. The publication of the journals of such men as Glave. They were also reinforced by European ignorance of African language and culture. But outside of the issue of how such attitudes were developed and maintained, they had the consequence of leading many whites to believe that the Mongo and other primitives were capable of social advancement if properly guided by the more advanced European. European guidance was proffered in various ways, including through the agency of Christian missions. An African interpreter announced the arrival of English missionaries in the Lower Congo as follows: "The English have come to mend or make the country and to put everything straight. God has sent them, they have got his book and will teach you all his words. They will teach all your boys to read and write and speak English, and will train them into all good habits." 794 While this quote is representative of the missionary endeavor in the Congo, others believed that the African could best be civilized through commercial trade and contact with whites. As Albert Thies expressed it, by between the races finally we shall not suppress the Negro race but strengthen it, civilize it, and later emancipate it. 95 In either case, Europeans increasingly saw themselves as teachers and civilizers. Africans, in contrast, were destined to be students and passive recipients of Western civilization. Failure to accept the benevolent guidance of whites, however, was not tolerated. The African was considered a savage child, needing the guidance, patience, and discipline of a benevolent but firm father. According to one explorer, the savages need to be handled properly. On the one hand, they must feel power and strength, on the other, we must patiently bring them to see the advantages which contact with civilization gives them. 96 The view was put into practice after one village refused Glave's request to land his boat. We landed and rooted them out of their village. Then, by throwing out skirmishing sharpshooters at the limits of the village, I completed the punishment by ordering the huts to be destroyed by fire. On my return to this village a few weeks afterwards I made friends with these people. It is a good trait in the character of these natives, that they know when they meet their master, and they bear no malice. It is unfortunate that war is necessary at all here in Africa, but the aggressive hostilities of the natives renders it impossible to avoid at times. 7. The experience under full colonial occupation was to be similar, a sort of paternalism with an iron glove. As long as Africans abided by the wishes of the Europeans who were trying to civilize them, relations remained peaceful. But given any indication of resistance including commercial competition, Europeans in the Congo dealt swiftly and brutally repressed any re-emergence of independent action. The Mongo of the inner Congo basin were to feel the full force of oppression beginning in the 1890s, when Europeans began to use their superior forces to create what Chwapa residents still recall as the Etumba na Bokyakolo, the War of the Rubber Agents. Red Rubber, Forced Labor, Violence, and the Struggle for Survival 1891 to 1910. Tell them that we cannot and therefore will not find rubber, we are willing to spend our strength at any work possible, but the rubber is finished. If we must either be massacred or bring rubber, well, let them kill us, then we suppose they will be satisfied. Village Headman to a British Missionary, 190y. The era of the rubber trade in the Congo Free State is one of the most infamous periods in Africa's history. It continues to evoke images of horrific violence in the equatorial forest, where the ceaseless greed and despotic rule of European rubber agents caused untold human suffering among an overwhelmed and defenseless African population. These nightmarish visions first emerged from the publications of the Congo Reform Association, an international organization dedicated to inform, shock, and mobilize public opinion against the autocratic rule of King Leopold XI. Their goal was ultimately successful. In the face of mounting criticism at home and abroad, the king was forced to abdicate his sovereignty over the Congo Free State to Belgium in 1908. The vivid images created by contemporary literature, however, have lived on. Works such as Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, Guy Burroughs' The Curse of Central Africa, and Edmund D. Morel's Red Rubber. The story of the rubber slave trade on the Congo have significantly shaped the historical interpretation of this era. Point 2 Red rubber has become an enduring 79 and definitive metaphor for a trade steeped in blood and based on an ever-increasing spiral of violence. It is not that these images are incorrect or sensationalized, many horrible atrocities did occur as a matter of common practice in the Congo Basin. The problem is that they leave the overall picture incomplete. By focusing their attention on the greed of Leopold and the excesses of his agents, the complexity of this historical period is lost and many questions remain unanswered. How did rubber become the basis for the colonial economy? Why did its production become inextricably linked with such extensive violence? How did Africans react? Were they as helpless as the contemporary reformist literature tends to portray them? This chapter answers these and other questions by re-examining the origins, operation, and impact of the rubber economy in the Congo Basin, with a particular focus on the Chwapa region when sources permit. The first section examines the growth of the trade, exploring how world market forces and local conditions in the Congo prompted the formation of a colonial economy based on intimidation and violence. The second section focuses on the unrelenting system of forced labor imposed on the Mongo and two significant consequences of that work, depopulation and cessistance. The third section examines more closely African social change and adaptation during the rubber regime. Contrary to previous historical accounts and perceptions, the Mongo were not passive victims of the European conquest. In contrast, they continued to shape their own futures even in the worst of times, modifying their social institutions and values to meet the changing demands of an incipient colonial society. The shift to rubber and the creation of a labor-coercive economy. In such a country and such a climate, put a rough-grained Belgian army officer, unaccustomed to the management of colored races and untrained in civil government, give him absolute power over the native population, and orders to raise revenue to the utmost of his ability. Above him place a military autocrat as governor, as sternly determined. 80. To be obeyed as if he were at the head of a regiment, and higher still, appoint a resolute minister, desirous above all things of proving his royal master's enterprise to be commercially sound, and the trainees fully laid for exact ions enforced by cruelty. British Consul Officer, 18,973. For nearly 2 decades, the political economy of the Congo Free State was inextricably linked to the trade in rubber. Under King Leopold's tutelage, the state became a unique form of company government, interlocked with commercial interests which pursued profit maximization by any means possible. By monopolizing the means and relations of rubber production, the Free State produced a magnificent profit for the king and his investor friends. In 1901 alone, the Congo produced over 1,300 tons of rubber, valued in European markets at over 43 million Belgian francs. 4 Not surprisingly, the rubber trade dominated all aspects of colonial life in the Free State. In the words of one European traveler, everything was on a military basis, but so far as I could see the one and only reason for it all was rubber. It was the theme of nearly every conversation, and it was evident that the only way to please one's superiors was to increase the output. How the rise of the Congolese rubber boom can be traced to changes in the world market, which in turn, were shaped by key technological innovations in Europe and the United States. Up until the mid-19th century, rubber was little used for consumer and industrial products because it tended to melt in heat and become too brittle in cold. But in 1839, Charles Goodyear revolutionized the rubber industry by formulating a new processing technique called vulcanization, which improved the strength, resiliency, and texture of rubber through the addition of sulfur and other substances. Following this discovery, rubber was used increasingly in consumer and industrial articles. The 1851 World's Fair in London, for example, displayed an unprecedented array of rubber goods that included shoes, raincoats, belts, suspenders, 8%, hoses, tiles, and ebonite furniture. In 1888, John Dunlop produced the first rubber pneumatic tire, instantly causing an even greater demand to meet the needs of the rapidly expanding bicycle and automobile industry. 6 World market prices for rubber rose in direct correlation to international demand. The value of rubber doubled between 1860 and 1880, and more than doubled again between L900 and 1906. Higher prices encouraged greater worldwide production. Although most of the world's rubber came from South America, the actual rate of rubber production in the late 19th century grew most rapidly in Africa. In the 1880s, the African continent supplied only 5% of the world's rubber, but by 1900 its contribution had risen to more than 30%. Within the continent, rubber exports grew most dramatically in the Congo. In 1890, the Free State produced 135 tons of rubber valued at 500,000 Belgian francs, and by 1904 exports jumped to nearly 5,500 tons worth 48 million francs, representing an incredible 96-fold increase in rubber earnings in only 14 years. It is not surprising that the future of rubber was viewed with great optimism by the colonialists at the turn of the century. As expressed by the editors of Mouvement Géographique in 1904, at present, even our greatly expanded levels of production have not reached the new demands for it in industry. The rise of rubber exports was also a response to declining ivory profits. While world market prices for rubber were rapidly increasing, the value of elephant tusks remained stagnant and, in some years, actually declined. Compounding the problem was an overall increase in prices charged by African ivory suppliers. Complained one SAB agent in 1892, the natives who gather it now know its value and it is more expensive. There is hardly any ivory coming from areas where it can be purchased for a string of beads. Lower prices in Europe and higher costs in the Congo combined to diminish ivory profits. In a revealing example, while SAB's ivory exports increased by 24 tons between 1892 and 1893, ivory profits were reduced by more than 50,000 francs. 82. To the directors of SAB, the direction was clear: the era of great ivory profits has passed. In order to give stability to business and to increase profits, it is indispensable to give the company a new orientation towards the rubber trade. SAB's shift to rubber commerce was eased by 3 considerations. First, it was believed that the Congo Basin's equatorial forest was richly endowed with wild rubber plants that Africans could tap and trade instead of ivory. Moreover, its production, unlike elephant hunting, required no specialized technique or superior ability. Rubber vines could be tapped by nearly anyone, its collection required only the plant, a knife, a collection vessel, and labor. Second, the company planned to duplicate the profitable rubber plantation system that had been established in the equatorial forests of Brazil. With this goal in mind, SAB created one of the first experimental rubber plantations in the Congo at Bizura in 1893. L2/3, it was widely anticipated that the completion of the railway around the lower Congo River rapids would significantly lower transportation costs, which would allow the export of a high-bulk, low-priced commodity like rubber to become more profitable. The shift to rubber commerce led to significant changes in SAB's economic activities in the Congo basin. The company's ivory trade had inspired a reliance on African middlemen, riverboat trade, and few permanent posts because elephant herds were mobile. In contrast, the collection of rubber, a commodity rooted firmly in the soil and perceived to be abundant in all areas, encouraged an expanded and more permanent occupation of the inner basin. Moreover, since rubber was a lower-priced commodity than ivory, SAB officials informed its stockholders that it would be necessary to encourage African production through an educative and prolonged contact with Europeans. Point 13 in this report and in future ones as well. However, SAB spared its investors the details of the forms that encouragement would take in the Congo basin. By 1893, SAB had greatly expanded its operations in the Congo basin. In only 5 years, the number of permanent trading posts increased from 6 to 83. Other major investments were made in steamers, European agents. 83. And in capital. A major area of SAB's expansion and investment was in the Chihuahua region. Following the reports of Agent Thickery, who indicated that the region was very rich in rubber, Psi-3 established over a dozen posts along the Bizura, Chihuahua, Salonga, and Lamla rivers. By 1904, SAB's headquarters at Bizura boasted a permanent population of 11 white residents, making it the largest European community in the district of Equator. 14 In hindsight, it is clear that the optimism of SAB's directors was not entirely warranted. Although the completion of the railway in 1898 did significantly reduce transport costs, Europeans overestimated and misunderstood the equatorial forest's wild rubber resources. All natural rubber is obtained by the collection and processing of latex from a variety of latex-bearing plants. In Brazil, however, rubber was produced primarily from species of Hevea, a hardy, productive genus which was propagated easily, allowing the growth of an efficiently run plantation system. In the Congo basin, rubber was collected from wild vines belonging to the genus Landosphia, woody climbers that twist their way upward and around large forest trees. Contrary to what was then believed, these rubber vines were not found in copious quantities in the equatorial forest. While plentiful in some areas, in others they may be as scarce as one vine per hectare. Europeans also misunderstood the productive capabilities of the Congo's rubber vines. The Landosphia genus is a fragile plant, easily killed by excessive or incorrect tapping. Incisions must be no deeper than a ½ inch, and the plant must be given a period of at least 6 months rest before it can be tapped again without injury. Because of ignorance or unconcern, there was little attempt at resource conservation until 1903, when the state set requirements for replanting and penalties for incorrect tapping procedures. But such measures were too little and too late. Ultimately, the rubber economy of the Congo collapsed because the resource had been largely destroyed. 15 The creation of the Leopoldine regime has been well documented elsewhere and need only be summarized here. 16 The transition from free to restricted trade in Italy was inspired by the state's mounting financial debts. Early explorations and military. 84. Campaigns against Africans and the Zanzibari had required large capital outlays which were borne principally by the king himself. 17 Efforts to raise money through the sale of bonds were largely unsuccessful, as one banker friend of Leopold is reported to have told the king, "I have neither faith nor hope, how can you expect me to have charity?" L8 By 1890, the financial situation of the Free State reached crisis proportions. Receipts were only 1.2 million Belgian francs while expenditures were 4.5 million francs. Most of the deficits fell upon Leopold, who had not anticipated that running a colony would be so costly. It is estimated that the king spent nearly 30 million francs on the Congo between 1876 and 1890, rapidly depleting his own resources. 19 Rumors spread that even the livery of the servants and various royal medals and decorations were sold to raise cash. Leopold reportedly lost weight during this time, shunned the public, and suffered from insomnia. Put off by private investors and opposed by members of parliament, Leopold became increasingly possessive of what he considered to be his African colony. In a reply to critics who condemned his later profit-making, he wrote that, "The Congo has been, and could have been, nothing but a personal effort. There is no more legitimate or respectable right than that of an author over his own work, the product of his own labor. My rights over the Congo are to be shared with none, they are the fruit of my own struggles and expenditures." Abandoning his philanthropic facade, Leopold set out to disprove the doubters and accrue profits from his African domain through whatever means were necessary. Leopold took two fundamental steps in 1891 which assured his control over the colonial economy. The first was the appropriation of land by the state, and the second was the massive mobilization of African labor. These two measures tended to complement and reinforce each other, for together they gave the king authority over the means of production. Similar processes were repeated throughout much of colonial Africa, yet their development and implementation in the Free State were unique and deserve fuller explanation. Moreover, these two measures remained largely intact. 85. After the Belgian annexation of the Congo in 1908, indeed, they were the cornerstones of the colonial economy until Zairean independence was granted in 1960. The European usurpation of African land was first expressed by the decree of July 1, 1885, whereby the colonial administration established the right of the state to dispose of all vacant lands that were not effectively occupied by African communities. L. By this action, Leopold gained the right to exploit directly or grant rights of exploitation to concessionary companies in all unoccupied lands. Special economic interests could be rewarded while eliminating unwanted competition. This measure also gave Europeans an enormous potential for exerting pressure on African societies because the success of their hunting, collecting, and shifting agriculture required large tracts of land that were defined as vacant by the state. By the decree of October 30, 1892, Leopold cut short the expansion and profit-making of private enterprises like SAB. Justifying his action by reason of the considerable expenses incurred by the state in establishing its territories, the king announced the division of the Free State into distinct commercial zones, defined in terms of rights of exploitation. The largest of these zones was called the domaine at Ui, the private domain of the Free State. A second zone was provisionally reserved for the state, and was later merged with the domaine prive. The third zone, located in the Kasai River basin, was reserved for the activities of private trading companies. From this zone, the king profited from the levying of export duties. 22 In order to exploit the zone which the state had reserved for itself, Leopold enlarged his policy of land concessions. North of the Congo River, a large concession was granted to the Société Anouersoise du Com, New Congo. A second huge concession was granted in the Maringaloparai River Basin to the Anglo-Belgian India Rubber and Exploration Company, commonly known as ABIR. Both companies enjoyed close relations with the Free State administration. Under the terms of the convention signed in 1892, half of ABIR's stocks were turned over to the state in return for monopoly rights to natural resources in 86. Fig. 5. Congo Free State showing concession zones, c. 1900. The Maringa concession area. 2s This arrangement was typical for the era, which saw the creation of additional large concessionary companies. As shareholder and tax collector, the interests of the state became intertwined with the interests of business, causing Leopold to instruct his agents to take whatever steps are necessary on behalf of the company's interests. Moreover, it was a relationship that continued to characterize the Belgian enterprise in the Congo until in 1896, a third and final zone was secretly created by Leopold. Inspired by the great profits realized by Anversailles and Abir, the king set aside as property of the crown all vacant land in the Lake Leopold area and in the basin of the Lucania River Sys. 87. Fig. 6. Inner Congo Basin showing concession zones, c. 1902. Tem. In 1901, the so-called Domaine in Courant was enlarged to include the Chihuahua region and much of the Bizarre-Chihuahua River basins. The net revenue from this area, to be exploited and supervised by state officials, was devoted to stipends for the royal family and the construction of public works in Belgium. 25 The creation of the Domaine de la Couronne restricted free trade in the Chihuahua region, triggering an angry confrontation between the directors of SAB, who had invested a great deal in this area, and the king. After a long and difficult period of discussion, SAB reached an accord with the state in 1902 in which the company received a block concession of approximately 1 million hectares between the Saloyaga and Lamla rivers. Within this area, which became known as the Bus Block, SAB was given its own exclusive rights of exploitation. All additional SAB posts previously established outside of this block, with the exception of an area. 88. Around the company's plantation at Bizarre, had to be turned over to the state. 26 In that same year, a Danish employee of the Free State, Knud Jespersen, steamed up the Bizarre River to oversee the transfer of power and to establish additional state posts in the Chihuahua. By 1908, over a dozen administrative and economic centers were created, including those at Bocote, Boend, Bizarre-Manin, Mondum, Waka, and Wima. The priority of state agents, however, was directed less to administration than it was to the collection of rubber and other export products. 27 The division of the Congo into economic zones inevitably included a revision of African land rights. While local communities maintained ownership over the resources on their lands, the state now strictly interpreted African land as that under effective occupation and cultivation. In order to reduce their freedom further, the state conducted an inquiry to determine African rights in regard to rubber and other forest produce in the Upper Congo as they existed before 1885. Not surprisingly, the Commission determined that prior to European occupation, rubber vines were not commercially exploited, therefore, African rights over these products, which were found on the state's vacant land, were non-existent. Shortly thereafter, an additional law forbade Africans outside of concessionary zones from selling to anyone other than agents of the state. By limiting free trade, the state gained another crucial method for controlling the means of production. 28 The acceleration of rubber collection inspired additional measures. One of the most important was the creation of a legal framework that allowed the state to mobilize African labor through coercive means. As early as 1892, the Free State required that Africans pay a rubber tax each month. The quota was not fixed but left to the discretion of local administrative agents. In 1903, the state introduced new legislation purportedly reformist which more clearly defined the obligations of the natives. The decree of November 18 obliged all residents, both men and women, to undertake productive work for the state for a period not to exceed 40 hours a month. Company agents as well as state officers could exact these labor requirements. In return for their work, Africans were supposed to be fairly paid at a rate. 89. I1-1. Determined by the Governor-General of the C0 Loni.2 but in practice, productive quotas remain the top priority, as illustrated in the following directive from the Vice-Governor-General to District Commissioners in 1904. You should note well that the application of the law on work requirements should result, not only in maintaining the results of previous years, but also in recording a constant increase in the resources of the Treasury. The receipts of 1 year, for a district, must not be less than those of the previous year. On the contrary, an increase must be aimed at. 30 In 1905, Leopold's Commission of Inquiry, appointed to stifle rising international protests against the use of forced labor, defended compulsory work requirements in both economic and humanitarian terms. The report stated that, considering the dislike of the native for work and his few wants, The exploitation of the domain under the law of supply and demand could not have lasted very long. As the work of gathering became more difficult, the use of coercion was necessary to arouse the blacks from their apathy. The Commission went one step further by arguing that coercion was actually beneficial to the interests of Africans. The natives must be induced to throw off their natural indolence and improve their condition. A law, therefore, which imposes upon them light and regular work is the only means of giving them the incentive to work. While it is an economic law, it is also a humanitarian law. 31 Added to this belief was the conviction that Africans should contribute financially to their education and social advancement. In the eyes of most colonialists throughout Africa, a nation which endowed a new territory with its civilization, its energy, and its capital had the right to legitimate compensation. This was what Leopold had done for the Congo. It was only fair that the Congo should participate in the embellishment of Belgium. Thus the 90. Ideological foundation was set for the development of a colonial economic system that would be directed and controlled by Europeans and served by Africans, whose role would be largely limited to a labor reservoir. Forced labor was never perceived as an unjust burden but rather as a justified and mutually beneficial obligation. There is evidence to demonstrate, however, that coercion was unnecessary because the Mongo and other Africans did respond to market forces. In the early 1890s, for example, SAB agents establishing centers along the Bizura River found many groups eager to exchange rubber in addition to ivory. Mongo sources told a similar story. The people of Isaka made rubber balls to sell to Bokyakolo. Mok told us to bring rubber and we did, exchanging them for beads, necklaces, and cloth. At the village of Bizura, the local headman is reported to have tried to monopolize the trade with Europeans for himself. For a short time, he was successful in blocking the attempts of neighboring groups to reach Bizura in order to gain access to imported goods. 33 One final report, from a missionary diary written in 1904, describes the optimistic beginning of the rubber trade in the Abir concession and its subsequent change once the policy of free trade was rejected. It is interesting to hear the Bungandanga people tell of the beginning of the rubber trade. How wonderful they thought it was that the white man should want rubber, and be willing to pay for it. How they almost fought for the baskets in order to bring them in and obtain the offered riches. But they say, we did not know, we never understood what it would become in the future. Now it is looked upon as the equivalent of death. They do not complain so much of want of payment, as that there is no rest from the work, and no end to it except death. For these accounts reflect the earlier experience with ivory. The Mongo reacted in a flexible and positive manner to trade with Europeans when the incentives were worthwhile. Indeed, official export statistics before the imposition of forced labor show an increase in rubber production from 30 to 134 tons between 1887, 91, and 1890.35, but free trade was unable to produce the results desired by both the state and concessionary companies. Profit maximization required higher levels of production while maintaining low labor and investment costs. The concept of the lazy African, then, merely masked the fact that Europeans were unwilling to pay Mexican producers at rates that would stimulate independent production. Instead, they relied on elements of coercion, and when Africans failed to produce, their justifications for the use of greater force became a self-fulfilling prophecy. To ensure maximum productive efforts in the interior, state and company officials rewarded their employees with a system of bonuses and promotions. According to a directive issued by Free State administrators in 1892, the rate of bonuses to agents was to increase in direct proportion to a decrease in purchasing prices from natives, leading one critic to conclude that a more direct incentive to robbery and violence was never in. In a letter to his family, a young Abir employee, who like many others had sought his fortune in the Congo, revealed the working of this system. After the state inspector paid me a visit, he told me that the nature of his report would depend upon the quantity of rubber produced. When he left, he told me to employ myself actively in the collection of rubber, and from 360 kilos in September, my production rose to 1,500 kilos in October, and this month I trust it will be over 2,000 kilos. I really am a lucky fellow, and if I play at rubber for 2 years, I shall make 1,200 francs over and above my salary. 37 In the following year, this agent was included with others for high praise and promotion. As noted by their commanding officer, to them is due the surprising results obtained in the area allotted to their action. 38 As described by Jesperson, pay and promotion depended little on administrative skill but on one's success in collecting rubber. The specific methods employed by agents were not questioned as long as production quotas were met. 39 Consequently, the expansion in export production became increasingly dependent on the use of force and terror. As 92 European agents established posts, they toured the region under their control, made lists of adult males, and assigned villages a certain amount of rubber to be collected every 2 weeks. Rubber quotas varied. In the Meringa Basin, ABR agents generally demanded 6 to 8 kilos of fresh rubber per adult male every fortnight. Across the Congo River in the Anversoise concession, the norm was 9 kilos. In the village of Bokalongo, residents recalled SAB agents demanding 50 baskets of rubber from the community, each weighing from 8 to 10 kilos. When state agents took over the SAB post after 1902, they added, the same exact ions were demanded of them. 40 Throughout the region, the major incentive to produce and deliver rubber was the fear of violence. To ensure that their demands were met, state and company agents employed a force of armed post sentries to punish recalcitrant villagers and crush rebellions. Individuals who did not meet their assigned quotas were beaten or whipped. 50 blows with the shikata, a whip made of hippopotamus hide, was a common punishment. Residents of Baringa recall that one ABR agent in their village flogged people so often that he earned the name Chi-Ata. Mutilations also occurred, again with the knowledge and tacit approval of Europeans. An African eyewitness who fled the ravages of rubber work in his village reported as follows, I myself saw a man at Likanga who had both his hands cut off. Sometimes they cut them at the wrist, sometimes farther up, with a machete. Also there was Muboma, who has a long scar across the back of his neck. There is another man called Bodi at Inanga with the same sort of scar, where they wounded him maliciously, expecting him to die. They didn't cut his head off, they didn't get to the bone, but expected him to bleed to death. It was sheer cruelty. The state treated us abominably. In the judgment of a former district officer, if a man is inclined to degeneration and brutality, the Congo Free State is a good forcing house for his evil qualities. 43 Hostage-taking was another effective means of enforcing. 93. Compliance to European demands. Some agents simply seized a man's wife or kin until he delivered his assigned quota, others engaged in this practice on a larger scale, as described by one witness. His method was to arrive in canoes at a village, the inhabitants of which would invariably bolt on their arrival. The soldiers were then landed, and commenced looting, taking all the chickens, grain, etc., out of the houses. After this they attacked the natives until able to seize the women. These women were kept as hostages until the chief of the district brought the required number of kilograms of rubber. The rubber having been brought, the women were sold back to their owners for a couple of goats apiece, and so he continued from village to village until he had the requisite amount of rubber. 44. Such attacks became common. In 1892, state agents and their armies raided a village near Biffle on the pretext that a slave had been killed there. They burned houses, captured prisoners, and demanded 20 baskets of rubber as ransom. 45 Moreover, such tactics had the full approval of high-ranking administrative personnel. In 1897, Governor-General Wahis instructed district commissioners that in areas where the native stubbornly refuses to work, you should compel him to obey by taking hostages, causing one critic, Edmund Morel, to remark later that the hostage house was one of the most efficacious assets of the rubber slave trade. 46 Under the fear of raids, punishments, and death, Africans delivered rubber in ever-increasing amounts, despite the fact that they had to search ever farther in the forest for fresh vines. Rubber exports rose rapidly under the coercive system, yielding enormous profits. In 1898, Beer recorded a profit of over 2 million Belgian francs, twice the amount of the original capital investment. In 1903, SAB exported nearly 150,000 kilos, representing a net gain of 1.2 million francs. The greatest profits, however, were reaped by 94. Leopold from his personal domain de la Couronne. According to one detailed accounting, the king's private fiefdom made an estimated net profit of 71 million francs between 1896 and 1905.47. Table 4.1. Free State rubber exports 1888 to 1905. Year value percent exports weight. 1888 260 1074 1890 556 6123 1895 2882 26 576 1905 43,755 86 4,861 1900 39,874 84 5,316. Source, see Note 48. The overall economic expansion of the Free State was initially hailed as an outstanding achievement of Leopold. Although a few Belgians recognized at an early date the abuses associated with the rubber regime, most were first struck by its tangible benefits to Belgium, valuable imports from Africa and huge profits. As stated by one observer, thanks to our rubber production and the success of our railroads, the state, and the state is the king, has not only attained its own financial requirements, but has also become a financial and commercial power in Europe. 49 Many Belgians dismiss the unfavorable reports of the Congo Reform Association as lies promoted by jealous powers wanting to take over the Congo for their elves, yet the progress of the Congo Free State was ultimately self-destructive. Leopold's own commission of inquiry confirmed many of the criticisms of the Congo Reform Association, and additional critical exposes by respected Belgian writers began to change Belgian public opinion. At the same time, rubber production in the Congo began an irreversible and steady decline. The excessive tapping or destruction of rubber vines had destroyed the basis of the economy. But while the Free State operated on a boom or bust cycle that was ulti. 95. p. .1_______.I_. Mately short-lived, it left a long-term legacy of death, disease, and destruction among Mongo residents of the Congo Basin. Rubber work, disease, and defiance. We had to go further and further into the forest to find the rubber vines, to go without food, and our women had to give up cultivating the fields and gardens. Then we starved. Wild beasts, leopards killed some of us when we were working away in the forest, and others got lost or died from exposure and starvation, and we begged the white man to leave us alone, saying that we could get no more rubber, but the white men and their soldiers said, "Go. You are only beasts yourselves, you are Nyama." Testimony from Domaine de la Couronne, 190,352. Africans paid a high price from their participation in the rubber economy. The Mongo and other inhabitants of the equatorial forest were subjected to an unrelenting regime of forced labor and systematic violence that caused intense physical suffering and widespread social upheaval. Assessing the specific experiences of the Mongo in the Chihuahua region, however, is a task beset with difficulties. Sources are incomplete, leaving large gaps of information. European rubber agents were rarely concerned about the impact of their demands on the local population except when it threatened economic production. Evidence collected by the Congo Reform Movement and from resident missionaries and travelers is more revealing, but these eyewitness accounts tend to focus primarily on the eastern regions of the King's Domain and on the Abir concession zone. Recorded and oral Mongo testimony from Chihuahua region does exist, but the evidence is again limited and often lacks important historical detail. The historian must therefore attempt to sift through the available evidence and make plausible assessments and conclusions based on a variety of sources and viewpoints. Generalizations concerning the impact of the trade on Mongo society are also difficult to make because the effect of the rubber economy in the inner basin was uneven. Communities Clause 96. to company or state posts were the most involved and affected by work demands, while more remote villages escaped many of the demands made upon other groups. Local experience also reflected variations in the character of the local rubber agent. Historical sources indicate that some men were more exacting and brutal than others. However, according to one Free State official in the Chihuahua region, most agents became transformed by an economic system that rewarded production at all costs. The good agents, observed Jesperson, killed themselves 5 even within one locale. Africans reacted diversely to the changes brought about by the rubber economy. Some individuals and groups resisted actively or covertly, others collaborated with the rubber agents, seeking new opportunities for enrichment and social mobility through European employment. Many villages simply fled into the forest to escape Bokyakolo, the Mongo generic term for the European rubber agent. Although the experiences and reactions varied, the rubber economy initiated a broad process of far-reaching change in the inner Congo basin. The commercial and social opportunities associated with the ivory trade were replaced by non-remunerative forced labor. European conquest of the interior caused many Mongo big men to lose their positions of power and prestige and to be replaced by others deemed more loyal to the European regime. Traditional forms of social stratification were altered as individuals were forced to cooperate in unprecedented ways to survive. Inter-village contacts increased as individuals and groups escaped Bokyakolo or searched for fresh sources of rubber. Sleeping sickness, smallpox, and other maladies ravaged the region, decimating communities already exhausted by rubber work. These changes, despite their seemingly disparate natures, were intimately interrelated, for they were ultimately rooted in changes in Mongo work demands and activities. The worst thing about Bokyakolo, from African testimonies, was not the individual atrocities, however horrible, but the steady and unrelenting demands which disrupted their normal daily work activities, causing impoverishment, famine, illness, and death. Throughout the inner Congo basin, rubber work far exceeded the 40-hour per month limit imposed by the Free 97 States labor legislation of 1903. Europeans and their sentries either incorrectly set production quotas or, more likely, simply ignored judicial limits in the pursuit of greater profits. Given the relative scarcity of vines and their limited productive capabilities, the search for and collection of rubber took more time and effort than most whites understood or acknowledged. Moreover, because of heavy and unceasing demands, many areas quickly exhausted their nearby productive rubber vines. According to one ABIR report, rubber vines within a 10-kilometer radius of the Basinkusu outpost were depleted in less than 18 months of operation. 54 Consequently, people had to go even deeper into the forest to search for vines, devoting ever-increasing amounts of time and energy to rubber collection. Evidence collected from Mongo sources suggests that it required 10 to 20 days in the forest to collect the necessary monthly quota of rubber. To this was added an additional 5 days required for washing and drying. 55 As succinctly described by Leopold's own Commission of Inquiry in 1904, in the majority of cases, must every 2 weeks make a journey on foot of 1 or 2 days, perhaps more, to reach the heart of the forest where he can find the rubber creepers in sufficient abundance. He has to take his harvest to the post of the state or company, and it is only then that he may return to his village, where he cannot stay more than 2 or 3 days, for a fresh stint presses on him. The result is that, whatever the extent rendered in the forest, the African, by reason of the numerous journeys he is obliged to make, finds the greater portion of his time taken up with the rubber harvest. 56 Rubber collection was also dangerous work. Prolonged searches for productive vines in the forest exposed individuals to attacks from wild animals, traditional enemies, and inclement weather. Furthermore, poor diets weakened health, and a failure to obtain rubber quotas exposed the individual to the unrestrained wrath of the rubber agent or his auxiliary. The following 98 account of the rubber gathering process, made in 1902, describes in more detail the time and danger involved in rubber work. It also clearly suggests how the fear generated by the system of exploitation ultimately destroyed the rubber economy. The Congo native, when about to gather rubber, generally goes with his fellow villagers far into the forest. Then, having formed a rough, shelterless camp, he cuts with his knife a number of incisions in the bark, and, hanging a small earthenware pot below the vine, allows the sap to trickle slowly into it. Should the creeper have already been tapped, the man must climb into the supporting trees at more or less personal risk and make an incision in the vine high above the ground where the sap has not been exhausted, and there he will remain, perhaps the whole of the day, until the flow has ceased. The natives, if pressed for time, as they usually are in the Congo in consequence of the threats of the white man and the fear of the albinis of the soldiers and the muskets of the capitas, cut down the lengths of the giant creepers and then subdivide them to make the sap ooze out more quickly. 57. Rubber work required more than the collection of liquid latex, it also involved porterage of the calabashes full of latex to the nearest company or state post where the liquid latex was processed into condensed rubber balls weighing 15 kilograms. Agents obtained post workers by conscripting men from nearby villages. Mongo workers built hangars and sheds for the drying and storing of rubber, canoes for transport, residences for the agent and his soldiers, and they also served as houseboys and cooks. In exchange for their labor, conscripted workers were supposed to be paid, but this was not always the case. A beer rewarded its employees at a rate of 60 brass rods a month, worth about 180 francs each. But instead of paying in rods, agents generally gave workers an equivalent quantity of goods. According to company documents. 99. A year's payment comprised 5 kilos of salt, 1 blanket, and 5 machetes, which had a total European value of approximately 6 francs, roughly equal to the profits a beer made on 1 kilo of rubber. Similar arrangements were observed by Jesperson in the Chihuahua region of the Domaine de la Sierra. Mongo villages were also required to provide foodstuffs to company and state posts. At the state station at Mondum, for example, Jesperson demanded that local village headmen provide each week a set amount of meat, palm oil, bananas, and root crops. In the Abir concession, the village of Bumba, comprised of only 100 residences, was required to deliver each month 5 pigs or 50 chickens, 15 kilos of yams and root crops, and 60 kilos of rubber. 59. In many instances, food was arbitrarily confiscated in the name of taxation, but even in those rare occurrences when it was purchased, the pay was not enough to encourage a voluntary increase in production, as noted by the 1904 Commission of Inquiry. The native receives compensation which is insufficient and in every case inferior to the real value. He does not feel encouraged to raise domestic animals or fowls. 60. This compilation of evidence underscores a predominant characteristic of this historical period. The major incentive to work for Bokyakola was the fear of punishment, not pay. The heavy demand for African labor disrupted traditional productive activities throughout most of the equatorial forest. When one compares the testimony of Europeans and Africans from the Domaine de la Couronne, the Abir concession, or SAB's bus block, one finds a consistent pattern of hardship and deprivation. Craft production, which had blossomed with the new opportunities afforded by the rise of long-distance ivory trade, declined as regional trade retracted and surplus labor time disappeared. In some areas, even subsistence survival was threatened. The lengthy absence of men from their home settlements impaired collaborative work efforts and impoverished many communities. Houses went unrepaired or were rebuilt in a hasty fashion after they had been burned as punishment for resistance. New fields were not cleared for agriculture. Hunting and fishing activities were curtailed and oil palm trees were neglected. 61. 100. While men toiled and suffered in the forest, women were left behind in a particularly vulnerable position. Without warning, they could be rounded up with their children and held hostage until their men paid their rubber tax. Many were raped or permanently abducted by sentries or white agents. Those spared from these abuses still had to provide adequate food for their families and deliver set food quotas to European posts. When men were absent, women had to carry the full burden of caring for their children and the old people of the household. Most significantly, without help for clearing heavy brush, women had to reduce the amount of land under cultivation or else plant worn-out fields, resulting in lower yields. The problem was compounded by the requisitions of resident sentries and the destruction of crops ordered by whites during their pacification campaigns. 62 These stresses created conditions that led to famines in many areas and an overall increase in disease. Europeans recorded periodic food shortages throughout much of the inner basin. While there is no way of estimating the numbers of people who perished from starvation, insufficient diets and the lack of rest combined to weaken health and increase disease. According to numerous reports, outbreaks of smallpox and sleeping sickness swept through the forest regions at the turn of the century, devastating some areas. 64 As noted by one missionary, the rise in disease was directly attributed to the rubber regime. Sleeping sickness was absolutely unknown until about 4 years ago, 18,961. The people are easy victims to it, because of lack of food and rest, and exposure to damp, rain, and cold. They are also fast losing their desire to live, and therefore do not try to throw off the terrible lethargy which so soon overcomes them. 65 Another missionary suggested that additional illnesses were even more debilitating and deadly. For every person who has died of sleeping sickness there have been 20 deaths due to lung and intestinal disorders, and for 1 death due to smallpox, there have been 40 due to lung and intestinal troubles. 66. 101. Depopulation caused by violence, famine, and disease may have been further aggravated by a decline in births. In the opinion of some missionaries, the upheavals associated with red rubber lowered the fertility of Mongo. Missionaries also recorded a rise in abortions. Women refused to bear children and take the means to save themselves from motherhood. They say, if a war should come, a woman big with child or with a baby to carry cannot run well and hide from soldiers. 68 In a society that already had a relatively low birth rate and whose subsistence activities depended upon collaborative group labor, depopulation threatened the basic survival of Mongo villages and demanded social adaptation and new forms of cooperation and mutual aid. The severe hardships experienced by the Mongo under the rubber regime were not accepted passively. Localized resistance to the demands of Bokyakola was widespread and frequent throughout the equatorial forest. In the Abir concession, major revolts were reported around Basinkusu in 1897 and Lokolenge in 1900. In the first half of 1905, more than 140 Abir sentries were reported killed or seriously wounded in attacks. To the south, SAB agents had a difficult time quelling a major rebellion in the Buzz Block in 1904. 69 A letter from a Free State officer to his commanding officer in 1899 sums up the mood of fear and instability in the equatorial forest. I expect a general uprising. I think I have warned you of this. The motive is always the same. The natives are tired of the existing regime transport work, rubber collecting, furnishing for whites and blacks. For 3 months I have been fighting, with 10 days rest. Yet I cannot say that I have subjugated the people. They prefer to fight or die. What can I do? 70 Primary resistance incurred harsh retaliation and was never completely successful. Isolated communities, lacking modern weapons and weakened by famine and disease, were unable to defeat the forces of Bokyakola. All across the Congo basin, African resistance was crushed brutally, chiefs were hanged, hands were cut off, houses and crops burned, and women were confiscated for the enjoyment of company and state employees. But these actions, 102, did not put an end to resistance. Other communities retaliated more covertly against the repressive regime, expressing their hostility through tax evasion, work slowdowns, and the destruction of state property. Wild rubber vines were cut not only to increase the flow of sap, but also to destroy the plants in the hope that the Europeans would go away if supplies were depleted. Dirt and other impurities were added to collected rubber, increasing its weight in order to meet quotas, but diminishing its market value. Conscripted African workers at company posts, in the words of one frustrated agent, learned to mailing and fool European. L. The most common act of passive resistance, however, was migration. Oral and recorded testimonies from both Africans and Europeans recount numerous instances when entire villages attempted to escape the rubber demands by fleeing deeper into the forest. In many instances, migration brought its own problems. For the Ntombonkali near Bo famine occurred. Other movements triggered wars as refugees tried to settle on the land of another. In one instance, the Nsamba clan, fleeing from Abir, left their homeland in Baringa only to find themselves in a state of perpetual warfare over land and rubber with the people living near the Chwapa. Moreover, as the European occupation of the region grew, it became more difficult to find a safe haven. The following description came from Lofumwa Antoine, a resident of the village of Isaka, who was an adolescent at the height of the rubber regime. Before the demands of Bokyakolo we fled and abandoned the region of Mpoko to live by the Iklamba River. We were hunted by Bokyakolo and several men were killed. Bokyakolo left and never returned. But at Iklamba, the white Akabakaba arrived with other whites. Akabakaba also demanded rubber, saying that he did not come to kill men but to buy rubber. In exchange, we would receive cloth, beads, and bracelets. Whippings were given out to those whose efforts were insufficient by an African rubber agent left here by the whites. He gave between 50 and 100 blows to PEPLC. L. While these various forms of resistance only partially or temporarily secured a respite from rubber work, they were successful in causing damage to the rubber economy. According to an administrative report from June 1905, conditions have gone from bad to worse. If nothing is done, rubber production will cease entirely. In the sector of Lilagi, for instance, the natives are now more hostile than ever before. They have attacked the outpost 3 times in succession, and the post will have to be temporarily abandoned. In the Basinkusu sector, the Africans are so recalcitrant that payment of taxes has ceased. The situation is no better in the basin of the Lomako River where the entire Mpusa sector is in revolt. The natives of the Mompano sector refuse to work. The post of Dalilo has been cut off by rebels. In the Lusaka sector, many Africans have fled. In the Waka sector of Equateur, the yield of rubber has much declined for to this day, memories of the rubber wars have remained vivid in the oral histories of the Mongo. During the collection of life histones in the Chwapa region in 1982, certain elders recounted preserved legends of specific SAB or Abir rubber agents and the demands made upon their people. They also recalled village migrations away from Bokyakolo, or the rubber company. For them, the age of red rubber is referred to as Zokzi, which roughly translates as the overwhelming. Although resistance was brutally punished, the rubber wars in the Chwapa region continued throughout the reign of Bokyakolo. Mongo strategies for surviving the demands of Bokyakolo. Before, we were weak. With Dinango, we were strong. Mpekamboyo, village of Imbo, 1982.76. 104. African resistance to the demands of the rubber agents refutes those historical accounts that portray the Mongo as passive victims of the European onslaught. Yet resistance was not the only initiative taken by residents of the Congo basin. Some individuals collaborated with the rubber agents, searching for personal advancement through European employment. Other communities evolved new social institutions to adapt to changing needs and conditions. Taken together, these reactions also counter the colonial myth that the Mongo lacked a dynamic historical tradition. In contrast, they provide more evidence of the creative and flexible responses made by Mongo society in its continued historical evolution in the Congo basin. In order to promote the continued production of rubber by villagers, state and company agents needed to find African allies to serve as intermediaries and agents. Europeans had originally hoped that these needs would be met by traditional big men. But the initial cooperation between Mongo headmen and European traders characteristic of the ivory trade vanished as whites made increasing demands for rubber and other work and paid less. Most leaders were unwilling or unable to coerce their followers to supply the increasing amounts of rubber demanded of them. Instead, African testimonies described how they led their communities into wars against the white rubber agent or how they opted for migration. Europeans responded by punishing these chiefs for the non-execution of their appointed duties. According to one eyewitness account, local leaders were shamelessly degraded in the eyes of their people, made to fetch and carry for soldiers, cast into chains and flung into prison. 77 The failure of the Europeans to achieve the cooperation of many traditional big men resulted in the enlistment of other African auxiliaries to oversee and enforce the collection of rubber in villages. These men, drawn from the ranks of mercenaries, outcasts, and opportunists, were generally of two types: African soldiers from the Free States Army, or FMCE public, and local volunteers, called capitas by Europeans. Capitas were also known as Adefenulo or strong branch to the Mongo of the Chihuahua region, a term that reflected their manner of rule and ties to the European. 105. Tree trunk. Both groups of collaborators sought new opportunities in their changing worlds, taking advantage of their European patronage and force of arms to set themselves up as the new big men of village society. African soldiers ruled in many locations following Leopold's creation of the Domaine de la Couronne, which introduced the first state posts in the region. In many areas, units of the force publique were the first to occupy previously remote and unaffected villages. Typically, a non-commissioned white officer, in charge of approximately 20 men, first established a central post in a principal village. The European sergeant remained in this post with 2 or 3 soldiers, while the rest, armed with Albini rifles, were sent out to occupy other villages, leaving 1 or 2 behind in each community depending upon its size. 78 Soldiers of the force publique were generally recruited from areas other than where they were to serve, making them strangers without a sense of identification with local groups. Moreover, they were most often drawn from society's outcasts or inferiors. According to information from the forces Camp d'Instruction at Coquilletville, many recruits were originally orphans, rescued, raised, and educated by missionaries. At adolescence, many were transferred to the military to repay their debt to European society. Other recruits came from the ranks of so-called liberated slaves, freed or purchased by state agents. Still more were supplied by local chiefs under strictly enforced quotas. Local headmen generally chose those individuals who would be missed the least: slaves, troublemakers, and the weak and unpopular. Military service was supposed to be limited to 5 to 7 years, but in actuality, many inductees served much longer. 79 African soldiers proved themselves more than loyal to the state. Divorced from traditional means of attaining status, advancement, and protection, soldiers' lives became firmly linked to their participation in the colonial economy. Failure to enforce rubber quotas resulted in a reduction of pay and bonuses, while outstanding success brought promotion and prestige. From an early date, members of the force publique willingly became career soldiers. Re-enlisting after their initial 7-year period of service was termi. 106. Nate, marking one of the first manifestations of non-traditional class consciousness in the Congo basin, soldiers also used their positions and their close relationships with Europeans for personal gain. Many became tyrants, demanding food, shelter, and the women of their choice. Villagers from Bizura recounted a rather grisly custom of how soldiers claimed women. A bullet was sent to the home of the desired woman. If she or her husband refused the invitation, that same bullet was used to kill her. O Free State agent Jesperson was often disgusted by these and other atrocities that his troops committed against the local population. At one point, he called his contingent a band of black Vikings. His superiors, however, were generally unconcerned about their soldiers' behavior, so long as the rubber was forthcoming. Some whites even encouraged horrific violence. In order to prevent the use of guns for hunting, for example, agents often demanded an ear, nose, or hand for each spent cartridge. I The ranks of the occupying force publique were swelled by the Adefenulo. Jesperson noted that while each state post was limited to 25 armed soldiers, it was common practice to operate outside this rule by employing local auxiliaries, who were paid a bonus according to the amount of rubber produced in their territory. It is difficult to ascertain the social identity of these volunteers. Europeans rarely made mention of their origins, while local informants have proved hesitant to discuss the subject in any great detail. Evidence suggests, however, that many had low social status, like the soldiers with whom they often allied themselves. Others may be viewed as social rebels, dissatisfied for some reason with their position in village society. Ikwalanga Isamenga, of Baringa, recalled that his father, an beer agent, volunteered for work because his older brother was his father's favorite. Jesperson suggested that his Adafenulo were motivated by the promise of bounty and bride-ealth. On the whole, it seems that any inferior or junior member of a household might be tempted to seek a new patron in the white man, for collaboration offered the potential to increase his wealth, power, and freedom from rubber collection. Unlike the traditional headman, whose authority was firmly linked to his ability to acquire and maintain a loyal following, the power of the auxiliaries was based on fear, intimidation, and the power of the European and his soldiers. The following vivid description, taken from SAB's inner station at Basico, describes the roles of the Adafenulo and the means by which they were able to become the new big men in many regions of the Congo basin. Each post had established in the principal villages capita chiefs, men selected generally on account of their superior intelligence and audacity. These capitas assumed great power among the natives, and had under their command scores of assistants recruited from the scum of the native population. They were supposed to see that the natives collected rubber, and they ensured this generally by means of blows, and occasionally by a bullet. The manager of the entrusted to the capita chief a quantity of merchandise, sufficient to pay the natives for their rubber at a rate not exceeding 3 pence per pound, but the capitas usually appropriated the goods to their own use, and took the rubber without any payment whatever. Some of them had, as the result of the peculations, become the possessors of dozens of wives and many slaves. They literally ate up the country by forcing the natives to bring them goats and fowls and other provisions. Some of the capitas had hundreds of armed followers, who went about in bands devastating the villages, ravishing the women and shooting down the men on the slightest provocation. As for the importance of the Adafenulo must not be overlooked. Without their cooperation, the European rubber economy would not have been able to mobilize the massive labor needed for maximum profit-making. They also created alternative, non-traditional means for social advancement. Their newfound power, prestige, and wealth derived from their association with the colonial power. After Belgium annexed the Free State in 1908, many of the Adafenulo continued in the employment of Europeans, working as aides. 108. Translators, company agents, and later, as plantation foremen. Other Africans joined them, also seeking the new opportunities made possible by colonial society. 85 Despite their social significance and economic importance, the Adafenulo of the rubber period were definitely a minority. Most people in the Chihuahua region suffered through the economy of violence, experiencing whippings, famines, and increased mortality as a result of the unrelenting demand for work. Nevertheless, Africans were not as helpless as much of the literature of the period tends to suggest. Local societies adapted to new conditions, finding innovative ways to cope with a changing world. One of the most successful and lasting Mongo adaptations was the adaptation and diffusion of Inongo. Age sets are a form of social organization found in many areas of Africa. In brief, it is an institution in which all persons within certain range of age are grouped into generational age grades. In some societies, including the Mongo, initiation into an age grade marked a rite of passage into adulthood. Each age grade also had its own name, insignia, and distinctive social responsibilities and privileges that increased as the generation grew older. Age sets therefore provided African societies with horizontal bonds of unity and identification that overlapped the vertical stratification based on kinship and seniority. The origins of Mongo age sets remain somewhat vague. Mongo sources attribute the development of Inongo to an older tradition called Bozka, which first evolved among the Mongo who reside between the Lamla and Chihuahua rivers. Bozka seems to have been a ceremony designed to solidify district unity, particularly for defensive purposes. According to Mongo traditions, Bozka were pacts of mutual friendship in peacetime and pacts of mutual assistance in case of attack. Local stories also recounted that Bozka helped the united Bakutu clans triumph in their wars over the neighboring Antombankali and Bol.86. Although its origins remain unclear, it appears that Bozka was enlarged and diffused throughout the Chwapa region as a reaction to the intrusions and demands of Europeans. The people of Antombankali, for example, associate their adoption of Bozka with the establishment of the nearby SAE-3 post at Boend in 1896. 109. Although conclusive details are lacking, linguistic and oral evidence suggests that Bozka spread west and south to the Mbol. Another line of diffusion carried the institution across the Chwapa to reach the Akota and Ansongo in the Abir concession. Mongo oral histories also claim that the institution became known as Inongo at this time, representing a greater emphasis on H-set C0 Operation. 8 Inongo provided a means for the expression of African solidarity and mutual assistance in the face of two common enemies, the rubber agent and social instability. According to the testimony of Europeans, Inongo may have played a significant role in uniting Mongo military resistance to rubber agents and their auxiliaries. Jesperson's journal entries from 1903-06 clearly indicates that the state conquest and occupation of the Chwapa region was slow, bloody, and still incomplete when the Free State was annexed by Belgium in 1908. In his effort to establish outposts in Boend area in 1903, for instance, Jesperson and his forces were subject to constant and well-organized ambushes, leading him to conclude that the territory was united in its resistance. In 1906, Jesperson learned of another unified revolt near the state post of Bondum, where villages of the Nkali clan had allied with those of the Bozaka and Lyandu to throw the white man into the river 88. Although these revolts did not succeed in eliminating Bokyakula from their territory, they did demonstrate the innovative role played by Inongo in creating an unprecedented unity in Mongo military organization in the Chwapa region. Inongo played other important roles in helping people cope with the dramatic changes in their lives. G pacts of friendship and mutual aid between age mates facilitated the social mobility required in the search for rubber or group migration. Food, shelter, land, and even women were expected to be shared with fellow members. Travel became more secure with the knowledge that age mates would offer protection and hospitality. This is not to suggest that warfare between groups vanished, but local sources attest that common brotherhood lessened hostilities. Inongo also allowed for the quicker assimilation of outsiders into the community workforce. At a time when migrations, dis-ease, and rubber work disrupted normal activities and drained adequate and healthy workers, age sets called for a restructuring of work relations within the village. Members of the same age group were obliged to assist each other in constructing houses, clearing fields, hunting and trapping, and collecting of rubber. Mutual assistance was a means of ensuring a sufficient labor force for these activities. Inongo thus partially replaced the needs of the Bukolo, Zitang, and Bam. By creating bonds of brotherhood which linked men of the same age, outsiders could be readily assimilated into the productive unit without having to be relegated to inferior status or fully incorporated into the group. Inongo provided strong yet flexible bonds to meet the changing needs of a community at any given time. As Inongo provided an alternative horizontal social structure that overlapped the pre-existing vertical organization associated with kinship, it consequently redefined social stratification as well. In one sense, it resulted in a leveling of society, for age relations were one criterion not subject to right of birth. Initiation was obligatory for all, big men, warriors, clients, and slaves. Moreover, members of the same age group were theoretically equal, for their obligations towards each other were the same. Furthermore, Inongo provided a means for the less influential and younger members of the community to assert greater independence from their chiefs and elders. Age mates settled their own disputes, gave mutual aid and protection, and provided access to women. In short, Inongo allowed junior members of the village to bypass the corrupt or ineffective rule of their elders. At the same time, it did not totally supplant the Mongo ideology of kinship or seniority. Age groups composed of elders still held positions of greater influence and prestige than those of younger members, holding the most esteemed positions of arbitrators, traditional healers, and spokesmen for the group. Equally significant, elders still maintained control over bride wealth items, which prevented for this period a full-scale revolt of youth. Nonetheless, Inongo provided an alternative means to meet the demands of a changing world. 111. In retrospect, the Congo Free State was unique in the history of colonial Africa. It was a colony without a metropolis, governed in an absolute fashion by individuals concerned first and foremost with profit maximization. In its last decade of existence, European companies and the state realized incredible financial gains, more than any other colony at the time. Ironically, the very success of the rubber system ultimately led to its destruction. By 1905, many areas of the Congo Basin had been completely stripped of productive rubber vines. As a result, the rubber economy burned itself out, but not before it became increasingly dependent on an ever-growing spiral of violence. As news of these abuses became known in Europe and the United States, an international coalition demanded that Belgium annex the Free State. King Leopold, denigrated in the press by enemies and former friends alike, was forced to hand over his personal fiefdom to Belgium in 1908. With the assistance of hindsight, however, it is clear to see that most of the would-be reformers were actually quite naive about the origins and scope of the abuses associated with the Free State. Most of them simply believed that a transfer of power from Leopold to the Belgian Parliament would prove sufficient in remedying the situation. But a change in personnel proved insufficient to radically change the legacy of the Free State. Under Belgian rule, the colonial state continued to lack funding from the metropolis, causing it to maintain its dependence on large-scale European concessionary companies. Most significantly, Europeans continued to view Africans as potential workers to serve their needs and whims. Annexation softened the more brutal features of the Free State, but the overall exploitative and unequal system of the colonial overlords remained largely intact. 112. 5. Copal and palm kernels, the opportunities and demands of colonial collaboration 1908-29. How can we encourage the economic activity of our colony and at the same time ensure the indispensable collaboration of the natives? We answer, by the respect of free trade and free work. These two principles complement and reinforce each other in a mutually beneficial way. Émile Thibaut, Member of Parliament, 1909. On November 15, 1908, Belgium assumed sovereignty over the Congo. In the opinion of contemporary observers, the Belgian annexation of King Leopold's Free State marked the beginning of a new era in Central African history. As expressed in 1911 by A.J. Waters, a respected commentator on colonial affairs, the history of humanity passed a milestone the day of annexation. Thanks to the Belgian Parliament, 15 million blacks passed from the domination of the Free State to the protection of a free Belgium. Absolutism was replaced by the titular power of a constitutional state. Waters' effusive assessment was based on a series of political, economic, and social reforms legislated by the Belgian Parliament between 1908 and 1910 that were intended to eradicate the abuses associated with the Congo Free State. A new colonial constitution, the Charte coloniale, replaced Leopold's absolutist. 113. Rule with a colonial ministry and colonial council, whose policies were subject to unqualified parliamentary supervision and control. Economic reforms included the abolition of Leopold's restrictive trade zones and the revival of free, unrestricted trade for both Europeans and Africans. Moreover, in a measure that was called Le Décret contre les maîtres, compelled work quotas were strictly prohibited and replaced with wage 1/0 to protect the rights of Africans and to prevent a reoccurrence of the atrocities committed during the Red Rubber era. The Charte coloniale also created a Commission on African Affairs, the Commission Permanente pour la Protection des Indigènes, to watch over the native population and ameliorate their moral and material condition. In total, the reforms enacted after annexation seemed to promise a new relationship of collaboration between Africans and Europeans that would prove mutually beneficial. Satisfied with the new legislation, E.D. Morel disbanded his Congo Reform Association in 1913. In reality, however, the Belgian annexation of the Congo ultimately produced no substantial departures from the policies of Leopold's Free State. Belgian public indifference to colonial affairs and the indecisiveness of the Colonial Council allowed the colony to slip into the hands of conservative bureaucrats and powerful financial groups. The concessionary system in the Congo Basin was not only maintained but enlarged, resulting in ever-increasing amounts of so-called vacant African land alienated to large-scale European companies. Labor reforms proved equally illusionary. Although brutally enforced labor was prohibited by law, taxes and compulsory farming quotas became new forms of labor coercion. Even the Commission for the Protection of Natives was ineffective. Between 1908 and 1924, only 4 meetings were held, causing one critic to conclude in 1928 that the body may operate as a shield for the government and that its mere existence will lull the feeling of responsibility of Parliament, which may take the position that unless the Commission calls attention to abuses, there is nothing to criticize. 5. In short, the new era of European-African collaboration was still born. While the most violent and drastic tours of the Free State were softened, the underlying structures and racist mentality of Leopold's empire survived. This chapter explores Mongo experiences with and reactions to the changing opportunities and demands associated with the first 2 decades of Belgian colonial rule. The first section examines the evolution of the colonial political economy, particularly the conflicts arising between incompatible development strategies that competed over African labor. The second section focuses on changing Mongo participation in the colonial economy. During this time period, rubber work was largely replaced by the collection of copal and palm nuts, each of which offered different opportunities and demands on local groups. The final section of this chapter explores the impact of these new forms of work on Mongo society. Resistance to forced labor, positive responses to market incentives, and the assimilation of Western material goods in local culture reflected the continuing ability of traditional society to initiate varied and creative responses to change in the Congo Basin. 6. Free trade to monopoly rights, the evolution of the Belgian colonial economy. What are we doing in the Congo? We are pursuing a double aim, the extension of civilization and the development of outlets for Belgium and of Belgium's economic activity. These 2 aims are inseparable. Colonial Minister Louis Frank, 1921. One of the most urgent problems confronting the new colonial administration in 1908 was the need to restructure and improve the management of the Congo's economy. The Free State's rubber regime had shamed not only Belgium and its king, it also had proved to be a commercial failure. Although the forced collection of rubber had produced enormous short-term profits, production levels could not be sustained in the long term due to the widespread overtapping of vines and the exhaustion of African 115 workers. In 1909, SAL 3 officials advised its stockholders to expect lower dividends because rubber vines in its bus block were wasted and local communities were increasingly rebellious. Similar discouraging results were reported in other regions of forest as well, and rubber exports experienced a slow but steady decline each year after 1905. The situation was grave. Belgium had inherited a colony lacking the foundations for sustained economic development. Under Leopold's rule, long-term investment and planning had been eschewed in favor of immediate plunder and profit-making. In 1909, the new colonial ministry introduced the program Jinbal, a broad economic plan designed to promote long-term investment and growth through increased state management of the colonial economy. The program envisioned a twofold strategy for the economic development of the Congo Basin. First, it advocated the creation of large European-run rubber and oil palm plantations in the equatorial forests, and second, it encouraged a revival of free trade and wage labor to encourage voluntary African participation in the colonial economy. 1 degree Both strategies were perceived to be the cornerstones of a new progressive colonial economy, but they ultimately proved incompatible. A closer examination of these strategies in action highlights the evolving contradictions and tensions inherent in the overly optimistic economic strategies for the Congo Basin. Colonialists advocated the establishment of a plantation economy in Equateur for several reasons. In 1909, Director of Colonial Agriculture Edmond Lepley returned from an inspection tour of the great rubber estates of colonial Asia. He reported that the plantation system in operation in Malaysia and Ceylon was more efficient and more profitable than the collecting economy that characterized the Congo's immature mode of production. Trade statistics confirm Lepley's thesis. The Asian heavier rubber plantations were able to produce superior quality latex at lower cost, allowing them to dominate the world market. Lepley's goal, therefore, was to duplicate the Asian system in the Congo Basin. Beginning in 1910, agricultural missions were sent to the Congo to study the possibilities of large-scale rubber plantations in the 116 equatorial forest, and their conclusions were generally optimistic. Aside from its technological and economic advantages, the plantation program was also seen by many colonists as the only viable development strategy to follow given the perceived primitive state of Africans and their agriculture. In his advocacy of European plantations, Lepley argued that it would be a profound error to favor the development of African agricultural production because we must not forget that the Congo native is still a savage. Only a few years ago he lived in pure barbarism. They are lazy and indolent, leaving most of the work to women. They have no lure of gain and will work only enough to live. Many influential administrators agreed with Lepley's thesis. Georges van der Kerken, District Commissioner of Equateur and respected ethnographer, added that cheap, large-scale agricultural production could not solely be the fruit of native agriculture. 1 Although the Mongo clearly had demonstrated a positive response to market incentives during the era of ivory trade, the irrational myth of the lazy African continued to shape attitudes and justify actions. In retrospect, it is clear that few Europeans seriously contemplated a regional economy based on free trade and the initiative of Africans. Instead, economic policies were based on the unchallenged assumption that European supervision, management, and capital were the essential ingredients of a successful and rational colonial economy. Mongo collaboration was necessary, of course, but Europeans continued to see Africans as a subservient pool of labor to meet the needs of the colonizers. In 1911, Agriculture Director Lepley attracted the first major agricultural investment to the Belgian Congo, marking the beginning of the plantation system in Congo Basin. Lever Brothers, a British soap manufacturer, desired to cut production costs by developing its own source of palm fruit, whose oil was a major ingredient in bar soap. Its requests to establish large oil palm plantations in British West Africa, however, were refused because the British Colonial Office declined to grant the long-term leases over large tracts of land which the company had deemed necessary for the scientific cultivation of the oil palm. Officials of the Belgian Congo, in contrast, eagerly recruited the company by 117. Fig. 7. Inner Congo Basin showing major concession zones and missions, c. 1920. Offering generous land concessions with the possibility of freehold rights. Lever Brothers readily accepted the Congo's proposal and created an affiliate, the Huiles du Congo Belge, that eventually became one of the largest exporters of palm products in the Belgian Congo. For the 1911 accord signed by Sir William Lever and Colonial Minister Jules Renken is a revealing document, for it illustrates elements of change and continuity in the concessionary policy inherited from the Congo Free State. 15 Lever's goal was to establish large-scale palm plantations and modern processing facilities that would produce palm oil of superior quality. But the establishment of productive plantations would take time, and in the interlude, the company wanted to harvest and process palm fruit from the forest's wild palms. Belgian officials agreed to this strategy and leased to Lever Brothers, at the low rent of 0.27 Belgian francs per hectare, 5 huge circles of land, each with a radius of 60 kilometers. Furthermore, the company was granted a monopoly over 118. The purchase and treatment of palm fruit within these areas. The circles chosen by the company, scattered in various regions of the Congo, comprised a total area of nearly 4,500 square miles. 16 In exchange for these monopoly rights of purchase and treatment, Lever Brothers was required to create a Brussels-based affiliate with no less than 25 million francs of capital to be invested at the start, and was obliged to hire half of its employees, import a third of its machinery, and purchase half of all its other goods from Belgium. HCB also had to agree to a schedule of production and investment quotas. By 1917, for example, each HCB leased circle was to have an oil mill processing 6,000 tons of palm fruit a year. In 1926, a 15,000-ton mill was required for each site. Moreover, HCB was expected to set up its own communications and transport infrastructure that could be used by the state at a small nominal fee. Production and investment requirements such as these, which became characteristic of all major concessions granted after 191, clearly marked an effort by the state to encourage long-term development through large-scale capital investment. Under the colonial constitution, HCB or other companies that failed in their productive quotas could have their land privileges revoked. If these conditions were met, however, concessionary companies were allowed to increase their holdings and were eventually granted freehold land tenure. 17 A final requirement of HCB was to respect the rights and improve the social welfare of Africans residing within its concessionary circles, a demand that was consistent with the reforms outlined in the colonial charter. HCB was instructed to provide schools and medical clinics for its employees, and company workers were to be paid regularly and fairly for their labor at rates established by the regional district officer. Non-employees were free to collect the palm fruit as they wished, and the company had no right to appropriate African land nor to coerce labor in any way. While the Lever contract manifested certain specific reforms, the concessionary system as a whole reflected a general continuity with the Leopoldine system. In order to attract large-scale European investment in the Congo, colonial officials continued to grant huge land concessions to foreign interests. In 1917, 119 alone, an additional 2 million square kilometers was granted to European firms. 18 The alienation of African land to Europeans was still justified by the 1885 decree that defined vacant land as belonging to the colonial administration. Moreover, the close interpenetration of the colonial administration with finance capital was maintained. Belgium continued to profit directly from the activities of concessionary companies, and the passage of employees from the public to the private sector persisted. Lg The overall strategy, and philosophical justification of the concessionary policy was expressed by the colonial minister Louis Frank in the following manner: the merchant, the industrialist, the planter are the motive powers of a colony. Without them, without their initiative and their labors, without the return for their exertions, no country in the world would be able to bear the considerable expense of colonization. The state cannot itself attempt the economic development of our extensive territories. 20 While the colonial administration actively pursued a concessionary policy that favored large-scale European investments, the program GKN 6 RAL also supported laissez-faire unrestricted free trade in the Congo Basin. According to the decree of March 22, 1910, all persons were permitted to collect or have collected natural products in areas outside of concessionary zones. 2 Trading permits, issued by the state, were necessary for commercial activities, but these were granted freely, at least initially. To facilitate the growth of commerce, the colonial administration introduced a standardized monetary system, based on the Belgian franc. Officials of SAB welcomed these innovations in the belief that they would help the growth of commercial relations with the natives and protect them from forced labor and the dishonest actions of unscrupulous traders. 22 From 1912 on, African-produced goods were increasingly sold for cash and workers were paid in wages. Between 1910 and 1915, the revival of free trade in the Congo Basin was productive and generally well received. The directors of SAB welcomed the opportunity to expand once again. 120. Beyond the limits of the bus block. In only 2 years, the company increased the number of its trading posts outside of its concession from 9 to 33, an expansion which mirrored a similar growth in the company's exports. 23 Freedom of trade also led to a huge increase in the number of small-scale traders. According to colonial documents, these petty traders comprised a wide assortment of nationalities. Most of them were Lebanese, Greeks, or Portuguese, but there were also some independent Belgian and Senegalese traders as well. Most established main stores and warehouses in Coquilletteville, the capital and main commercial center of the Equator region. At regular intervals, they traveled by steamer up the many rivers of the Congo basin, stopping at villages along the way to obtain rubber, fossilized copal, and ivory in exchange for cash and imported European goods. Contemporary records also report that some Bolaki traders returned to their commercial activities. Overall, the number of independent traders increased rapidly after 1910. In that year, there were only 2 registered traders. By 1913, they had increased to 161 operating out of 237 posts, and by 1917, the number had grown to over 1,000 traders with 1,347 posts. 24 The increase in the number of traders operating in the Equator region triggered an unprecedented commercial rivalry that had 2 important consequences. First, it resulted in a rapid rise in prices paid to African producers to a level that was not reached again until 1950. 25 In some areas of the Chihuahua region, rubber balls were purchased for over 1 Belgian franc per kilogram, while a similar weight in copal resin brought 50 centimes. Z6 While these purchasing prices remained low in comparison to world market prices, they marked a considerable improvement from the tribute-collecting economy of the Free State. As they had done for ivory, the Mongo responded to these economic opportunities by freely producing goods for the export market, and they consistently bargained for the best possible price. Exports of copal resin, used in the manufacture of varnishes, were particularly strong in the years immediately following annexation. This increase is particularly significant considering that most of the copal was produced through the independent initiative of 121 local communities, clearly contradicting Director Lee's thesis that Africans lacked a profit motive. The second consequence of free trade and higher prices was an increasing amount of competition and hostility between itinerant traders and agents of the large concessionary companies. In the perspective of SAB's administrators, the independent traders were unfairly benefiting from the hard, pioneering work of the established companies. The competition between traders and company agents became particularly acute during the recession of 1912-14. As world market prices for rubber and copal dropped precipitously, Europeans fought over diminishing returns. In 1912, for example, SAB increased its production of rubber by 41 tons and of copal by 418 tons from the preceding year, yet the company's net profits actually fell from 646,341 francs in 1911 to 21,031 francs in 1912.29. The drop in prices especially hurt larger companies such as SAB and HCB, for they had borrowed large amounts of capital to finance new posts and plantations, which were not yet in production. In 1910, for example, when prices were high, SAB had announced plans to extend its planting of rubber trees at Bizura as much as possible, and the company invested several thousand francs towards this goal. By 1913, however, the economic crisis not only threatened the viability of SAB's plantations, but the entire solvency of the company as well. Small-scale itinerant traders, with 122 out these capital expenses and debts, were able to offer Mongo producers higher prices than SAB felt it could afford. According to one report, petty traders bought rubber from Africans at 1.25 francs a kilo while SAB only offered 0.75 francs. 30 In response, Mongo rubber collectors chose to deal with petty traders, and SAB was hard-pressed to maintain any kind of production at all. The company's ultimate dilemma, therefore, was not the irrationality and laziness of Africans, but rather their rational and shrewd considerations of market opportunities. In 1913, Alexander Delcommune, an SAB administrator and longtime colonialist, petitioned the colonial ministry to abandon its laissez-faire policies and to intervene directly on behalf of large companies. Specifically, he demanded stricter licensing of foreign traders and increased taxation to force more Africans into European-related forms of production. This situation is somewhat ironic, because SAE3 had been one of the most vocal proponents of free trade during the era of the Free State. Delcommune's letter to the colonial minister provides a sharp contrast to the earlier expressed sentiments of the company. It is regrettable to note that the commercial liberty established hardly 5 years ago, has had for a principal effect an unrealistic rise in purchasing prices, nowhere in relation with the prices in Europe. This situation has caused a profound upheaval in the affairs of our company and in the colony. Africans will not trade or produce for lower prices, for they have been benefiting from high prices despite the fluctuations on the free market. The state must take the initiative and regulate our commercial activity. 31. In his initial response to Delcommune, Colonial Minister Rankin clearly stated that he had no intention of modifying the principle of free trade, despite the warnings that foreign interests were ruining the Kwaoi. Yet the state was clearly caught in a major dilemma. The interests of its plantation builders were seemingly threatened by unrestricted commerce. Only 5 years after its 123 inception, the Programme Général appeared to have given birth to two incompatible economic strategies which competed over Mongo labor. But before any definitive solution was reached, the colony had to adapt itself to war. World War I challenged the productivity and viability of the Belgian Congo. It also marked a turning point in the evolution of the colony's political economy. The invasion and defeat of Belgium by Germany in 1914 isolated the Congo from its metropole, and the colony soon became engaged its own two-front military campaign against German colonial forces in Cameroon, Rwanda-Urundi, and Tanganyika. The Belgian Congo not only survived these tests, but it made a major contribution to the Allied cause. The colony's force public was instrumental in the defeat of German forces in both East and West Africa. The colony's most significant contribution, however, was its greatly expanded level of export production, particularly in minerals, palm kernels, and oil, and foodstuffs for wartime needs. By 1917, total tonnage of all colonial exports was 3 times the level it had been in 1913.33. The dramatic rise in exports initially was fueled by rapidly increasing wartime world market prices, as illustrated in the case of palm products, whose value rose nearly 600% from 191.3 to 191.7. Prices received by producers in the Congo basin also increased, more than doubling in some areas, which encouraged greater voluntary harvesting by the Mongo and other Africans. The chimerical opportunities afforded by this situation, however, were short-lived. In the view of the European colonizers, the war effort demanded and justified various restrictions on free market activity in the Congo. Tax rates were doubled during the war, increasing much-needed state revenue and forcing Africans into longer periods of European employment. New restrictions on the extension of credit as well as on barter trade curtailed the competitive commercial activities of independent petty traders. Throughout the Congo basin, the state fixed the purchasing prices of palm kernels and oil at rates far below market value. 34 In short, laissez-faire economics gave way to increased government intervention and control over the economy. One major departure from the Programme Général was a 124. New policy of cultures obligatoires or compulsory cultivation. Wartime legislation allowed local administrators to require specified villages to produce agricultural products for purchase at below market prices. To ensure that quotas were met, African monitors, recruited from the force public, were instructed to inspect villages for compliance. Individuals not meeting their requirements were flogged or imprisoned, but despite its clearly coercive nature, compulsory cultivation measures were justified as educative and for the benefit of the native. As explained by Agricultural Minister Ulpli, who proposed the legislation in 191.6, it is deplorable to say to the natives, work if you want, you are free. This system was followed in certain French colonies and the retardation is manifest. It is necessary to engage the population in work, oblige them to produce and accumulate, and lead them by the hand, will raise the native outside of his barbarism and give him the economic notions and activities that he misses today. 36 In Lepley's assessment, compulsory cultivation was a great success. Exports of cotton, rice, and other obligatory crops rose dramatically during the war. As a result, the original 1917 legislation was extended after the war and applied in various forms and in different degrees in many regions of the colony. Africans viewed these new demands quite differently. To them, compulsory cultivation was a thinly disguised form of forced labor that expanded their output while it kept their incomes low. Restrictions on free trade and compulsory cultivation requirements, which were inspired initially by wartime needs, foreshadowed the future direction of colonial economic policy in the Belgian Congo. These changes were propelled further by a profound shift in the nature of colonial commodity exports, particularly the rapid rise of minerals, which comprised 46% of all exports by 1920. Investment in mining had begun as early as 1906 and was characterized by the creation of large concessionary companies, such as the Union Mini Gre du Haut-Katanga. 125. Fourminier, Mines, and the Société de Mines d'Or de Quilomoto, which maintained close personal and financial links to the colonial administration in Brussels. The actual production of minerals, however, had remained somewhat limited until World War I and the rapid rise in world market prices which continued into the 1920s. By 1924, the Congo's exports of copper, gold, diamonds, and tin accounted for nearly 3/4 of all export earnings in 1924, estimated at a value of over 300 million francs. 3** A major consequence of this mineral revolution was an ever-increasing administrative preoccupation with the needs of large-scale industrial mining interests. The copper-producing regions of Katanga soon received preferential treatment in terms of colonial investments in infrastructure, education, and public health. In marked contrast, the equatorial forest regions of the Congo Basin, once the center of the colonial economy, were demoted to a subservient position, which continues to characterize the economic structure of modern Zaire. But while Equator was to take a backseat in colonial priorities, the war introduced significant transformations in the composition of its principal export commodities which reshaped the history of this region. World War I inspired a dramatic increase in the production and export of palm products. Oil exports expanded from 1,974 tons in 191-3 to 5,400 tons in 191-7, while palm kernels increased from 7,105 tons to 37,000 tons. The results of the Lever affiliate HCB were particularly gratifying to both company officials and colonial planners. By 1919, the company was processing over 200,000 tons of palm fruit annually, far more than the original productive quota set by the state in 191-1. Inspired by Lever's success, SAB also began exporting larger amounts of palm kernels and oil during the war. In 1919 it reported over 9,500 hectares of improved natural palm groves in its Bus BLC. In contrast, the basin's rubber exports, once the prime source of profits for the Congo, never recovered from the crisis of 1912-14. Despite higher prices, production stagnated, primarily because natural rubber was exhausted and the Hevea plantations were poorly maintained. An economic report issued in 1919 Con. 126. Claude, our impression is that we will never relieve the previous years when rubber reached 4,800 tons or even 3,600 tons. Perhaps small profits may be realized through our planting 40. By 1924, SAB's rubber estate at Bizero was largely abandoned, a casualty of low prices and increased competition from Asia. In that same year, the company announced a reorientation of its activities towards the export of palm product TSL. While the war reshaped the colony's major exports, it also restructured the relationship between the Congo and Belgium. The German invasion and occupation of Belgium destroyed large sectors of its economy, and by 1919 the nation was nearly bankrupt and heavily dependent on American foreign aid. Faced with an impending financial crisis, Brussels looked to its African colony for relief. The solution was clear, just as it had been for King Leopold 30 years earlier: to increase profits, production for export had to be expanded. Furthermore, the commodities which showed the greatest potential for profits, minerals and palm products, were those exploited by large-scale industrial capital. As a result of these wartime needs and changes, colonial legislation of the 1920s showed a distinct shift away from the programmed GRAL in favor of a much more active role of the state in support of big business. A revealing example of this change in policy was the state's resolution of SAB's long-standing protest against independent traders in the Chihuahua region. In 1922, the directors of SAB petitioned the colonial administration to resolve the issue of African land rights in the bus block. The company charged that Mongo residents of the so-called native enclaves within the concession were poaching company palms and selling the kernels and oil to itinerant traders rather than to SAB agents. The larger issue behind the charges of poaching, of course, was the competition between free traders and concessionary companies over African workers and their resources. By 1920, this conflict had gained great notoriety as a result of Del Communes et l'honneur du Congo Belge Mency, which strongly asserted that the state's protection of unrestricted free trade was injurious to both the long-term interests of the colony and its African population. Governor-General Maurice Le Pen's proposed a new Solu 127 scion to the conflict that not only resolved the issue of poaching but also clearly forked THC interests of SAD and Othrakurokan plantation companies. THC Stasi suggests that SA-13 officials and local chiefs agree, in a firstly signed treaty, to share AICA of THC bus block E division. Outside of the company's plantation areas, Africans were free to hunt, fish, farm, and gather wild fruits as THCY wished, but they were obliged to sell their products only to SAB officials at prices set by the governor of Equateur. Itinerant traders were forbidden within the bus block, and local chiefs were instructed not to deal with those that persist in entering the area anyway. In return, SA-13 guaranteed to be THC sole purchaser of locally produced copal resin, oil, and palm kernels, and to provide stores with general merchandise for sale at local prices. Similar arrangements were later employed in the concessionary zones of HCB and other interests in the Congo Basin. 43 The colonial administration heralded its solution as a new formula of collaboration, an association of the races in which all parties would benefit. The suppression of independent traders in favor of direct relations between companies and local residents, it was argued, would reduce fraud and permit an easier and greater export of product. LS. 44 Upon closer examination, however, it is clear that the benefits were far fl or unequal. Concessionary companies like SN3 gained an exclusive monopoly within a large zone and were able to purchase goods at non-competitive prices. As a result of this new collaboration, the purchasing price of palm fruit in the bus block actually fell from 0.8 to 0.2 fl per kilo between L919 and 192. 7.45 Moreover, by eliminating foreign traders, the measure ensured that wages could only be earned through company employment. The Mongo, on the other hand, gained nothing that had not already been guaranteed under the existing land legislation of 1906. Rather, they lost access to the free market and, to pay taxes, were forced to work for low wages in unpleasant conditions for companies like Sci3. Throughout the colony, the administration took a much more decisive role in support of large-scale European economic interests. As explained by the Governor-General in 1922, Private 128. Initiative is the principal force in the development and economic expansion of the colony. It must be attracted, assisted, and stimulated, such is the categorical desire of the government, and those who think otherwise run counter to the general interest and are undesirable. 46 The power of the state was used most effectively in mobilizing African labor. In the mining areas of the colony, for example, Territorial agents actively recruited workers for concessionary companies. In the Chihuahua region, compulsory cultivation requirements supplied SAB and HCB with cheap quantities of food for its workers, while other communities were tasked with planting palm trees. 47 Taxes remain the preferred means of creating African labor, for they also contributed to the state's general fund. Throughout the 1920s, rates of taxation increased, raising state revenue from 28 million in 1924 to 45 million francs in 1926, even though the Committee for the Protection of Natives had declared the rate excessive as early as 1923. Local tax rates were also set purposely to serve the specific labor needs of European employers. If a company lacked adequate workers, it informed the district commissioner, who would then raise tax levels to force Africans into longer periods of European employment. These actions were not considered exploitative. In contrast, taxes were justified as serving a humanitarian goal. In the words of SAB's Del Commune, taxes have a higher purpose, which is to accustom the Negro to work. The native from the Upper Congo region has not as yet reached that stage of evolution where he would increase his comfort by trade and work, and for this reason the tax system will continue to provide for a long time the main incentive to work. The trader can of course steer the native in the right direction, but in the long run, he has to be helped by the state. A tax system judiciously and regularly applied is the only efficient tool that can do this job. 50 The measures employed by the colonial state to mobilize labor succeeded in drawing an unprecedented number of Africans. X29 into the European-run economy. According to government statistics, the number of wage earners in the Belgian Congo increased from 45,000 in 1916 to 278,000 in 1924 and 427,000 in 1927. In the Equator province, there were an estimated 20,000 contracted company wage earners in 1928 and many more who fell under the category of casual labor. 51 Despite these increases, the figures represented only a small fraction of the Congo's African population. Moreover, many European companies still complained about labor deficiencies. In the Congo basin, the shortage of African workers was caused by three main factors. First, the administration tripled the number of its concessions during the 1920s with little regard to the availability of local labor. 5 Second, poor working conditions and insufficient pay were found at most of the company plantations. As will be seen, most Mongo residents of the Chihuahua region tried to avoid palm cutting work for SAB at all costs. The final, and most significant, factor behind the absence of voluntary labor was that more remunerative wage-earning opportunities still existed for local groups. As was noted in the 1924 annual report on the Congo, industrial and commercial companies encounter 1,000 difficulties in securing necessary labor, which is due to the disproportion existing between the price of a day's work and the rate at which wild produce gathered in the forest may be sold. Within a few days a native can earn the monthly wage of a native in European employment in the Chihuahua region. The primary alternative to European supervised employment was the collection and sale of copal resin to independent traders. The copal trade allowed local communities to organize their work efforts according to their own priorities and time schedules. It was also more profitable than employment at SAB. Beginning in the mid-1920s, the colonial government responded to the labor shortages by once again departing from the original policies and objectives outlined in the program GIRL. Instead of encouraging companies to 130. Increase wages and improve working conditions to create voluntary labor, the state increased taxes, placed more restrictions on independent traders, and restricted the collection of copal by the Mongo to a maximum of 4 months a year. 54 The administration justified this latter measure by arguing that local communities had neglected their subsistence crops in order to gather copal. In reality, the measure was yet another means to stifle African independent initiative and assert greater control over the labor force. The restrictive measures of the state registered success almost instantaneously. Export statistics from the Equator region show a leveling off of copal production from the mid-1920s. At the same time, the production of palm products registered a distinct gain in the region. Table 5.2. Exports Equator Province 1922-28. Year Copal palm oil palm kernels 1922 11,431 2007 9,486 1924 13,310 3,697 14,962 1926 24,053 4,744 17,308 1927 13,246 906 20,770 1928 14,524 7,908 20,580 Source, see Note 55. From the Belgian perspective, the colonial state's evolving formula of collaboration produced unparalleled economic development in the Chihuahua region and the rest of the colony. Like many other world economies in the 1920s, the economy of the Belgian Congo experienced a boom period of investment, industrial expansion, and profit-making. These developments can be seen clearly in the history of SAB. Following their successful battle against independent traders, SAB announced ambitious plans to establish palm plantations in the Bus Block and to increase its industrial operations. By the end of the decade, the company had established palm oil, soap, and brick-making facilities in the Bus Block, while at its headquarters at Wangata, SAB had created a small industrial center with its own power station, shipyard, lumberyard. 131. Y dot. Dash dot. Underscore dot. Dot. Underscore underscore dot underscore dash dot underscore L. Underscore dot underscore I. And Furniture Land. 5. At the same time, the company continued to generate profits from its exports, primarily because of rising market values for palm kernels and oil. Despite the apparent economic strength of SAB in the late 1920s, its progress as well as that of the entire colonial economy was quite fragile. SAB's investment in new capital equipment went hand in hand with an intensive policy of borrowing from Belgian banks, causing an increase in company debt. A similar situation existed for the colony as a whole. During the first 2 decades of Belgian rule, the debt of the Congo rose from 250 million in 1909 to 3,500 million francs in 1928.57. Another significant weakness of SAB and the colonial economy was a continued orientation towards short-term profits. Outside of processing facilities, SAE3 had not developed the full productive capabilities of its operations. Most of its so-called plantations, for example, were not newly planted orchards, but merely improved existing groves of palms originally cultivated by Africans. Improvement essentially meant that dense groves of palms were thinned and cleared of underbrush. But in the thinning out of trees, Europeans went for the quick profit by eliminating young palms in favor of older trees which were already producing 0.58. Rising levels of debt and the continued reliance on an inefficient gathering economy in the Congo basin were just 2 of many structural defects in the colonial economy. But few colonialists worried about these potential problems. As long as market prices for export commodities remained strong, short-term profits were able to mask future problems. Beginning in late 1929, however, world commodity prices began a steep decline that undeniably revealed the cracks and weaknesses in the colonial economy. The economic depression of the 1930s made it clear that a new strategy was needed to manage the colonial economy, particularly one that could align African workers even more closely with the needs of European enterprises. In 1933, the government announced a new program of total civilization which initiated an unprecedented mobilization and systematic exploitation of African rural societies. 132. The collection of copal and palm kernels, the rewards and restrictions of Mongo work. In the 1920s we collected copal in groups, women did most of the work. Some men became very rich. Isanga Boyola, Copal Collector 59. Palm cutting was very hard work, some men died. But we went to work because we had no choice. Lombato Michel, SAB employee. One of the most striking insights gained from my interviews and collection of Mongo life histories in the Chihuahua region was the diversity of sentiments concerning Belgian colonial rule. All of the people I talked with agreed that the end of the Free States rubber regime was an improvement. As one old man expressed it, King Albert was a kinder man than King Le0 but beyond this general assessment, Mongo historical accounts varied considerably. Some villagers remembered the decade of the 1920s as a period of renewed trade, opportunity, and prosperity for themselves and their kin. Others, in contrast, associated the extension of Belgian rule in the Chihuahua region with taxes, hard labor, and additional forms of European interference in their lives. Upon further questioning, it became clear that the main cause for these conflicting accounts was differences in colonial work experiences. Although the extension of concessionary companies, administrative control, and taxes increased Mongo participation in non-subsistence activities, colonial-inspired work patterns took numerous forms. My informants from the Chihuahua region, for example, were engaged in such diverse positions as fruit bunch cutters, truck drivers, masons, and cooks. In a broader perspective, however, three forms of colonial labor dominated all others in the 1920s. One was the collection and sale of copal resin to itinerant independent traders or SAB agents. As discussed earlier, copal resin was the primary export commodity from the Chihuahua region throughout most of the 1920s, and, according to my sources, it was the most preferred form of wage-earning labor. A second major form of colonial work, 133, was the collection of palm fruit, which was pursued most intensely in the concessionary zones of SAB and HCB. In contrast to copal collection, palm fruit work was widely disliked and avoided whenever possible. Lastly, some communities in the Chihuahua region were required to engage in compulsory cultivation to supply foodstuffs at low cost to company and state posts. Although archival evidence is severely limited on the demands and impact of this form of colonial labor, Mongo sources state that forced farming was also highly unpopular. Beyond the strong impact these changes had on individuals, as indicated by their deep-rooted and strongly felt memories, the new labor forms demanded by colonial authorities generated significant changes in all areas of Mongo life. Personal accounts attest that each form of work was experienced and perceived differently. Moreover, each inspired its own unique relations of production, which, in turn, contributed to different patterns of social adaptation and innovation. Taken together, the new forms of colonial labor drew increasing numbers of the Mongo into a monetary economy which progressively restructured social stratification and cultural norms. A closer examination of copal work, palm fruit collection, and compulsory cultivation provides a useful lens through which to view the character and complexity of Mongo social change in the 1920s. Copal is the name given to the resin exuded from the roots, trunk, and branches of a large tropical tree, generally of the genus Copaifa, found in the forests of South America, Malaysia, West Africa, and the Congo basin. The Mongo had long used the flammable resin for lamps and torches, although there is no evidence to suggest that it played a major role in regional trade. In Europe, copal was used in the manufacture of lacquers and varnishes that protected wood, tile, and metal better than solutions derived from alcohol or petroleum compounds. Fossilized copal was particularly esteemed by European manufacturers because it produced a harder and clearer varnish than the fresh, green resin tapped from living trees. At the European exploitation of copal in the Congo began in 1892, when a Free State commissioner inadvertently discovered its 134. Abundance in the inner basin. Agents employed by SAB, ABIR, and the Free State immediately were ordered to begin its collection by whatever means necessary because its high world market value provided supplemental profits in addition to rubber and ivory. Under the coercive economy of violence which characterized the collecting economy of the Leopoldine regime, copal exports from the Congo rose dramatically, particularly once the completion of the Matadi-Kinshasa Railroad lowered transportation costs. In SAB's bus block, exports more than doubled between 1903 and 1906, a rise which helped compensate for the progressive destruction of rubber vines in the area. 63 As the following statistics demonstrate, copal production did not cease after the dissolution of the Free State, indeed, exports continued to expand greatly. In 1920 alone, the Equator region of the Belgian Congo produced over 14,000 tons of copal for export, nearly one-half of the world's total. The collection of copal was greatest along the Ruki-Bizarre-Chwapa River basin, for this area was particularly rich in fossilized resin, which commanded the highest market prices in Europe. For most of the 1920s, the copal trade dominated the regional economy of the Chwapa region. In 1926, for example, the Equator district produced over 13,000 tons of copal in contrast to 3,900 tons of palm kernels, 400 tons of palm oil, and 8 tons of ivory. 64. The dramatic increase in copal production in the Chwapa region may be attributed to two factors. The first was taxation. As the colonial state solidified its administrative control in the inner 135 basin, it obliged more and more communities to pay regular taxes in cash, which demanded that Africans become involved in some form of wage-earning activity. Moreover, tax rates continued to rise steadily in the 1920s, requiring wage earners to engage in longer periods of labor. Archival and oral sources both suggest that the sale of copal was the principal way that Mongo communities in the Chwapa region earned the cash to pay taxes. 66 Mongo sources also stress that copal was collected and traded for the acquisition of European commodities, suggesting that the resin was produced in amounts greater than necessary for the payment of taxes. It was not difficult to collect copal, recalled Isanga Boyola. Even women and children collected basketfuls. When the Portuguese came, we traded our copal for his goods. 67 A high-ranking administrative official noted in the early 1920s that the inner Congo basin was in the midst of a commercial fever due to the rush to collect and sell. In sum, it appears the Mongo were both pushed and pulled into copal collection. The sale of the resin provided a means to pay off the tax collector and to accumulate surplus cash which could be used to acquire imported goods. Moreover, copal work did not significantly disrupt subsistence patterns of production and it provided the greatest degree of independence from European control. A more detailed analysis of copal work more fully reveals why it was the most preferred wage-earning activity in the Chwapa region. The techniques of copal production adapted well to the Mongo seasonal calendar because it could be collected at any time. Fossilized copal deposits, found most abundantly in riverbanks and marshes, were exploited most intensely during the short dry season when water levels were at their lowest. Groups of 4 to 5 men set out together early in the morning to locate and dig up the chunks of resin. If their efforts were particularly successful, women were called upon to carry additional basket loads back to the village. Once nearby resources became depleted, the search for copal became more time-consuming and labor-intensive. According to Mongo sources, households organized work parties of 6 to 10 men, women, and even children who left their village for as long as 136 2 weeks to search for fresh deposits of copal in the forest. Within the forest, men constructed a provisionary camp and thereafter spent much of their time hunting or fishing to feed the group. Women and children were delegated the task of searching and digging up the copal. Work required few skills and average physical strength, which allowed the resin to be collected by nearly anyone. The only tools needed were sharpened sticks, wooden or metal hand shovels, and baskets for transport. In groups of 4 or 5, men and women probed the ground or the stream beds with their sticks in areas where, based on their knowledge of the forest's resources, copal was thought to be located. When the stick struck something hard in the soft sandy soil of riverbanks or swamps, it was presumed to be copal and it was unearthed and placed in a basket. Children then dragged these baskets into shallow water, washed off the dirt, and discarded rocks and stones. Thereafter, the copal was dried, replaced in baskets, and carried by women back to the village. 70. According to at least one administrative report, the ease of copal collection permitted quick and plentiful results. In one instance, Two men reportedly collected over 150 pounds of resin in only 3 hours' work. This same report also estimated that a good worker could produce 55 to 75 pounds of copal a day, while a normal effort could expect to yield 30 to 40 pounds. 71 Mongo accounts, however, suggest that this report greatly exaggerated the ease of copal collection in the Chihuahua region. Like all natural resources of the Congo basin, fossilized copal deposits were unevenly distributed. Bozil Ntamba, a former copal collector, noted that while one stream might be very rich in copal, another might not have any. He also recalled that his household's copal camps in the Bokot area often had to be relocated several times in the course of 2 weeks before a sufficient quantity of resin was produced because there were many days when no copal was found. Another collector, Isanga Boyala, added that copal work was seldom undertaken alone. To emphasize his point, he cited the proverb, "A single man in the forest becomes the feast of the leopard." Not only was individual work more dangerous, he noted, but it was also less efficient. In his experience, a single individual might only produce a half basket in a day, while a small group could excavate up to 5 basketfuls, or from 70 to 100 pounds of copal a day too. While copal collection was not as easy as Europeans commonly described it, Mongo sources explained why it was the most preferred form of wage labor. First, copal work was organized according to local priorities and time schedules and, despite some claims to the contrary, it did not compete or interfere with subsistence work activities. Indeed, according to my sources, the search for copal facilitated gathering activities. Women and children often discovered new sources of wild mushrooms, fruits, and vegetables while hunting for the resin. Moreover, the work was considered comparatively easy, at least in the eyes of my male informants. In many instances, women and children collected copal while men hunted, fished, and supervised the group effort. In short, copal work was readily adaptable to traditional Mongo means and relations of production, while it provided a way to independently earn the cash necessary for taxes. Copal work also produced greater financial rewards than most other forms of colonial wage labor. Based on a survey of available statistics, the average purchasing price of a kilo of copal in the Chihuahua region varied between 0.60 and 1.6 francs in 1924. If an individual copal collector could be credited with a minimal quantity of 3 kilos a day, his day's labor was worth between 1.8 to 4.8 francs. In comparison, palm fruit collectors at HCB that same year were paid approximately 8 francs a week for work that the Mongo considered to be far more dangerous, difficult, and time-consuming. It is not surprising, therefore, that companies like HCB and SAB experienced labor shortages in the 1920s. As long as an independent and rewarding means existed to earn wages, the Mongo resisted European employment in the concessionary zones. As described earlier, the state finally had to intervene by enacting legislation that restricted the independent initiative of Africans living 138 in or adjacent to plantation zones. The government justified its measures on the grounds that it was in the interests of the natives, for in their pursuit of riches, they neglected their own health and subsistence agriculture. 74 A more plausible explanation was offered in a 1922 territorial report. The regional economy in many areas is based on copal, and this has caused a shortage of labor for industry. 75 This latter view is widely reinforced by Mongo sources, as expressed succinctly by Lombardo Michel, an SAB employee. No one in our village wanted to work for SAB then. We preferred to stay with our wives and families. But the Belgians wanted palm fruit, and we were forced to work. It was hated work. 76 The second major form of colonial-inspired work was the collection of palm fruit clusters and, to a lesser degree, the processing and sale of palm oil and kernels. Nearly all of the commercial palm products exported from the Belgian Congo in the 1920s came from the Iluace pinensis species, a hardy tree that grows to 30 feet in height and produces 2 50-pound clusters of fruits annually. As described more fully in the second chapter, the Mongo made extensive use of the tree's varied resources in their traditional culture. The fronds were woven into roofing material and baskets, the trunk was tapped for palm wine, and the fruits were harvested and processed into oils for consumption and ointments. To supply their needs, the Mongo cultivated palm orchards near village residences and continued to harvest the fruit from orchards even after villages relocated further away. While palm products were essential in daily life, there is little evidence to suggest that they were produced for trade in the Chihuahua region before the advent of European demand. 77 Although the Lever brothers' concession of 191L signaled a new colonial interest in developing palm exports from the Congo basin, significant levels of production did not occur until World War I, when wartime needs created higher demand and prices. The demand for palm fruits can be traced to its multipurpose uses in Europe. Oil from the fibrous pericarp of the fruit was used widely as a lubricant, while the oil from the internal kernel was used in the manufacture of margarines and soaps. As the table 5.4. 139 indicates, palm exports continued to grow after the war. Indeed, many colonial planners in the 1920s judged that the oil palm would become the principal economic resource of the Congo Basin. Table 5.4 Palm exports Equator region 1922-28 year oil kernel 1922-2000 1925 4169 1928 7908 9,846 16,567 19,000 Source, see Note 79. Although company and administrative officials alike expressed plans to establish a plantation economy based on scientific cultivation, palm fruit production in the concessionary zones remained largely inefficient and technologically primitive in the 1920s. As described previously, SAB invested in processing facilities such as oil mills, but it ignored a full-scale effort to prepare new orchards in the bus block and declined additional investments in harvesting machines, trucks, and other facilitating technology. These decisions had a significant impact on the SAB's labor requirements. It required the company to employ large numbers of workers because production was dependent on fruit clusters harvested from widely dispersed African palm groves. Indeed, the company's decision to limit capital investment was taken at the expense of the Mongo and with the full awareness that the powers of the state could force Africans to adjust. An analysis of SAB's operations in the 1920s reveals more clearly its labor-intensive and exploitive features. 80 Throughout the vast expanse of the bus block, SAB established outposts for the collection of palm fruit clusters. Many of these were located along the banks of streams and rivers for transportation purposes. Each post, supervised by company employees, had a storage barn for palm fruit as well as a company store of general merchandise that carried imported items such as cloth, knives, lanterns, and various 140 metal tools and utensils. SAB recruited most of its labor from the so-called native enclaves within the concessionary zone. Workers in the bus block generally were contracted for 4 months' work, but these limits were often subject to the needs and whims of the local European agent. According to Mongo sources, a white SAB agent would arrive in a village, present gifts to the local headman, and inform him of his labor needs. The chief then selected a group of young men to work for the company. If the labor quotas were met, the chief received additional rewards. In some cases, government agents also participated in labor recruitment, despite the official prohibition on state recruitment on behalf of private companies. *L Although labor statistics for SAB's bus block are incomplete, similar operations at HCB's concession at Elizabetha employed approximately 1,000 men per fruit post. According to European accounts, labor recruitment was very irregular. Some villages were practically depleted of able-bodied men while others were largely ignored. 82 According to labor reports, the colonial administration estimated that up to 80% of adult men and 35% of women could be employed in rotating 4-month contracts without upsetting traditional subsistence work activities. The majority of SAB's African employees were cutters, men who spent their days in the forest, cutting and collecting clusters of palm fruits, and who returned to their villages at night. This work was extremely strenuous, somewhat dangerous, and widely disliked. Owing to the wide dispersion of trees and the fact that they only produced 2 clusters per year, Finding a suitable harvest was often difficult. After a fruit-bearing tree was found, the cutter cleared the brush around it, scaled the 30-foot tree using a homemade sling, and hacked down the bunches of fruits with a machete. Once cut, the heavy clusters, weighing up to 60 pounds each, had to be carried back to the fruit post, often a distance of several miles along forest paths. In order to conserve time for actual harvesting, some male workers enlisted women from their village to carry the bunches to the P0st.8 as described by a doctor from the HCB zone. The impact of this labor on women was extreme. The woman is supposed to remove the fruit from the 141 hard fibrous parts, which is considerable work, and then carry a basket weighing 20 to 30 kilograms to the company post. To these tasks already mentioned and themselves hard, sometimes going beyond human possibility, there is also a daily walk of 10 to 30 kilometers, half of it with a heavy basket on the head. We see old women deformed by illness, women with children on their backs, pregnant women, and pre-adolescent girls aging prematurely at the fruit posts. Fruits were removed from the cluster with a machete and stored in the barn until a steamer arrived to take them to one of CI's oil mills for processing. The difficult work of the palm cutters was made even less attractive by their low wages. According to HCB data from the mid-1920s, cutters harvested about 5 to 8 clusters a day and were paid 0.20 francs for each cluster. In order to receive an additional bonus of 2.10 francs and 3 kilos of rice, a cutter had to deliver 36 clusters to the fruit post per week. In porterage alone, that represented carrying over 1,500 pounds over several miles. Moreover, a cutter's work was defined by production quotas, not hours or days, so if a worker encountered difficulties searching for ripe bunches, his labor might last the entire week without time for adequate rest. 86 The major incentive which kept the cutter engaged in his tiresome work was the fear of punishment. Labor contracts, heralded as a major reform after annexation, were supposed to protect Africans from arbitrary exploitation, but Europeans used these contracts to make it illegal for the Mongo to terminate their employment. The penalty for violating the contract was a fine of 50 francs, 2 months' imprisonment, or both. If the violator fled from the area, another member of his household could be imprisoned in his place, a policy reminiscent of the Free State's hostage houses. As described by one critic, a man having been virtually compelled to come to work is through penal sanction compelled to stay. The result is not only compulsory labor but involuntary servitude. G7 This evidence 142 clearly challenges the official Belgian assertion that their paternalistic policies were educative and beneficial for Africans. Indeed, according to the assessment of a European doctor employed by HCB, we try to create vital needs that the native can only satisfy by earning money, but at the same time, we use pressure, we threaten harassment, and we use methods which are strangely reminiscent of those used by slave traders. 88. Compulsory cultivation was yet another form of required colonial labor that was widely disliked in the Congo basin. Enacted during World War I, forced farming was continued in the 1920s to provide cheap foodstuffs for European administrative and economic centers. In some regions of the basin, compulsory cultivation requirements involved large numbers of villages, but evidence suggests that farming quotas were largely restricted to areas nearest company and state posts. According to Mongo sources, villages in the bus block were expected to provide not only workers but foodstuffs to fruit posts. These were purchased by the company, but at low rates that did not encourage voluntary increased production. As recounted by Manga Igioko, the agents did not come to trade for food. They gave our chief a list of demands and they took many of our chickens, animals, and manioc. They gave us money but they took much food. What good was money when there was no food? 89. One Mongo communities in the bus block did not accept these impositions passively. Rather, company records and territorial reports suggest that resistance was widespread. In 191-1, for example, the SAB post at Buzanga was attacked twice, while in the early 1920s, a large rebellion took place around the post at Congo, which was burned to the ground. In both instances, Mongo resistance might have been aided by Inongo H-set unity, but the lack of reliable evidence makes this assertion tentative. It is clear, however, that resistance in the Congo area continued to simmer for at least 3 years. G0 passive resistance to the orders of administrators and company officials was more widespread and ultimately more effective. Flight continued to be one form of resistance. One Mongo recounted how her village had secret encampments and farms deep in the forest in areas unknown to whites. These areas, she said, offered a place to hide work deserters or served as refuge in case of war. Other sources described how impurities were added to the sacks of kernels. Although the colonial army was able to defeat most overt resistance, it proved largely useless against many forms of passive resistance and disobedience. The Belgian formula for collaboration was ultimately a failure in the Congo basin. As highlighted in the preceding analysis, the fault lay not in the Mongos' alleged indolence or indifference to market incentives. On the contrary, the success of the copal trade demonstrated that the Mongo were eager to engage in export production when the rewards were worthwhile. The failure of collaboration was largely the result of the Belgians' consistent orientation toward short-term profit maximization. The independent economic initiatives of the Mongo proved incompatible with the needs and goals of major companies like SBB. To minimize their costs while maximizing their exports, SAJ3 persuaded the European colonial administration to abandon its laissez-faire policies and implement a range of restrictive measures designed to reduce Africans to the role of cheap, controllable labor. Despite these restrictions, however, SAB continued to experience an inadequate supply of labor, insufficient amounts of palm fruits, and lower than expected profits by the end of the 1920s. The company's short-sighted reliance on palm fruits harvested from African orchards was an inefficient and costly mode of production. Moreover, SAB's poor treatment of its workers proved counterproductive, for the Mongo adopted forms of resistance that hindered production. These difficulties, which were largely ignored in the 1920s, provoked a crisis in the early 1930s. As world commodity prices plunged dramatically, SAB finally was inspired to establish a more efficient plantation system in the Chihuahua region. Wages, goods, and Mongo social change in the Chihuahua region. It became more difficult to obtain a wife. The first payment used to be 1 or 2 objects, then it became I-44. 40, the second payment was 30 and then it was 50. And the final payment went from 50 to 100 objects. Chiefs gave money instead of slaves. Marriage became a great investment. Longai-Bakuka, village of Boingla 92. One of the most important changes to occur after the Belgian annexation of the Congo was the introduction of a standardized monetary economy in the colony. European motives were both humanitarian and pragmatic. Reformers welcomed this act as a significant step in improving relations with Africans. Free wage labor would replace the abusive forms of forced labor and barter trade characteristic of the Free State. Colonial administrators also supported the change, for it allowed them to institute a system of taxation and fines designed both to mobilize African labor and increase much-needed government revenue. Consequently, with the great expansion of European trade and governmental control in the Chihuahua region after 1910, it became increasingly difficult for the Mongo to avoid contact with the European currency. The preceding analysis of copal work has shown, however, that the pursuit of money in many Mongo communities far exceeded tax requirements. Large quantities of fossilized resin, as well as ivory and rubber, were produced freely and exchanged with itinerant traders in order to obtain imported trade goods. In 192 p. the governor of the Equateur province, Maurice Engels, noted the region was in the midst of a commercial fever as Africans responded positively to the revival of free trade. 93 Government trade statistics reinforce Engels' observations. According to a 1928 report, the estimated 500,000 residents of the district of Equateur purchased nearly 20 million francs worth of imported goods. 94 The evidence clearly suggests that the Mongo were not simply pushed into wage labor, but were equally pulled into the colonial economy when the rewards merited the extra work. A review of the kinds of goods purchased by the Mongo reflects deeper social and cultural changes occurring in the Chihuahua region. As presented in one report, the following items were commonly available at company stores in the Chihuahua region in 1927. These goods and others purchased by the Mongo might be divided for analytical purposes into two separate categories: necessities and luxuries. Necessities are defined here as goods that serve a required or indispensable role in daily life. Prior to colonization, the Mongo had produced their life's necessities, but by the third decade of colonial rule, increasing amounts were purchased because of the decline of traditional industries and the successful impact of Europe's civilizing efforts. Both of these factors are illustrated in changes in Mongo clothing. The traditional dress of the Mongo was minimal and consisted generally of animal skins or fabrics woven from the fibers of natural vegetation. But in the 1920s, colonial labor demands nearest the European commercial centers began to infringe upon the time formerly devoted to hunting and weaving. The palm collecting activities of both men and women in areas like the bus block resulted in an overall decline in the manufacture of clothing. Furthermore, missionaries discouraged native dress because they 146 considered it to contribute to the Mongo's lascivious tendencies. In either case, oral sources recount that increasing amounts of Mongo clothing was manufactured from imported cotton cloth in the 1920s. A similar decline in iron smelting forced many people to purchase their hoes and machetes from company stores, even though the imported tools were more expensive and not of superior quality. 9 Luxury goods are defined as non-essential items. These included imported plates and cups, kerosene lanterns, kitang cloth, sugar, and tea. Although such luxury items were more widely accessible in the 1920s than ever before, they were unequally distributed among the African population. The greatest consumers of luxury goods were the big men of Mongo villages. According to one ethnographic account, the homes of headmen displayed clearly their conspicuous consumption. Wooden doors and glass windows were added to houses, while inside life was made more comfortable by mattresses, blankets, pillows, glassware, enamel plates, and kerosene lamps. As summarized by Longang Lingomo, our chiefs began to live like the white man. 97 The rise in wealth of Mongo big men was often a direct consequence of African commerce, particularly the trade in copal. As noted by one administrator, there are chiefs who are able to accumulate thousands of francs, thanks to the sale of one man from the village of Isaka. Described the consequences of the trade in a similar manner. Our chief, Mboyo, instructed us to go and collect copal. This was after Bokyakolo. We spent many days in the forest, but we collected much copal. Mboyo became great friends with the Portuguese. He grew very rich and possessed more wives than other chiefs in the region. Mboyo was also a generous man who shared his wealth. 99. Big men were able to profit from the copal trade, as they had done earlier with the ivory trade, by adapting their traditional leadership roles to the new opportunities provided by commerce. As household managers, they organized and supervised collective work efforts such as copal gathering, and in return, they were able to appropriate part of the harvest. Although there is no direct evidence to suggest that special codes of consumption were enlarged to include copal, a leader might have been able to justify his unequal appropriation of the resin on the basis of his role as guardian of ancestral land. More importantly, leaders were able to control commercial transactions in their position as spokesmen for their communities. A vivid description of this process was provided by SAL 3 agent Alexander Delcommune, the itinerant trader, in possession of about 1,200 Belgian francs worth of trading goods and accompanied by one or two servants, travels by steamer from village to village. Arriving at a village, he greets the chief first and offers him a gift. When negotiations begin, the trader asks the chief the price paid by the nearby company agent for ivory, rubber, and copal. If fooled by the chief, the trader does not show anger, rather, he laughs with him, letting him understand that he was tricked. He then offers to buy all the village's ivory, copal, and rubber for 0.50 francs more than the agent's price. In departing, more gifts are lavished upon the chief to solidify their alliance, and the trader promises to return next month. 1*0. While imported trade goods were appropriated by big men for their own personal conspicuous consumption, they also were incorporated into Mongo bride wealth transactions. In addition to the traditional items of exchange like ceremonial knives and rings of copper, goods such as cloth, metal pots and utensils, and even cash were increasingly expected by the families of single women. Moreover, in their efforts to reduce so-called immoral unions, the colonial administration mandated marriage by bride wealth and eliminated the multiple forms that had existed traditionally. These two changes increased the cost of marriage, accentuating social stratification in Mongo society. 101 The rising price of marriage by bride wealth reinforced the authority and power of wealthy big men. By controlling the PRAL 48 production and exchange of copal, household leaders dominated the appropriation and distribution of bride price items. Consequently, big men continued to manage the circulation of women, and in turn, control the obedience of young men. This situation might also explain why many slaves and clients refused to leave their patrons in the 1920s, despite administrative legislation that abolished forms of servile status. Through their traditional control of bride wealth, seniors strengthened their leadership while maintaining the cohesion of their household. Indeed, as was the case with the ivory trade, copal commerce tended to create a greater range in village social stratification. Low 2 The rise in bride price also led to an increase in polygamy among big men. According to one ethnographic study completed in 1928, it was not uncommon for chiefs in the Lalonga district to have 50 wives. The increase in polygamy probably served several functions. It clearly was a form of conspicuous consumption. It demonstrated the superior wealth, status, and virility of the husband to the rest of the community and to the outside world. Polygamy was also an important way to enlarge a big man's household, particularly after colonial authorities eliminated many traditional forms of clientage and one Avery.L. The growth of polygamy in the 1920s reflects the changing roles and status of Mongo women as well. As the colonial economy absorbed the labor of men, women's work had to be expanded greatly, particularly in the production of foodstuffs. The decline of male subsistence activities, such as hunting and trapping, increased household dependence on women's farming. At the same time, agricultural demands were further increased by the requisitions made by European agents and administrators. Women began to perform other forms of traditional male labor as well, and in some cases, they aided their husbands' wage-earning activities. The increased economic and social value of Mongo women, measured in both bride price and work efforts, inspired polygamy and increased male authority over their wives. According to one missionary, women now had a much more difficult time in getting a divorce. Their families would actively intercede to try and make them remain with their husbands so that the parents would not have to return the bride price articles. 1040 Viral. It seems that the 149 European colonial economy brought increased hardship and regulation of women by both African men and the Belgian colonial state. While the wealth and status of big men was increased through their creative adaptation of traditional leadership roles to the new opportunities presented by copal trade, their power in many areas was further enhanced by the colonial administration. The relationship between Mongo big men and European authorities in the Chihuahua region varied considerably during the first 2 decades of Belgian rule. As colonial ethnographers and administrators debated the niceties of native policy, local officials often acted on their 011.105 territorial agents paid village big men for their cooperation and assistance in tax collection, labor recruitment, and the overseeing of compulsory work tasks. If leaders resisted European demands, territorial agents frequently recognized new, more compliant chiefs, whose authority rested upon the military superiority of the colonial administration. Low 6 An example of the impact of these measures, which were to be more fully felt in the next decade, comes across in the description of one such instance by Longang Lingomo. Ekofo was presented to the white man as chief. Ekofo was an evil one. He had life arrested and he became very strict. He mistreated people. He demanded more things, and he was able to do this because he was by the side of the whites. 7 In a comprehensive perspective, the expansion of European commerce and administrative control in the Chihuahua region during the first 2 decades of Belgian rule incorporated larger numbers of Mongo workers into the monetary colonial economy. Oral sources have indicated, however, that the impact of the colonial economy was quite uneven. In some regions, coercive labor contracts, hard work, and compulsory cultivation requirements physically and materially impoverished Mongo communities. In other areas, the revival of free trade brought new opportunities for local big men to increase their wealth, power, and prestige. As leaders, 150. Adapted their traditional roles as household managers and village spokesmen to the new commercial conditions. Mongo society demonstrated once again how significant change could take place within the framework of traditional culture. The commercial opportunities experienced by many villages proved to be short-lived. In order to provide large-scale companies like SAB with adequate supplies of cheap labor, the colonial state progressively restricted the independent economic activity and profit-making of the Mongo. Headmen came under increasing pressure to become functionaries of the colonial administration. The optimistic era of collaboration evolved into coercion as Africans were forced to serve the profit-making needs of Europeans. But even as colonial policies became more restrictive, they also yielded new opportunities. In an ironic turn of events, the increased importance of imported goods as indicators of achievement ultimately helped to undermine the authority and status of Mongo big men. Wage labor provided youth with the potential means to acquire material wealth, status, and accelerated individual advancement outside of the control of their elders. In the 1930s, as new colonial policies imposed harsher restrictions on village life, many young men voluntarily fled their homes in search of European employment, not merely because this was where the opportunities were, but also because wage labor offered an independent source of support and individual achievement. 6. Compulsory labor and plantation society. In the 1930s, the destruction of Mongo traditional society. When the whites came to see us, they promised us many good things. But we did not become rich. They ordered us to build a road. It was very hard work and we received nothing. They told us to plant more crops, but we received nothing. The whites were bad people. They did not want us to have good things. The world economic crisis of the 1930s ushered in a period of profound economic and social change in the Belgian Congo. The sudden collapse of export earnings, caused in part by falling commodity prices, threatened the economic viability of the colony and forced the administration to re-evaluate its development strategies of the previous decade. After a lengthy review, colonial planners concluded that the colony had become over-reliant on mineral exports at the expense of agricultural development. In response, the administration introduced a new economic plan in 1933 which sought to diversify exports, increase the production of cash crops in the Congo basin, and provide the solid foundations for long-term growth. The new plan became known as Total Civilization, for its advocates pledged that their economic strategies would also contribute to the welfare of Africans. According to this scenario, all parties stood to gain from the new plan. Europeans would utilize their superior initiative, creativity, and skill to develop the Congo's natural resources for the financial benefit of whites and the social benefit of blacks. The projected economic development of the equatorial 152 Est regions of the Congo Basin was to proceed along 2 paths. First, the administration envisioned a vast extension of European palm, rubber, and coffee plantations that would provide its workers with good wages, permanent housing, schools, and clinics. In areas more distant from these plantations, the government planned to promote African agricultural exports by providing new cash crops, technical assistance, and roads which would link remote interior villages to markets. In its implementation, however, Total civilization was little more than a carefully planned strategy to increase agricultural exports in the face of falling commodity prices and profits. As so often was the case, there was a great divide between the ostensible noble purpose and the reality of colonial policy. The development of Mongo agricultural exports, for example, was based more on compulsory cultivation requirements than it was on free market incentives. Moreover, to ensure its productive quotas were met, the state vastly increased its direct supervision and control over the local population through the appointment of chiefs, the issuance of passbooks, and the extension of new roads. From the Mongo perspective, the new economic plan was indeed total but hardly civilized. Compulsory labor and other forms of Belgian interference in village affairs undermined traditional livelihoods, causing impoverishment, bitterness, and an exodus of youth from their homes to seek opportunities elsewhere. The Mongo perceptions of total civilization are vividly reflected in the acrid memories of a grandmother in the village of Ntamba. Each visit by the white agents inspired fear. What did they want next? We lived in fear in those days. We were exhausted from the demands of the white man. Young men left the village, leaving their fathers to face the white men alone. It was a difficult time, it was a sad time. This chapter concludes this historical study of the Mongo by examining the maturation of the Belgian colonial state and its impact on African society in the Chihuahua region. The first section analyzes the major determinants and components of total. 153. Civilization with a specific focus on its implementation in the Inner Congo Basin. Point 3. By examining the colonial administration's work requirements and labor relations with Africans, it will be shown that the Belgian development plans were designed and enacted to promote first and foremost European needs, interests, and profits. The second section explores how the policies of the colonizers steadily destroyed traditional life in rural society. The forced integration of the Mongo into the colonial economy as dependent, subservient agricultural workers greatly disrupted subsistence activities and social institutions, which eroded traditional values and beliefs. The final section examines the emergence of new social relations and institutions from the ashes of the old. Within the labor camps of the European plantations, new work patterns and residences reshaped traditional forms of social identity, status, and achievement. The policies of total civilization contributed to a fundamental and permanent split in Mongo society, a division between the world of the village and a new, more individualistic society evolving in the plantations and in the urban centers of the Congo Basin. Total civilization, the maturation of the authoritarian colonial state in the 1930s. We want to create, in all parts of the colony, social groups which are animated by a real life of their own and which are equipped with the traditional means of action, to put these groups in a position to fulfill the common interests of their members, within the general framework of the political and administrative organization and, at the same time, to put into effect the remedial measures prescribed by the government for the improvement of the material and moral conditions of the natives. Gov.Gen. Rickmans, on Total Civilization, 19,334. In the early 1930s, the sudden and dramatic drop in world market prices brought the Belgian Congo to the edge of economic collapse. The mineral sector of the economy was affected first, and as prices fell, the production, export, and earnings of metals tum. 154. Bled sharply. Copper exports, whose value comprised nearly half of the colony's total earnings at the beginning of the decade, declined nearly 60% from 1930 to 1932, representing a loss of over 500 million francs. Agricultural earnings also dropped precipitously. The market value of palm oil, for example, fell from 5.9 francs a kilo in 1929 to 1.3 francs in 1934. Other exports from the Congo Basin experienced similar declines. Overall, the value of colonial exports suffered a two-thirds reduction in the first 3 years of the depression. The severe drop in commodity prices affected all facets of the colonial economy. By 1931, the value of colonial stocks at the Brussels exchange dropped to only 15% of their 1928 levels. Belgian banks restricted new loans to colonial companies, stifling their investments and purchases of imported goods. The total value of industrial and consumer exports to the colony from Europe declined by over 60% from 1929 to 1933. Lacking credit and a market for their exports, many itinerant traders in the Congo basin abandoned their installations and smaller businesses went bankrupt. In the Equator province, the number of licensed firms dropped from 339 in 1928 to 261 in 1932, while European commercial outposts decreased from 1664 to 116 in the same period. Larger firms were equally affected. HCB and SAB cut back their activities and laid off labor. In the copper region of Katanga, 155. Employment of African miners decreased as much as 50% in the first few years of the CRI. The ensuing economic crisis in the Congo triggered a rare debate on colonial policy in the Belgian parliament. Before the Depression, the usual attitude among both the Belgian public and political leaders had been one of indifference as long as the colony remained profitable. But in 1931, with the Congo on the verge of financial collapse, the prevailing economic system of the 1920s came under attack. A colonial commission of the Belgian Senate focused its criticisms on three interrelated problems. First, the Congo had relied too heavily on revenues generated by copper and other mineral exports, leaving the colonial economy too sensitive to fluctuations of the world market. Second, African agriculture was underdeveloped and still directed primarily towards subsistence needs. And third, too many African workers remained uninvolved in the colonial economy. One of the more vocal and blunt critics of colonial policy was the Duke of Brabant, heir to the Belgian throne. Returning from a visit to the Congo in 1932, the Duke sharply criticized the assumptions which had shaped colonial policy in the past. The economic development of the Congo has been undertaken, as in other colonies, through the exclusive intervention of European enterprises, and we have regarded the native as a simple tool of production. But while this strategy has been abandoned elsewhere, we in the Congo have persevered in the same course. Although we have achieved a certain prosperity, it is nonetheless apparent that, on the one hand, the moral and material conditions of the native have not improved sufficiently, and that, on the other hand, the administration of the colony has seen itself get deeply into a budgetary deficit of really alarming proportions. In my opinion, the responsibility for this state of affairs falls on all of those who have taken part in the colonial task, for they have believed that the future of the Congo rested solely on the prosperity and initiative of private enterprises. 156. Perhaps swayed by the insightful analysis of the future king, the Colonial Commission recommended a new program of African cash crop farming, arguing that the Congo was essentially an agricultural country whose potential had been wasted. One of the more innovative and radical proposals centered on the creation of a native peasantry or paysans indígenas. This program called for the expansion of African agriculture based on the traditional practice of shifting cultivation, but also modernized with new crops, technology, and the specialized assistance of European agricultural agents. The most innovative feature of the Paysan Nats plan was the proposed creation of African smallholder resettlements that would replace traditional forms of land tenure with more evolved, individually owned farms. As explained by one of the plan's proponents, local production is best assured by the native who is no longer a salaried worker but a free peasant, the proprietor of his own land. 9. It is interesting to note the subtle assumptions inherent in the Paysanat scheme. The Belgian effort to create an African free peasantry with individual land tenure was derived from their own historical experience, specifically the medieval transformation of serfdom to a free peasantry. In their attempt to recreate the European historical process in Africa, the Belgians once again implied that African development would remain stifled without Europe's model and direct assistance. Furthermore, they perceived traditional African social and cultural systems, in this case cooperative household labor and land tenure, to be obstacles to modernization and thus in need of transformation for the ultimate good of Africans. While most colonialists would have agreed with assumptions embedded in the Paysan Nats scheme, the plan was not implemented in the 1930s due to the vigorous opposition of colonial agribusiness. 1 degree SAE3 officials complained that primitive African agriculture would ruin the quality of agricultural exports. It is well known, asserted one colonialist, that native fields are poorly cared for and invite infections. It would not be long before our own plantations were diseased. Underlying this concern, however, was a more profound fear, as revealed in an editorial published in the Bulletin Agricola du Congo Belge in 1933. When one talks of developing native agriculture, most planters in the Congo throw up their hands and cry, "We haven't enough workers for our plantations, and you want us to encourage native farming that will sacrifice the little labor available." Asterisk. Indeed, above all other concerns, European planters feared competition over African labor. In a manner reminiscent of Del Commune's complaints against free trade a decade earlier, company officials warned that the evolution of a prosperous, independent, and competitive African peasantry would jeopardize their ability to secure adequate amounts of cheap labor. Given the political sway of the major colonial financial interests, particularly that of SAB's parent company, the giant trusts Société Générale and, large-scale European agribusinesses were successful in blocking the implementation of the Paysanat Indignes scheme. Indeed, as will be seen, they emerged from the policy debates in a stronger position than before. In response, the colonial ministry introduced new legislation in 1933 that purportedly provided the best solution to the Congo's short and long-term needs. The overall plan became known as total civilization, for it advocated sweeping economic and social reforms which were supposed to increase both exports and the welfare of Africans. But beneath the self-serving rhetoric, total civilization was merely the revival of a tried and tested strategy of profit making. The state would extend its coercive powers to force more Africans to work longer hours for less pay. In a series of legislative acts, the colonial administration abandoned what remained of its laissez-faire policies and turned its energies to the creation of an increasingly authoritative society that favored European enterprises and further reduced Africans to simple tools of production. The first step towards total civilization involved the state's rescue, strengthening, and extension of European economic concerns in the Congo. Beginning as early as 1931, the colonial administration temporarily suspended production and investment quotas on HCB and other large firms and lowered their transport fees on the state-run river transportation system. The most 158 significant measure, however, was the establishment of a new concessionary policy in 1933. In order to increase European interests and African employment in the Congo basin, the state created zone de huiqueries, small concessions of about 10 square miles. Each zone, equipped with its own processing mill, was granted the exclusive right to purchase the palm fruits located within its territory and to accept kernels brought in by Africans from outside the zone. The state then turned its attention to the pre-existing large concessionary areas, like SM's 1 million hectare bus block, which the administration considered wasteful and inefficient. After prolonged negotiations, SAB agreed to give up its vast concession in exchange for an eventual 10,000 hectares of freehold blocks in the Chihuahua region. Similar agreements were reached with HCB in Flandria. 14 The state's new concessionary policy supposedly protected the interests of the Mongo by demanding less of their land and labor than had the larger concessions granted in the past. Upon closer examination, however, the opposite turned out to be true. In the Chihuahua region, many new companies were granted concessions over the forest's richest areas, frequently displacing Mongo communities and appropriating their ancestral land. Labor demands also increased. Although the concessions were smaller, they were far more numerous, drawing increasing numbers of the Mongo into European employment as planters, cutters, porters, and processors of palm fruit. Furthermore, in order to ensure the success of these small concessions, the government took active steps to eliminate all potential competition. As explained in one report, it is indispensable to grant a circle of protection to prevent those traders without scruples from profiting from the costly work of a colonial by installing themselves nearby and pushing to unrealistic levels the cost of fruit. We have seen this in the district of Lalonga, where the Huicries de Inming, after having spent several millions in the construction of roads, the organization of markets, and the construction of fruit posts and mills, that traders have used these roads and markets to buy fruit. Having less expenses in general, they are able to pay more for fruit. 15 Additional legislation passed by the state controlled the activities of itinerant traders, prohibited Africans from hiring other Africans, outlawed loans to Africans, and further restricted the independent collection and sale of copal. These acts revealed the true aim of the Zone Huilries, to limit African involvement in the colonial economy to the feeding of raw materials, foodstuffs, and labor to European centers. Confident in the much stronger protectionist role being played by the colonial state, European agricultural companies began to make major investments in the creation of palm orchards for the first time. During the 1920s, SAB and HCB had relied primarily on widely dispersed mango palm groves, a mode of production that was inefficient, labor-intensive, and ultimately not competitive with the palm plantations of Southeast Asia. Inspired by agricultural reports and encouraged by the colonial administration, European firms began major plantings of palm orchards. SAE3, for example, increased its palm orchards from only 300 hectares in 1929 to over 2,600 hectares by the end of the decade. It also added 900 hectares of coffee plants. Similar planting efforts were made at HCB as we 11.16. Despite these ambitious undertakings, however, SAE3 and other companies continued to depend on the delivery of palm fruits from African groves, for the preparation of new orchards took time and the newly planted palms would begin to bear fruit only after 5 to 7 years. Consequently, the labor needs of European companies were doubled. African workers were necessary both to establish and care for new plantings as well as to maintain the volume of fruits from pre-existing groves. At the same time, given the depressed world market and the capital expenses for plantation development, agribusinesses needed to expand their operations with minimal overhead costs. The success of the entire enterprise, then, rested on the availability of cheap African labor, which, in turn, required the active and continued intervention of the colonial state. As one colonialist defined the solution to the 160 labor problem, only the state, with its cadre of agents and direct influence on the natives, can hope to provide promptly our desired results. 17 The second step of implementing total civilization was therefore an unprecedented mobilization and exploitation of rural communities in the Congo basin. Higher taxes again proved an effective means of creating wage labor. Between 1928 and 1934, rates were doubled at the same time that wages fell, forcing the Mongo to engage in longer periods of colonial-related work. Tax revenues also contributed to much-needed state revenue. In fact, the higher taxes raised the African contribution to colonial receipts from 14% to 28% in the first 3 years of the Depression. Ironically, a sizable portion of these tax revenues were used to coerce African labor in the fulfillment of unpopular tasks. Indeed, the overall importance of taxes to the administration is revealed in this circular distributed to territorial agents in the Chihuahua region in 1933. The unhappy financial situation of the colony requires you not to neglect any occasion to stimulate the native towards the fulfillment of his obligations. Taxes must be collected immediately and pushed to the front. Collectors must be advised that I will hold them responsible for results. I remind you that the mass arrest of defaulters is not an effective remedy and in fact causes additional treasury expenditures. I would prefer that you make examples by arresting influential notables who are the instigators behind the flight at the approach of the collector. Mass arrests are acceptable only as the exception when all other means of persuasion have failed. 19 While taxes forced Africans to work, the extension of compulsory cultivation programs was designed to provide additional outlets for their labor. The justification for this thinly concealed policy of forced labor was its long-term, educative value for Africans. As explained by the Belgian colonial ministry in 1934, the colonizer will neglect his duty and mission if, under the 161. Text of respecting the liberty of the native, he allows the blacks, simply to live, or rather, to vegetate in ind lands. But in its implementation, compulsory cultivation requirements served European needs, not those of Africans. In the Chihuahua region, for example, the Mongo were required to plant palm orchards near the zone's huilries, to grow additional cash crops such as coffee and heavier rubber, and to increase the cultivation of foodstuffs for workers at plantations and urban centers. Moreover, the legal limits of obligatory labor, set at 60 days a year, generally bore little relationship to the productive quotas set by territorial agents. Indeed, administrative agents were implicitly encouraged to increase local production by any means possible, and they therefore acted arbitrarily in both their demands and payment. By 1933, an estimated 2 million men and women, or about 1/5 of the Congo's estimated population, were subject to certain agricultural quotas. A third major component of total civilization involved a dramatic increase in the authoritative powers of the state. To ensure that its new reforms were carried out uniformly in the colony, the colonial ministry centralized the command structure of the European administration. The four, largely autonomous regions were replaced with 6 new provincial divisions clearly subordinate to decisions made in Brussels and in the new colonial capital at Leopoldville. Within the new province of Coquilletville, the former 5 districts were condensed into 2 new territories, the district of Congo-Ubangi north of the Congo River, and the district of the Chihuahua south of the River. 22 Overall, the centralization of the administration placed greater amounts of power into fewer hands, creating a governmental legacy that has facilitated one-man rule in modern Zaire. More importantly, the state extended and solidified its control over the African population. As outlined in the 1933 Decree on Circonsumdalations Indig 2 ms, the administration claimed a more direct role in directing and supervising the lives of all Africans. One effective means of control was through the appointment of chiefs, a procedure which took 2 distinct forms in the Chihuahua region. The first was the continuation of the chef I-62 FME policy first begun in the 1920s, which claimed to base native authority on the traditional political structures of the Mongo. 23 Under this plan, the administration sought to institute a system of indirect rule based on George Vanderkerken's segmentary lineage model of Mongo society. Territorial agents were instructed to visit local communities, collect genealogies, and identify traditional chiefs according to the perceived rules of seniority and kinship. Once the men were identified, they were invested with a medal of office that symbolized their official recognition by the colonial state. 24 In addition to the chefferie policy, the colonial administration sought to develop indigenous institutions by creating non-traditional units called secteurs. 5 These were amalgamations of small chefferies of less than 3,000 individuals but which seemed fundamentally unified by common clan identity. Within each sector, the numerous chiefs were brought together to form a Conseil du Secteur, which was to serve as the main link between African villages and the colonial administration. Europeans then chose the most influential member of the council to be chef du secteur. In both cases, Europeans claimed the right and duty to appoint Mongo chiefs. A village big man was not officially recognized as a chefferie leader until colonial agents had reviewed and approved of genealogical position according to Vanderkerken's model. Similarly, sector chiefs underwent thorough interrogations by whites before they were promoted. As a result, official authority, power, and status in Mongo villages was now granted by Europeans, a distant power removed from the intimate affairs of the village. No longer was leadership shaped by individual achievement and the size of a loyal following. Instead, chefferie headmen were selected according to the predictable and non-competitive rules embodied in the colonial kinship model of traditional society. Moreover, territorial agents commonly appointed the most willing collaborators as local chiefs. Indeed, one Belgian critic of the secteur went so far as to claim its origin was nothing more than an excuse to get rid of uncooperative traditional headmen and appoint more amenable chiefs. 2g. The specified duties of chefferie and secteur chiefs further reinforced their subservience to the colonial administration. As clarified in the 1933 Circonscriptions Indigene Decree, headmen were instructed to aid in labor recruitment, oversee the collection of taxes, and enforce compulsory work in their villages. In return for their services, invested chiefs received a salary based on their level of cooperation. Half of their pay was paid monthly while the rest was held as a deposit to ensure good conduct. Chiefs were routinely evaluated by territorial administrators as mediocre, good, or very good and, according to this classification, they received, as an additional bonus, a percentage of the taxes collected from their chefferie. 2 In sum, the application of the Circonscriptions Indigenes Decree transformed village leaders into junior executives of the colonial state. Coerced by the European power of appointment and enticed by the white man's pay, many big men became less sensitive to village needs than to the will of the Belgian territorial agents. As expressed succinctly by one Chihuahua resident, our chiefs became corrupt, became the friend of the white and own people's worst enemy. 2s The Circonscriptions Indigenes Decree called for additional measures to ensure European control over the affairs of Africans. By law, all Africans had to belong to a chefferie, whose name was inscribed in a passbook that had to be carried whenever an individual left his village. The system of passbooks and zivrets du travail was purportedly to prevent excessive government labor recruitment and the spread of disease in the event of epidemics. In reality, passes and work booklets were used to enforce tax collection and the fulfillment of labor demands. One of my sources, Bangonda e Kinda, still had his livret du travail from the 1930s. It contained the name of his chefferie, his age and marital status, and how many children he had. Most of the pages, however, were devoted to his employment record, where he worked, for how long, the nature of his job, and so on. Each page was stamped to show a completion of service. Without that stamp, explained Bangonda, workers could be accused of desertion and arrested, which meant long hours of hard labor building roads in the region. 29. 164. Road building provided another means of controlling village life. The development of roads not only helped European trade by producing a cheap means of penetrating into the rural areas, but it also strengthened the political and social control the administration had over local communities. In the 193 OS, a great deal of road building was carried out in most of the colony, including the Chihuahua region. The Belgians saw roads as a means of extending their civilization into the interior, but as will be seen, the Mongo viewed road building as another form of forced labor that increased European interference in their lives. 30 From the Belgian perspective, the program of total civilization was a great success. The colony survived the worst years of the world economic crisis by increasing export production and keeping labor costs low. As revealed in the table below, the colonial economy was rescued primarily by an expansion of agricultural exports in the face of falling prices. The main contributors, of course, were the Africans, who performed more work for fewer rewards. Beginning in 1935, a general increase in prices on the world market quickened production and hastened the economic recovery of the Congo. The upward progression of palm prices and production is indicative of the overall growth and improvement of the colonial economy in the mid to late 1930s. By the late 1930s, the Belgian Congo appeared to have developed considerably. An extensive railway system linking Katanga to the Atlantic Ocean had been completed and new roads throughout the colony made transport faster and less expensive. In the Congo basin, the plantation system was firmly established. By 1939, the province of Coquilletville recorded over 11,000 hectares of mature plantations which employed approximately 28,000 Africans and produced nearly 9,000 tons of high-grade oil and over 3,000 tons of kernels for export. SAB's plantations at Bomputu and Likat had grown to nearly 3,000 hectares by the end of the decade, while the so-called native plantations reached more than 10,000. 33 To many Europeans, the Belgian Congo was the model colony, a crowning achievement of the white man's burden in Africa. Urban centers were growing rapidly, stores were filled with European imports, white residents enjoyed comfortable homes, country clubs, and an overall better quality of life than they had experienced in Belgium. Moreover, The prosperity of the Congo appeared to have benefited the Africans as well. According to one published report, what most impressed visitors to the Congo in the 1930s, besides the general air of prosperity, was the apparent well-being of the natives, their general level of education, and the high degree of technical skill which many of them had achieved. 34 Few travelers to the Congo, however, ventured out to visit the Mongo villages in the remote Chihuahua region. If they had, they would have found a population engaged in hard daily labor for which they received few rewards. They might also have heard complaints about the cruel impositions of the whites and the corruption of their chiefs. And they possibly would have wondered why so many villages were empty of young men. If they had witnessed this world of the colonizer, perhaps they would have realized that the prosperity of the white man in the Congo rested squarely on the burdens of the black man. Compulsory labor and the impoverishment of Mongo society. What happiness have they brought us? They have given us a road that we did not need, a road that brings more and more foreigners and enemies into our midst, causing trouble, making our women unclean, forcing us to have a way of life that is not ours, planting crops that we do not want, doing slaves' work. An account of a village notable. In the 1930s, daily life in the Chihuahua region changed dramatically as the colonial administration took new steps to integrate the Mongo more fully into the colonial export-oriented economy. The Belgians first extended and intensified their political control over villages through such measures as census taking, the issuance of passes and work booklets, and the official investiture of African chiefs. Following these actions, additional territorial administrators and agricultural agents arrived at villages to delegate labor tasks. In areas close to the zone's huilries, many young men were recruited for plantation labor. In other areas, higher taxes and lower purchasing prices compelled villagers to collect increasing amounts of copal, rubber, and palm fruits, while they also were expected to complete additional compulsory labor requirements. 16.7. In its implementation, total civilization divided and reshaped Mongo society into two groups defined largely by their new patterns and relations of work: villagers engaged in collecting and compulsory labor, and plantation wage earners under direct European employment. As a result of these changes, the former cohesiveness of African society was destroyed. The colonial restructuring of work activities, residential patterns, and authority structures combined to undermine the economic viability and the traditional values of the household, resulting in the material and spiritual impoverishment of traditional Mongo society. Reconstructing the demands and impact of colonial labor in the inner Congo basin during the Depression is difficult due to serious gaps of information as well as variances in local work requirements. 36 The most vivid accounts come from Mongo elders, who experienced firsthand the policies of the colonial administration. In their memory, the decade of the 1930s was one of unceasing work demands that interfered with their traditional livelihoods and customs. Oral sources particularly stress the burdens of compulsory labor. The forced planting of cash crops, the cultivation of surplus foodstuffs, and the construction of roads are still remembered with bitterness by many older residents of the Chihuahua region. A closer examination of these three forms of compulsory labor, based largely on African testimony, reveals how Belgian colonial policies undermine the strength and stability of traditional society. The three principal cash crops introduced through compulsory cultivation requirements during the 1930s were Elias oil palms, heavier rubber trees, and Robusta coffee plants. The task of selecting specific crops and planting sites was the responsibility of European agricultural specialists, while labor was recruited by the local territorial administrator. According to colonial-era maps, most of the areas chosen for the new plantings were near designated zones huilries or along newly constructed roads. The new palm and rubber groves averaged between 25 and 40 hectares, while not very large. Mongo sources claim that the sites chosen were often the richest in the area. By the end of the decade, African workers supervised by Europeans had succeeded in creating nearly 2,000 hectares of palm and rubber plantations indigenous in the Equateur province, while an additional 1 foot 75 inches hectares of Robusta coffee were already producing nearly 90 tons of beans for export. 3 According to European proponents, the expansion of cash crops served the interests of both Europeans and Africans. Edmund Lepley, who first proposed compulsory cultivation requirements in L91-7, argued that compulsory labor was necessary because Africans will not voluntarily grow export crops. But as they eventually learned the skills and acquired the motivation to work, he added, compulsory cultivation measures could be relaxed. 3 Another proponent highlighted more explicitly the benefits to Africans by asserting that the number of palm groves to be established near villages not far from existing mills will allow the native to abandon the more difficult exploitation of natural palms. 39. Nearly all officials seem to agree that the 60-day labor requirement was a relatively small price to pay when compared to the long-term economic benefits. Most Mongo residents of the Chihuahua region viewed the benefits of compulsory cultivation much differently. Although the 1933 legislation set limits of 60 days per year for compulsory work, my informants recalled that the labor requirements were defined by the completion of a task and not by time, and the work required to create a new palm or rubber orchard was long and labor-intensive. Workers were not equipped with new tools or machinery, but rather continued to use axes and machetes for the clearing of new fields. Nor did the planting of new orchards signal an end to the obligations, rather, planting was followed by continual weeding, trimming, and eventually the collection of fruitum. Africans were most irritated by the fact that these new orchards, situated on their ancestral land, were not theirs to use freely, despite the guarantees in the 1933 legislation. Unlike the situation in the 1920s, the Mongo did not profit from competition among buyers since the state had restricted the activities of itinerant traders near plantations. Instead, the Mongo were forced to sell their kernels and rubber at low fixed prices to buyers from the zone's huilries. Indeed, according to available economic statistics, the purchasing prices for palm kernels in the Chihuahua district fell from 1.3 Belgian francs per kilo in 1929 to under 0.5 francs per kilo in 1936. One man even recalled how one of his friends was fined for tapping one of these mature trees for palm wine. We did not need these trees. But if we wanted some malafa or kernels from these trees, we were arrested. 4 Another form of compulsory labor was directed towards the increased production of foodstuffs for consumption by workers at European plantations or administrative posts. Mongo sources recall that a variety of meats, fruits, and vegetables were in demand, but above all, Europeans set quotas for cassava, also known as manioc. Cassava is a root crop that bears a resemblance to a large potato plant. A number of tubers grow in a cluster at the roots of a bushy plant that can reach a height of 10 feet. Cassava was not indigenous to the equatorial forests of Central Africa but was imported from South America via Portuguese traders sometime in the 16th century. The spread of the plant into the Congo basin seems to have followed the long-distance riverine trading routes established in the era of the slave and ivory trades. By the late 19th century, the dispersion of cassava remained uneven, although one SAB official at Equatorville claimed in the late 1880s that cassava was the bread of the land. A missionary noted in 1920 that the plant still had not reached many villages along the Bizura-Chihuahua rivers. But as a result of the state's policy of compulsory cultivation of cassava in the 1930s, it soon emerged as the principal food crop in the Congo basin. 43 Europeans demanded the cultivation of cassava over yams and bananas because of its superior productive and storage qualities. Cassava readily adapted to the equatorial forest environment and thrived in the poor soils of the basin. It was also relatively easy to propagate and quick to mature. Small twigs of the plant were inserted into prepared fields shortly after the dry season when rains were most plentiful. Within a short time, the twigs rooted and began to grow, reaching maturity in about 14 to 16 months. Given equal conditions, manioc yielded greater harvests than both yams and bananas. Upon maturity, each cassava plant produced about 8 large tubers of approximately 8 to 10. 170 pounds each. Most important to the colonists, Cassava roots did not spoil rapidly in the equatorial climate. The tubers may be left in the soil for as long as 2 years after maturity, or they may be processed into either cassava flour or a cooked paste called shikwang, which remained edible up to 2 weeks. Consequently, Europeans viewed cassava as the perfect staple to provide surpluses in order to feed the growing numbers of non-subsistence wage earners employed at urban centers and plantation. The significant liabilities of cassava cultivation were overlooked or ignored by the Belgians. Although it produced greater yields than yams or bananas, cassava also depleted the soil of nutrients faster, which undoubtedly had a negative impact on all crops. Cassava farming was also more labor-intensive. To increase yields, women planted their cassava in raised mounds and weeded regularly around young plants, work generally not required for yams or bananas. Further, cassava doubled the labor time necessary for processing. Mature tubers contain prussic acid, a toxic poison that must be removed before consumption. In the Chihuahua region, the acid was removed by soaking peeled roots in artificially created pools of stagnant water for 2 weeks. Following this soaking, the roots were smoked and ground into flour or pounded and boiled into shikwang. Lastly, the increased reliance on cassava as a chief staple had a negative impact on the Mongo's diet. When compared to yams or bananas, manioc roots contain far fewer essential vitamins and minerals. It is a starchy food that is quite filling but devoid of important sources of nutrition overall. The forced cultivation of cassava actually contributed to a retrogression of African agriculture and diet at precisely the moment when the increased work demands of Europeans required Africans to have more free time and better nutrition. A third major form of compulsory work was road construction. The extension of roads into the Mongo countryside served 2 purposes. According to the colonialists, roads more efficiently linked cash crops and foodstuffs to markets and consumers, reducing the burdens of African porters. In the view of the Mongo, roads enabled the Belgians to maintain a closer supervision over their affairs. Both explanations are correct. On the one hand, Europeans commonly chose to establish cash crops near routes in order to facilitate their transport to processing mills or urban centers. On the other hand, once roads were completed, entire villages commonly were relocated alongside them, which served to extend European control over rural inhabitants. In either case, road construction emerged as a priority of total civilization in the 1930s. According to government statistics, the length of major roads in the colony increased from 40,000 kilometers in 1931 to 76,000 kilometers in 1939. Although comparable data is not available for the Chihuahua region, oral sources indicate that it was at this time that the major routes linking Boan to Basinkusu and Coquilatville were begun. 46 According to many Mongo sources, road building was the most hated task of the 1930s. It was extremely labor-intensive because the Belgians preferred to rely on the sheer strength of African men rather than invest in expensive machinery. Furthermore, many of the roads in the Chihuahua region were built through swamps which required the construction of levees to support them. Workers recalled spending weeks at a time in the swamps, engaged in long and tiring labor, exposed to malaria-infested mosquitoes, and housed in makeshift shelters, all for little or no pay. Local labor was generally conscripted by Europeans and African chiefs. Additional men were sentenced to road work for infractions of the colonial law. To ensure the participation of workers, foremen registered the names of the workers' families. If a man was absent, someone from his family was forced to substitute in his place. Once the routes were completed, local communities were required to maintain the roads, which was a continual enterprise given the heavy rains that frequently eroded the dirt roads. 47 Concurrent with the building of roads, villages were forcibly relocated alongside them, a policy that facilitated cash crop production and European administrative control. But the stabilization of villages in predetermined areas upset established patterns of subsistence production. Farmland and sources of water often became more distant, further increasing the labor of women. It also became more difficult, if not impossible, to relocate villages in 172 order to find fresh agricultural and hunting resources. The mobility previously required for traditional forms of farming, trapping, and gathering was increasingly restricted by state policies. The stabilization of villages along roads, combined with the greater reliance on cassava farming, impaired traditional forms of food production activities in the Congo basin. Although many Belgians realized the pressures which they were exerting on Mongo and other rural societies, most seemed to ignore the consequences in favor of the immediate goal of increased production. As stated in one administrative report, when missionaries say of compulsory crops that they deprive the native of 11 months of liberty, excessive language is certainly evident, but the thought expressed means that the native is no longer free to act as he wishes, that is to say, he sees himself more and more obliged to dismiss from his economic, domestic, and social life whims, negligence, and improvidence, and to submit to more and more strict rules of order, perseverance, and work. There is no doubt that the native feels himself oppressed by a condition that he does not understand, of which he does not realize the charitable intentions or the long-range effect. But the following way cannot be: this official was correct in his assessment that Africans would not understand the charitable intentions of the colonizers, for to them the state's policy of total civilization meant only long hours of work with few rewards, the corruption of their chiefs, and the destruction of their way of life. One of the most serious consequences of increased labor demands was the disruption of traditional food production activities. Over centuries of adaptation to their environment, the Mongo had evolved a diversified and flexible productive system based on hunting, fishing, gathering, and agriculture, which maximized the efficient use of the forest's resources as well as available household labor. In the 1930s, however, this equilibrium was undermined by the short-sighted politics of the colonizers. Traditional men's activities, such as hunting, trapping, and the clearing of new fields for agriculture, were curtailed by their plantation work, cash crop cultivation, and construction of roads. As explained by one village elder, we had no time to make zakonzbo or to hunt antelopes. We could not follow the trails of animals into the forest. The Belgians goats, but a goat is not an antelope. Gathering activities were equally hindered by lack of time and restrictions on mobility. The decline of hunting, trapping, and gathering caused households to rely more heavily on agricultural foodstuffs, a dependence that was further reinforced by the state's compulsory cultivation requirements. But due to additional constraints, farming became an insufficient substitute. The absence of male labor and the geographic stabilization of villages undermined traditional forms of shifting agriculture, which were all the more needed with a soil-depleting crop like cassava. The Belgians might have helped to remedy this problem by providing Mongo women farmers with fertilizers or labor-saving machinery, but neither were forthcoming in an era when the administration sought to limit costs. As one historian has aptly put it, the African peasant entered the colonial period with a hoe, and he came out of it with a. As a result of colonial policies, women were increasingly forced to plant worn-out fields, diminishing harvests of all crops. According to local testimony and regional reports, some areas experienced food shortages, increasing the overworked population's susceptibility to illness. Missionary records suggest that infant mortality increased and the fertility of women decreased, so that it became common to find married women without children. The administration was slow to respond to the growing demographic crisis, and when it did, it often implemented measures that were counterproductive. The declining birth rate, for example, was commonly attributed to inadequate food supplies. In response, territorial agents increased quotas on cassava cultivation, which in turn further increased the work of women and put an even greater reliance on a poor, undiversified diet. 51 The lack of free labor time also contributed to the continuing decline of local craft production. Missionary reports from Vari. 174. US regions in the Congo basin suggest that iron smelting, weaving, and pottery production disappeared in many areas, forcing an increased reliance on imported manufactured goods. But unlike the situation in the early 1920s, it became increasingly difficult for Mongo communities to earn the needed wages to purchase these goods. Restrictions on free trade and the world recession combined to lower the prices received for copal, rubber, and palm kernels, while taxes and the costs of imports doubled. 52 As with food production, the ability of the Mongo to cope with the new order was thwarted by colonial policies at the very time they needed it most. All of these factors contributed to a decline in living standards across the Congo basin. The destruction of traditional livelihoods, caused largely by colonial work demands, prevented the Mongo from independently producing the foodstuffs and goods which they needed. Yet at the same time, the Belgians did not provide Africans with many viable alternatives. The resulting despair and poverty of rural society was well depicted in the following observation: it is not difficult to imagine the somber ennui, the profound demoralization into which a village is plunged where up to 54% of the able-bodied men are normally absent. Everything weighs on the women: the cultivation of food crops, the care of the children, the upkeep of dwellings. The wage of the husband scarcely permits him to maintain himself and to buy certain indispensable household articles and items of clothing for himself and his family. S3 Village life was demoralized further by the colonial state's new native policy. As previously described, the net effect of the 1933 Circumambulations Indígenas decree was to reshape Mongo society to conform to the colonists' perceived structure of customary society. Cheferi chiefs were recognized and invested with authority based on van der Kerken's colonial kinship model, which defined legitimacy according to relative seniority and kinship. In areas where secteurs were formed, chiefs were selected according to their willingness to cooperate with European authorities. In both cases, it was outsiders who ultimately invested leaders with authority and held them responsible for the completion of unpopular tasks. These actions turned traditional authority structures on their heads. Village authority no longer emanated from the bottom up but was bestowed from the top down. By appointing chiefs according to their misconceived static notions of kinship and seniority, the Belgians effectively destroyed traditional forms and expressions of Mongo achievement and social mobility. A village big man was no longer dependent upon his loyal following but on the state's police force. Competition for wealth, status, and power was prohibited and actually deemed by Europeans as non-traditional. By divorcing big men from their traditional base of authority and village responsibilities, the administration succeeded in transforming chiefs into European employees, junior administrators in charge of executing European orders and European law. Moreover, resistance to appointed chiefs was futile. Although traditional Big Enlin might continue to exercise some influence covertly, they no longer had unquestioned authority and they could not prevail against the superior might of the colonizers. In the past, household members had the option of seeking new Mongo big men if their leaders became too abusive in their demands, but village registration and the issuance of passbooks eliminated that option as well. Growing poverty and the undermining of traditional social structures in the Belgian Congo led to revolts and resistance in many regions of the colony. Administration officials, missionaries, and invested chiefs were all instructed to watch carefully for the first signs of new cults and organized opposition. Indeed, during the 1930s, the number of reported revolts increased in direct relation to the fall of purchasing prices and the rise in taxes and compulsory labor. According to governmental records, reports of xenophobic religious organizations rose steadily in the decade. 54 In the inner Congo basin, administrators reported the rise of several anti-European movements. In the mid-1930s, a cult called Laikalai arose in the western regions of the basin. Laikalai was reportedly an atavistic, anti-European movement in response to lowering birth rates. According to collected testimony, Mongo 176 adherents to this cult destroyed their Western-style beds, imported mattresses, blankets, mosquito nets, and clothing in the belief that these European goods caused the decline in births. As explained by one Mongo source, we want to have children as before the arrival of whites. Since we have come under their domination, our race has become sterile. So we reject all that the white man has brought us and return to the good times of Limited. Another anti-European cult was called Lizum. It supposedly involved the initiation of youth into a new purified society in opposition to the corruption of appointed chiefs. 56 Although recorded evidence on Lilwe is often confusing and contradictory, Mongo sources seem to suggest that Belgian administrators were actually witnessing a resurgence of Inongo, or Mongo age sets. According to Lokoli Manga, Inongo made us brothers when our chiefs became the friends of the whites. Inongo made us sioii. Indeed, additional oral sources claim that Inongo rose to meet the challenges to traditional society in the 1930s as it had done during the upheavals caused by the Red Rubber agents. Age sets provided an alternative social structure at a time when increasing numbers of villagers lost respect for their appointed chiefs. Age mates took over many of the responsibilities formerly delegated to big men. They judged disputes between members, loaned goods for bride wealth, and provided hospitality for agernates of different groups. Because of these independent actions, claimed one source, the Belgians tried to prohibit Inongo because it competed with the chiefs and colonial law. But people respected Inongo more than they did the white man's chief, asserted one informant. The justice of Inongo was more fearful than that of the state. 5p Although Inongo demonstrated the creative flexibility of Mongo social structures, it could not lighten the burdens experienced in Mongo villages. Many young men chose the one avenue of flight that was permitted and even encouraged by the colonial administration. They willingly left their villages to seek new employment and opportunities in the developing plantations and growing urban centers of the region. All across the colony, economic and social conditions in the countryside had become so intolerable by the mid-1930s that the administration's concern actually shifted from obtaining workers to stemming rural migrati. 0.5 As summed up in one revealing government report, the Chihuahua region is empty, not only from infertility and epidemics, but above all because of the abandonment of ancestral land that promotes these factors of destruction. The population flees towards the towns, the camps, no matter where. Go. Plantation work and society, new alternatives in a changing world. Conditions in the village before the war, but we suffered more in the village, and we had no salt, soap, or but Mongo sources also stress that many youths voluntarily left their homes to seek new opportunities for personal wealth, status, and prestige which were no longer attainable in the village. A primary destination for these young men were the developing palm and rubber plantations of the Congo basin. Some men found full-time employment in new forms of specialized labor and they resettled in company-run labor camps. These significant changes in work activities and residential patterns fundamentally reshaped plantation workers' self-identity and inspired additional adapta. 1178. Shins in their relations with fellow workers, kinsmen in the village, and with Europeans. By the end of the decade, a new generation of Mongo big men was emerging in the camps of the European plantations. In their pursuit of achievement, these wage-earning elites innovated new means and expressions of success that significantly departed from and undermined traditional patterns of social mobility and prestige. Although these changes were only in their embryonic stages in the 1930s, they represented a profound transformation in Mongo society. The following analysis of plantation work and society, based largely on collected accounts of former SAB workers, explores the dynamics that fundamentally reshaped Mongo social structures and cultural values. SAB's decision to establish a scientific plantation economy was a reaction to the inadequacies of its former collecting mode of production. Despite the enormity of the bus block, the concession area did not contain sufficient numbers of African palm groves to feed the processing mills. Moreover, these groves were widely dispersed in the forest, increasing the company's labor needs. In short, SAB's operations were inefficient and costly. Company officials frequently complained about shortages of both palm kernels and African labor. During the 1920s, when palm products commanded high prices, these deficiencies were largely ignored, but with the onset of the Depression and facing stiffer competition from the more efficient palm plantations of Asia, SAB finally was inspired to implement its own plantation mode of production in order to increase exports and decrease labor requirement. SAB's specific development strategy in the Chihuahua region involved a two-part plan. First, the company recognized that it could not immediately abandon its exploitation of African palm groves, for these supplied the bulk of the fruit processed at the two company oil mills at Maputo and Likit. In fact, given the fall of market prices, it was actually necessary to increase harvests from these trees in order to maintain profits. At the same time, SAB began to consolidate and diversify its production through new plantings in three main areas in the bus block. At Bizaramanin, the company enlarged its heavier rubber groves to 300 hectares, while at Likit and Maputo, officials planned extensive new palm orchards of approximately 1,000 hectares in each location to act as intermediaries between Europeans and their Mongo workers. The use of African foremen was also cost-efficient, because they accepted lower salaries than Europeans. More important, however, this strategy essentially pitted Africans against Africans, allowing Europeans to play a superior, mediating role. As explained by a white HCB employee, when I felt that it was necessary to whip someone, I ordered an African to do it because he had that right. 71 The Capita's duties ensured his status and power over other workers. They supervised the daily operations of work parties and evaluated the performance of individual workers. The Capita could recommend a reduction in a common laborer's pay, withhold his passes, transfer him to a more difficult work party, or even have him whipped. The African foremen also served as the chefs du camps. They supervised free time, mediated in workers' disputes, and rendered judgments to maintain harmony and discipline. 183. According to Mongo sources, Capitas were chosen by their superior strength and willingness to carry out the orders of the whites. Some came from the ranks of the force publique, others had received a missionary education and were able to speak some French. Like many appointed chiefs, since the Capitas were selected and maintained in their position by Europeans, they saw themselves more as the agents of the company administration than as the representatives of African workers. This was illustrated through my conversations with Mboyo Bondoki. Educated as a boy at a mission school in Coquilatville, Mboyo recounted that he had risen through the ranks of workers to become a foreman with SAB. He portrayed himself as a self-made man who had taken the opportunity presented to him by the colonial system, and as a result, he had a favorable impression of the colonial era. As he summarized, "The Belgians did well for us, they stopped our wars, brought us Christianity and taught us to read. If you behaved yourself, there was no whip, no prison, if not, you were puny head." Other former SAB employees, however, portrayed the Capitas differently. They were disciplined men. They did not care if we were tired or sick, recalled Ikofo Isunji. To get passes to the village, we had to pay them. The Capitas were chosen for their strength, authority, and most of all, for their loyalty to whites. 74 Below the Capita on the level of pay and prestige were the plantation's skilled laborers. These workers engaged in a variety of new, full-time, specialized positions such as drivers, clerks, cooks, masons, and mill operators. Like the foremen, many of these specialized workers had previously worked for Europeans or had received some missionary education. Indeed, mission education in the Belgian Congo was aimed expressly at teaching crafts such as carpentry, mechanics, and masonry, which would contribute to the social evolution of the Africans while meeting the needs of European industry. As a permanently employed force at the camps, skilled workers viewed themselves as distinct and superior to common laborers, and, as will be seen, they formed their own unique social and residential groups based on their specialized work. 184. At the bottom of the ladder were the ordinary workers, who comprised the vast majority of the plantation's labor force. Their tasks included clearing new fields, thinning out existing groves, planting, cutting, road building, weeding, and ditch digging. In most cases, they employed only the simplest tools. Despite the intensity of their work, these laborers received the lowest pay and benefits. Moreover, most were engaged on a rotating contract, employed for 60 to 90 days at a time. Since their work was neither permanent nor skilled, most common laborers continued to live in their own village. Europeans justified their use of contract labor on humanitarian grounds, arguing that it was the least damaging to the moral and material fiber of traditional life. Explained one official. The effective assimilation of new ideas must necessarily be progressive and as much as possible tied to the existing organization of tribes. For this reason, it is judged preferable to organize industry in a manner in which native population is employed in their own territory and are able to live in their own villages despite the expressed Belgian intention to preserve traditional life. It is clear that contract labor allowed THIRD and other companies to minimize their labor costs by transferring the burden of worker subsistence to the traditional household. Furthermore, in some areas, entire villages were relocated nearer to the plantations, contradicting again the stated Belgian motives. On the whole, the prevailing use of contract labor actually increased the burden on rural villages, forcing them to support absent labor while fulfilling their own subsistence and compulsory work requirements. When former workers at SAB recount their daily experiences at the plantations, one is struck by the company's regimented and disciplined operations. The workday was planned efficiently to maximize the use of labor. Workers were divided into various work parties and instructed to complete specific tasks set by the European staff. Daily labor and free time were monitored strictly by the capitas. A more detailed image of SAB's operations. 185. At Bomputu is provided by the following condensed account of Lombardo Michel. An employee for over 20 years. Before they built the camps, there was much sickness among the workers. The workers' houses were made of mud bricks and had 3 rooms, 6 men lived in each house. The men came from many different villages, some of their villages had fought wars against each other in the past. There were not many wives at the camp, most stayed in the villages. The company did not like women to come to the camp, but many came anyway. Before sunrise, the capitas ordered the drums to sound, that was our signal to begin work. Those who were late received punishment. All workers belonged to special teams, some men were planters, others were cutters. Each work group was led by a capita, the agent of the white bosses. The work was very hard. The hardest work was clearing the forest for the palm orchards. Some men tired and died. We worked from sunrise to noon, and then we rested in the shade. The dernoon was left for workers to wash, clean, and fish. Sometimes the clearing of fields continued in the evening. There was no work on Sundays. If you did poor work, the capita would punish you. He would tell the Europeans about lazy workers. I was never beaten, but I saw others who were whipped. The work was very hard, but it was better than the village. The company gave us wages and palm oil, dried fish, some rice. The company store had salt, soap, and clothes. These were not available in our village. People left the villages to come to work at the plantation because they were poor. Lombardo's description of plantation life clearly shows significant departures from traditional patterns and relations of production. Work activities were oriented towards export production of cash crops rather than subsistence needs. New forms of 186. Skilled labor replaced hunting, trapping, and other customary activities. Tasks were delegated by a capita on behalf of a European and not according to the priorities of the household leader. Moreover, within the workers' camps, kinship, whether real or expressed, was not the basis for social organization or status. Indeed, the workforce was composed of men from many different villages, some of whom were rivals in the past. In the changing work environment of the European plantations, new forms of social identity and organization were needed to replace those of the village. One new form of social identity arose out of the specialized labor of Mongo workers. Once trained, skilled employees of SAB generally remained either drivers, nurserymen, or machinists for the duration of their employment. Although company officials had created specialized labor groups for reasons of economic efficiency, they had significant social consequences as well. According to Lombardo Michel, who was employed as a driver for SAB, fellow workers spent much of their free time socializing together, developing a camaraderie and common identity as a result of their specialized work. Lombardo recounted with pride that he was not a lowly ditch digger but a chauffeur, an occupation which he clearly felt was unique and special. His testimony was revealing, for it suggests the beginnings of a working-class consciousness, in which personal identity became increasingly linked to skilled wage labor. 79 The diverse social composition within company villages also inspired innovations. One form of adaptation was realized through Inongo, or Mongo age sets. As discussed previously, Inongo defined people in terms of generations, making few distinctions on an individual's origin or birthright status. Age sets therefore promoted social unity for a diverse plantation workforce. Inongo was also important because members of the same age set pledged mutual support and assistance in times of need. Former SAE3 employees recounted that Inongo brothers borrowed money from each other, celebrated festivities together, and even shared each other's sisters. As recounted by Manga Igioko, brothers pledged to be friends. They elected their own leader to settle. 187. Disputes. If there were disputes between brothers, it was settled by the leader. Brothers could not fight with each other, they were expected to help each other. 80. The successful adaptation of Inongo to plantation life, as well as to changing conditions in rural villages, reflects deeper aspects of Mongo social transformation in the 1930s. On the one hand, the resiliency and flexibility of Inongo demonstrates an historical evolution of social structures to meet changing conditions. Despite Belgian efforts to make Mongo society conform to its static kinship model, Inongo continued to flourish and serve ever greater social roles. On the other hand, the importance of age sets within plantation society partially reflected a decline of traditional village society. As Inongo brothers pledged mutual support and aid for each other, they were exerting their independence from the roles and responsibilities formerly exercised by traditional big men. Life at the plantation restructured workers' relations with their home villages in other ways as well. Some employees profited from the growing rural poverty by engaging in small-scale trade. SAB had stores of imported merchandise which were largely unavailable in rural areas, and the company sold these goods to its workers at prices lower than for non-employees. Consequently, some men recall investing part of their wages in cloth, tools, lanterns, soap, and other goods, which they took back to their villages to resell or distribute as gifts. This small-scale trade had significant consequences. It first increased the appeal of plantation labor. Villagers oppressed by compulsory labor and rising poverty saw their young men return home with new goods, increasing the likelihood that others might join them. The distribution of needed goods also boosted the individual prestige of the wage earner. As remembered by one worker, when I returned to my village, I never neglected to bring gifts from the store, everyone came out to see what I had brought. We were poor in the village and my gifts were very important. 82. Most significantly, this petty trade highlights further transformations regarding wealth, power, and prestige in Mongo. 188. Society. Before the 193 OS, village big men had controlled THC appropriation and redistribution of goods based on their roles as managers of the household labor, guardians of ancestral land, and spokesmen for the group. As a result of the various policies of total civilization, however, these roles largely had disappeared. Now it was the youth, through their wage labor, who had THC means to accumulate and redistribute wealth, which contributed to their prestige and independence as it undermined the status and authority of traditional elders. This is not to say that juniors purposely slighted their seniors. In contrast, my sources made it clear that the first gifts were always given to village notables. The power relationship had fundamentally changed, and with it, one more former attribute of a big man's special status: sork of wealth. Some women were also able to benefit from trade. According to my sources, they imported local village food to the plantations, where it was preferred over camp food. In payment for their deliveries, women commonly received items bought at the company stores and returned to the village to sell these goods for profit. Although it is not exactly clear how these women traders were organized, evidence suggests that they were primarily wives or daughters of Belgian-appointed chiefs who were able to devote time to trade rather than to farming. Mama Lecky, one of the prominent businesswomen of Boend in 1982, recounted that she had inherited her commercial capital from her mother who had conducted this type of trading activity with plantation workers at Beamputu. The migration of men to labor camps had additional effects on gender relations and marriage patterns. According to Workers' 9 accounts, most of the full-time employees housed at the plantations were either bachelors or married men whose wives remained in the village. Many single men acquired female partners outside of the officially sanctioned marriage by bride price. Some arrangements, like delayed marriage and the exchange of age-mate sisters, were actually old traditions revived to meet current needs. Prostitution also was practiced. Although evidence is sketchy and subject to flawed interpretations, missionary accounts suggest that prostitution rose dramatically in the Congo basin during 1930s as a response to growing rural poverty. Most of these women reportedly were married and their activities were managed by their husbands, although the women typically received part of their earnings to spend at their own discretion. One missionary noted that the financial success of prostitution was so great that it seduced other young women in search of riches. 84 Although prostitutes were not officially allowed into the labor camps, one former SAB worker claimed that their visits were ignored by the capita as long as he was given a bribe. So 5 Apart from trade goods and women, plantation workers also used their wages for conspicuous consumption. The possession of tailored clothes, imported leather shoes, felt hats, perfumed soap, and cigarettes became outward indicators of personal success, much as a leopard skin cap had been before the colonial era, even though actual symbolic meaning varied greatly. Ownership of imported goods increased the status and prestige of individuals in the eyes of their peers. As recounted by Ensambo Longongo, a cook for Belgian administrators in Boend, I bought my clothes at Makodimbe. A tailor made my pants. I wore these clothes when I returned to the village. I was respected for being rich. 86 The acquisition of Western goods, based on an individual's participation in the colonial economy, provides additional evidence that many Mongo workers found new means and expressions of personal achievement in the world of the colonizer. Additional transformations in Mongo culture also reflected these changes. One of the most interesting and revealing centered on the elite organization known as Bolomvu, or the daughter set apart. As discussed previously, Bolomvu was a ceremony that ostensibly made a big man's daughter a debutante in society. After an enormous feast, the daughter was presented to the assembled guests dressed in furs, signifying that she no longer had to engage in common women's work. This ceremony, however, was not merely a show of affection on the part of a father for his daughter, but was equally a powerful public expression of a big man's superior wealth and importance, particularly his ability to command sufficient labor to arrange such a great feast. 190. According to missionary observations, Bolomvu had largely disappeared in much of the inner Congo basin by the 1930s. Forced labor demands, restrictions on free trade, prohibitions on non-productive social activities, and the investiture of legitimate chiefs combined to destroy the ability of traditional big men to organize such great feasts. But missionary reports also suggest that a new elite organization took its place, Bondalungola, or the white man educates her. Although both organizations centered on a ritual feast designed to highlight a man's superior social status, the differences between Bolomvu and Bondalungola are symbolic of profound elements of Mongo social change under Belgian colonial rule. Whereas the Bolomvu child was presented to her audience in furs, the Bondalungola daughter was presented in Western dress, reinforcing the dramatic transformation in prestige material goods described earlier. Moreover, the indicator of elite status had changed significantly. The Bolomvu daughter's prized position was defined by her elevated position within the household workforce. In contrast, the Bondalungola child's status was linked to her participation in the non-traditional world of the colonizers. Missionary education was increasingly perceived by the Mongo as a principal prerequisite for social mobility in the white man's world. European education provided the basic language skills and insights into Belgian culture that often proved essential in obtaining superior employment. As the earlier analysis discovered, most skilled plantation workers had received some amount of Western education before their employment with SAB. Bondalungola also reflected a fundamental shift in the source and distribution of wealth, status, and power in Mongo society. Whereas Bolumbu was generally restricted to a few dominant big men whose power was rooted in the labor and loyalty of their following, Bondalungola was often affordable to non-traditional elites, such as plantation wage earners and appointed chief, whose wealth derived from their personal participation in the colonial system. Indeed, the previous desire of enterprising young men to become a traditional Bokulaka was no longer feasible. The loss of political competition and the undermining of traditional livelihoods destroyed traditional opportunities for advancement in the village. The new elites of Mongo society recognized their dilemma and took advantage of changing conditions to seek employment and patronage from Europeans, the ultimate big men of the Belgian Congo. In doing so, they hastened the decline of traditional society and culture within the Congo basin. In conclusion, the policies of total civilization in the 1930s marked the maturation of the colonial political economy in the Belgian Congo. In its efforts to achieve profit maximization during the Depression, the colonial administration devised new economic and political strategies to subordinate completely the Mongo to the needs of Europeans. Despite the rhetoric of the Belgians, the development of an independent Mexican peasantry was rejected in favor of more coercive measures that ensured the continual supply of cheap labor, foodstuffs, and raw materials to European plantations and urban centers. Higher taxes, lower prices, and a vast new extension of compulsory labor requirements undermined subsistence production and eliminated independent economic initiative, resulting in a rise in rural poverty in many areas. To solidify its control over potential workers, the colonial state claimed the right to appoint Mongo chiefs. Although Belgian administrators claimed to base their decisions on custom, they in fact undermined traditional forms of authority by failing to recognize the competitive dynamics inherent in Mongo society. Moreover, by enforcing their static and non-competitive kinship mode on village society, the Europeans succeeded in eliminating traditional forms of advancement and social mobility. Taken together, the loss of political autonomy and the decline in traditional livelihood significantly weakened the ability of the Mongo to adapt to the increasingly authoritative colonial regime. As traditional means and expressions of achievement disappeared, ambitious young men sought new opportunities within colonial society. At the developing plantations of the Congo Basin, a new elite was evolving whose wealth and status was no longer based on a loyal following, but on the material rewards gained from European employment. Plantation society manifested elements of continuity and change. Inongo, delayed marriage, and the rise of new elite associations reflected elements of traditional social resiliency. But the individual effort to achieve success in the European world also forced Mongo youth to become increasingly separated from their traditional cultural values. Indeed, many of the new elites tended to look upon the village as a backward and primitive place of no opportunities. In a development fraught with tragic irony, the Mongo transformed elements of their traditional social structure to adapt to the enormity of European authoritarian colonial power. I-93. Adaptation, Innovation, and Change, the colonial experience in perspective. Le colonialisme a fait bien pour me faire du mal. I want a fait du mal pour me faire du bien. T témoignage au colonialisme, manga Igioko. In the history of the Mongo people, the era of colonial rule was comparatively brief. Centuries before the intrusion of Europeans into Central Africa, the Mongo hunted and farmed, fought wars and made peace, and witnessed the rise and fall of their village leaders. Nonetheless, Belgian colonialism in the Congo Basin has had a profound and lasting impact on the lives of Africans in Zaire. Its legacy is apparent in the Western-style dress, the French language, and European forms of entertainment now common in the Chihuahua region. Colonialism's long shadow is also seen in the political economy of contemporary Zaire. The centralized autocratic administration created by the Belgians has been preserved by an equally autocratic African dictator, while the nation's economy has continued the colonial emphasis on industrial export production at the expense of African rural agriculture. Although the legacies of the colonial era are readily apparent, the complex history of this time period has often been simplified and misunderstood because of flawed historical methodology. Historical accounts of Belgian colonialism in the Congo Basin have tended to reflect the worldview, concerns, and ideological positions of Western researchers. The issues that they have cho. 194. Sen, the questions they have posed, and the historical sources they have consulted have tended to exclude or overlook alternative explanations and perspectives from African sources. Consequently, the reconstruction of the past has been incomplete and one-sided. Historical change and human initiative in the Congo Basin have been widely portrayed as innovations introduced or imposed by the colonizers. Africans have been perceived as uniform in their actions and responses, and they typically have been depicted as either passive recipients of colonialism's beneficial changes or as helpless victims of Europe's cruel exploitation. These historical depictions are clearly misleading and unsatisfactory. A more balanced understanding of colonialism in the Congo must encompass a reconstruction of the history of Africans residing there, which embodies their personal experiences, perceptions, and interpretations of the past. By collecting a wide range of oral testimonies and by focusing on the history of work among the Mongo of the Chihuahua region of the Congo Basin, this study has sought to address past historical deficiencies by shedding new light on the character of the Belgian colonial enterprise, African perceptions of and responses to foreign rule, and the ways in which Mongo society resisted, accommodated, and changed to meet the oppression and opportunities associated with colonialism in its historical analysis of the colonial state over a period of 6 decades. This study has found that the prime motive and most consistent defining characteristic of the Belgian enterprise in the Congo was the pursuit of profits for the benefit of Europeans. From the late 1880s to 1940, colonial officials implemented numerous strategies designed to minimize expenses while maximizing receipts. Indeed, the profit motive is revealed in nearly all aspects of the colonial endeavor. It fundamentally shaped the relationship between Belgium and its colony. The Congo was established as a distinct financial entity, generating no liabilities but only profits for the mother country. Within the colony, European commercial companies generally adopted policies that favored short-term earnings over costly capital investments in long-term development schemes. Congo 195. The drive for profit maximization also fundamentally shaped the colonizers' relationship with Africans. Although the Belgians justified their rule in terms of a beneficent civilizing mission, an investigation into the ways in which they obtained, treated, and rewarded their African workers suggests a very different motive. Forced labor, high taxes, low wages, compulsory cultivation requirements, numerous restrictions on independent commercial activities, and other coercive measures employed consistently throughout the colonial era reveal that the true aim of the colonizers was an ever-increasing amount of exports produced cheaply by African workers. Under these coercive measures, Mongo oral histories affirm that African participation in the colonial economy was inspired more by fear and intimidation than it was by rewards and incentives. The European passion for profits, however, was not consistently nor easily attained. The superior military might of the colonizers that permitted conquest could not alone achieve the prime economic directive. Indeed, when the colonial economy is viewed through the history of specific European companies such as the Société Anonyme Belge pour l'e-commerce du Haut-Congo, it is clear that profit maximization in the Congo Basin hinged upon 3 main conditioning factors: the world market, the natural environment and its resources, and the participation of large numbers of African workers in the colonial economy. Each of these factors played a crucial role in the European ability to generate wealth, and each demanded continual attention and adaptation. The world market played a significant role in defining the character of commodity export production. This study discovered that the regional export economy of the Congo Basin from the 1880s to 1940 experienced distinct shifts in commodity production which were shaped largely by the ebb and flow of prices on the world market. The successive attention given to the production and export of slaves, ivory, rubber, copal, and palm kernels largely mirrored worldwide supply and demand. Transitions in major commodity production, however, were disorderly and traumatic because market price fluctuations were often unanticipated and beyond the control of the colonizers. SAB's response to such ins. 196. Curities is also revealing. The company did not attempt to diversify its exports until the 1930s, instead, it fully exploited a single commodity until the resource was either depleted or prices fell. Moreover, when market conditions soured, SAB attempted to maintain its receipts by massively increasing production through the use of coerced labor. Both strategies reflect a consistent colonial emphasis on short-term profits and an unwillingness to make capital investments that might yield long-term growth. Another significant conditioning factor was the natural environment of the Congo Basin. The distribution of resources in the equatorial forest fundamentally defined commodity production. Ivory, rubber, copal, and palm oil became principal regional exports because they were procurable. Environmental conditions also determined the relative success of new foodstuffs and cash crops. Cassava and heavier rubber trees, for example, were successfully introduced and cultivated in the tropical environment while rice and livestock were less noteworthy due to incompatible climate conditions and the prevalence of tsetse fly in areas cleared for pasture. The endemic diseases of the Congo Basin also shaped history by discouraging European settlement, resulting in a greater colonial reliance on direct African participation in the administration and economy. A final crucial conditioning factor for colonial profit maximization was the European dependence on African workers. In the absence of significant capital investments in labor-saving machinery and technology, the burden of collecting and transporting export commodities in the Congo Basin was delegated to Mongo men and women. The importance of African workers to the success of the economy is confirmed by official documentation, which reveals that labor issues dominated colonial policy debates and legislation. Equally important, though seldom acknowledged by the colonizers, was the European reliance on traditional Mongo skills and knowledge. During the pioneering days of SAB, for example, the company adopted the trading routes, market towns, and other commercial innovations developed by African long-distance traders. In addition, the company's purchases of ivory were depend. 197. Dent upon the courage, skills, and wisdom of African elephant hunters. 50 years later, SAB continued to rely on African skilled labor. The successful establishment of palm plantations required African masons, nurserymen, drivers, and clerks, as well as foodstuffs produced by Mongo cassava farmers. Indeed, the multidimensional contributions of African workers to the colonial economy cannot be overstressed. The Mongo provided both the skilled and unskilled labor that was imperative for European profit-making in the Congo Basin. While colonial economic strategies were fundamentally shaped by these three basic conditioning factors, they were also molded by European perceptions of Africans and their society. In comparison to their culture, the Belgians found Mongo society to be both technologically backward and morally deficient, the product of an inferior, indolent, and primitive people who lacked both the ability and incentive to change. Colonial anthropological studies often reaffirmed these ideas. Van der Kerken's segmentary lineage model of Mongo society, with its emphasis on kinship, social equilibrium, and continuity, implied that the Mongo lacked a tradition of historical change and innovation. These views not only justified but also shaped colonial policy in the Congo Basin. The colonists judged that the regional economy had to be based on the initiative and skills of European agricultural enterprises because Mongo farming skills were considered too primitive, resulting in the appropriation of large tracts of African land for concessionary companies. The perceived inherent laziness of the Mongo also led to compulsory labor requirements, which were defended as educative and therefore beneficial for Africans. Ironically, Forced labor strategies ultimately replicated European stereotypes. When the Mongo resisted educative forced labor, their actions were deemed as further proof of their natural sloth and backwardness. Although Europeans tended to make broad and undifferentiated assessments about Africans, Mongo life histories show a remarkable range of reactions to colonial rule. Resistance to the white man's demands was common, widespread, and continuous throughout the colonial era. Armed revolts, acts of sabotage, pa. 198. Civ resistance, and mass flight at the approach of territorial agents continually frustrated European efforts to exert control over the Chihuahua region. At other times, the Mongo reconciled themselves to colonial rule and sought to make the best of the situation. When given the opportunity, many groups eagerly welcomed commerce with the Europeans, taking advantage of the new opportunities for wealth, status, and power within the framework of traditional society. Other individuals chose to collaborate more closely with the colonizers, seeking out European patrons for their own personal advancement outside of traditional society. A historical analysis of these reactions shows that they varied over time, from place to place, and according to how the colonizers were perceived by different individuals. As Manga Igioko's testimony to colonialism also suggests, Americans also had mixed sentiments about Belgian rule and its legacies. Although sweeping generalizations are problematic, Mongo reactions tended to reflect the degree of European interference in domestic affairs. Resistance was most widespread when colonial work requirements undermined traditional livelihoods, while accommodation was more likely when villages were allowed or able to retain control over their work patterns and priorities. A prime example of this dichotomy was found in the Chihuahua region during the 1920s. Colonial reports cite widespread African resistance in SAB's concessionary zone, where incessant harvesting and portering of palm bunches interfered with local subsistence production and sapped public health. Downriver at Bocote, however, where the Mongo independently collected and sold copal resin to itinerant European traders, territorial agents reported very favorable economic and social conditions. Mongo reactions also varied according to an individual's or group's calculated consideration of the material and social benefits or detriments proffered by the foreign presence at any given time. Mongo life histories further reveal that these considerations were intimately linked to an individual's relative position and status within traditional society. Resistance therefore was most common among those individuals or groups who perceived Europeans as a menace to their social standing. African River 199. Traders, for example, attacked SAE-3's outposts in the 1890s once they realized that European commercial competition threatened their accumulation of wealth and status at the top of their society. In contrast, collaborators were most often those individuals with the fewest chances for advancement in traditional society. The Mongo Adefenulo, who voluntarily sought out employment with European rubber agents, fit this category. Typically outcasts from traditional society, the Adefenulo sought new opportunities for wealth and power in the patronage of Europeans, and according to oral sources, most continued to seek their destinies in European employment long after the Leopoldine era had ended. The historical significance of these varied African reactions cannot be overlooked. They demonstrate that it is impossible to speak of one uniform Mongo response to the colonial presence. Instead, reactions shifted and varied according to personal experiences and individual perceptions. In addition, a full appreciation of these responses must take into account traditional forms of social identity, stratification, and mobility, which continued to shape Mongo attitudes and actions throughout the colonial era. Finally, these actions clearly show that the Mongo were not passive in their dealings with the colonizer and his society. Colonial conquest did not destroy the incentive or ability of the Mongo to shape their own destinies. The variety of individual reactions to colonial rule is also indicative of broader patterns of Mongo social innovations and adaptations. On the whole, this study found that traditional Mongo society was able to cope fairly well with the challenges and opportunities associated with Belgian colonialism during the first 4 decades of foreign rule. Moreover, the ability of local society to adapt and innovate was attributable to the dynamic character of traditional social relations and institutions. Once again, the complexities of African social change during the colonial era cannot be understood in isolation from traditional Mongo history. Contrary to colonial perceptions, historical change in the Congo basin was constant, unpredictable, and anterior to the arrival of Europeans in Central America. Indeed, Mongo social institutions and lifestyles evolved to anticipate and accommodate. 200. Change. The hunting, gathering, fishing, and farming activities of the Mongo formed an integrated and flexible food production system which made the most efficient use of land, time, and labor at any given time. To meet changing labor needs, the Mongo adopted outsiders into their households while also creating flexible district alliances for common defense in times of war. Mongo authority structures were equally dynamic. The critical component of leadership was not kinship or seniority but the maintenance of a loyal following, which was always susceptible to change. The proverbial laws of the ancestors promoted social unity and continuity while they also provided a range of interpretations that could be chosen selectively by elders to meet specific social needs at any given time. The ability of traditional Mongo society to innovate and adapt to historical change in the equatorial forest also enabled it to cope with European-inspired changes during the first 4 decades of colonial rule. This perspective helps to explain the Mongo's positive response to market incentives and their assimilation of imported Western goods into their cultural rituals. Local big men, for example, adapted their traditional roles as household leaders, guardians of ancestral land, and representatives to the outside world to take advantage of new forms of wealth offered by the trade in ivory and copal. The increase in a big man's wealth sometimes found expression in innovative ways, such as the rise and spread of certain elite associations like Bolomview, but the new means and expressions of wealth were directed primarily towards the attraction and maintenance of a loyal following. In many other cases as well, European-inspired change was assimilated into the parameters of traditional social structures and relations. A more innovative Mongo social response to colonialism was the rise and spread of Inongo, or age sets. The initial impetus for this social institution lay in the brutal exactions of European rubber agents during the Leopoldine era. The initiation of young men into generational age sets helped to create an innovative military alliance in the Boend area that frustrated European attempts to exert control and impose rubber quotas. Moreover, pledges of mutual aid and reciprocity among age set brothers facilitated 20i. Cooperative relations in the search for rubber vines in the forest. Inongo therefore represented a significant institutional innovation to promote greater intra-village unity and cooperation to meet changing social needs. By the 1930s, however, the ability of Mongo society to adapt and innovate new responses to colonial demands became increasingly limited. In their effort to maximize profit accumulation, the Belgian colonizers enacted new strategies to harness and control independent African initiative. Compulsory labor requirements and restrictions on social mobility undermined traditional forms and relations of economic production, while the European appointment of so-called legitimate chiefs further eroded traditional forms of social mobility and status. Although the Belgians expressed the intent to reconstruct customary Mongo society, their actions were based on their own invention of tradition. In their misguided perception that change was not traditional, the colonizers created a static, non-competitive society that severely impaired the ability of the Mongo to accommodate change within the parameters of their adaptive, traditional society. As colonial rule reshaped the traditional framework within which social action occurred, the relative importance of social groups shifted significantly. Belgian policies destroyed the position of the Bokulaka, and with it, the associated expressions and means of achievement. The importance of maintaining a loyal village following became largely irrelevant, if not impossible, following the colonial investiture of chiefs. In the place of the Bokulaka arose a new group of Mongo elite, whose relative superior wealth, position, and power was closely linked to their participation in colonial society. European education and employment now became the best avenues for advancement, while possession of Western material goods replaced the traditional leopard skin cap as the ultimate symbol of status and success. Dramatic as these changes may appear, they actually reflected enduring African initiative and adaptive mechanisms, but within an alternative social framework. The flight of Mongo youth to the Chihuahua region's urban and plantation centers, for example, may be interpreted as a quest to find new means and express scions of advancement through the agency of European big men. The transformation of Inongo represented another form of social adaptation. Within the camps of SAB, as well as in rural villages, Mongo age sets acquired a more important role in promoting social welfare and cohesion outside of traditional household and village structures. Indeed, the evolution of Inongo reflects both the vulnerability and the resiliency of Mongo social structures in the face of European domination. Belgian rule shattered pre-colonial Mongo society and livelihoods, it fostered economic growth without development, enforced the ruthless exploitation of the Congo's resources, and ruled over the impoverishment and humiliation of Africans. But as the testimony and life histories of the Mongo so clearly reveal, colonialism did not destroy their traditional and historic ability to adapt, innovate, and change to new conditions in the Congo basin.